Chapter 328. In the evening, the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy ended school. Gu Xiaoshun went to Nanxiang to learn from Master Lu. Gu Yin asked for a leave of absence because he was not feeling well. Of course, he was not really feeling unwell. He deliberately asked for a leave of absence to carry out the plan of the anti-brother-in-law justice alliance with little Jingkong. Why hasn't the little monk come back yet? Gu Yin paced back and forth in the courtyard. Yao Shi found it funny and asked, "You don't feel unwell anymore?" Gu Yin coughed softly. I'm getting some fresh air. I feel much better now." Yao Shi knew that he deliberately skipped class, but she did not say anything because of his physical condition. Yao Shi was getting older. Gu Yin did not feel hot, but she was so hot that she was sweating. She went back to her room to take a bath. Gu Yin looked around at the door. She didn't know how long she had been looking around, but the little monk finally came back. "Why are you so late?" Gu Yin asked. Little Jingkong sighed like a little adult. "Isn't it because Granduncle is too late? I said that I can come back by myself, but Granduncle was worried and insisted that I wait for him." The Imperial College was not far from the Imperial College. Little Jingkong walked there every day. He would not get lost even if he closed his eyes. But adults and children always had different ideas. His safety zone was this alley. The adults in his family would not be at ease if he went any further than this. Gu Yin looked at the two ends of the alley and pulled little Jingkong's hand. "Okay, let's not talk about this first. Sister and brother-in-law will be back soon." This meant that the two of them were going to start doing bad things secretly. But it was their first time, so they had to think about it carefully. Today, the medical center and the Imperial College were not busy. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang arrived home very early. After arriving home, Xiao Lulang went to the study to check little Jingkong's homework. He did his homework faster than Gu Yin, so he usually checked his homework first. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. Gu Yin narrowed his eyes and sneaked a peek into the kitchen. He found his sister making salted tofu pudding. Are you addicted to sending salted bean curd to brother-in-law?" He was actually making tofu with his own hands. Gu Yan's heart was filled with jealousy. Little Jingkong slipped out of the study room on the pretext of going to the washroom. The two little rascals hid behind the crabapple tree and exchanged the information they had gathered. Little Jingkong said fiercely, "Jiao Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy to pick up my bad brother-in-law." They went home together. Gu Yin was furious. His sister didn't even pick him up and send him to school. Gu Yin gritted his teeth and said, "Sister is making salted tofu pudding for brother-in-law again. It's not like we have a share." Little Jingkong suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. "Jiao Jiao, great uncle is calling you." Little Jingkong came out of the kitchen and said to Gu Jiao with a cute face. Gu Jiao put down the spoon and said, "Oh, okay, I'll go over then." As soon as she left, the two little rascals came in. They looked at each other and smiled mischievously. They picked up the jar of seasoning and poured it into the tofu pudding. "Add some salt, chili sauce, star anise, pepper, and this." Gu Yin took out a jar from the innermost part of the cupboard. "Lotus seed heart. It's super bitter." Little Jingkong pretended to roll his eyes and fall to the ground. He got up and laughed until his whole body trembled. After the two of them were done, they had just put the last jar back into the cupboard when Gu Jiao returned. She said in shock, "Granduncle didn't call me just now?" Little Jingkong spread his hands and said seriously, Maybe I heard wrongly. What are the two of you doing here?" Gu Jiao asked. Their eyes flashed. Gu Yin said calmly, "Oh, didn't you make tofu pudding for brother-in-law? We'll bring it over for you." Little Jingkong quickly said, "Yes, we'll bring it over for Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, I didn't make tofu pudding for your brother-in-law. I made it for the two of you. Last time, I only bought tofu pudding for your brother-in-law and didn't buy it for the two of you. You seem to be disappointed, so I came back early today and made a bowl for you. You came at the right time. Hurry up and eat." The two of them looked at the dark cuisine that they had destroyed with countless seasonings and felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The two little rascals wanted to cry but had no tears. Was it too late to regret? Boo-hoo! Gu Jiao looked at the two people whose expressions were gradually falling apart and asked strangely, "What's wrong? Don't you like my tofu pudding?" "Boo-hoo!" they couldn't not like it. Otherwise, they would lose to their bad brother-in-law. They loved Jiao Jiao more than their bad brother-in-law. The two of them took out their small bowls, and Gu Yin scooped a big spoonful for little Jing Kong. You're the younger brother. You should eat more. Little Jing Kong scooped a bigger spoonful for Gu Yin. In ancient times, Jing Kong gave you pears. Today, Jing Kong gave you tofu pudding. Brother Yin, eat more. Gu Yin said, No, you should eat more. You have to grow taller. Little Jing Kong said, I'm still young. I can grow taller slowly. Brother Yin, it's more important for you to take care of your body. Come on, let's hurt each other. The first action of the alliance against brother-in-law ended in failure. Until the end of the meal, Gu Yin and little Jing Kong's noses were not noses and eyes were not eyes. Little Jing Kong turned his face away. Gu Yin also turned his face away. Everyone was confused. What's going on? Why are they fighting again? After dinner, Gu Jiao continued to study her gunpowder. Halfway through, Eunuch Qin came. Eunuch Qin was old, but he still jumped down from the carriage and almost fell on his back. Eunuch Qin, slow down. Gu Shaoshun, who happened to be at the door, helped him up. Eunuch Qin wiped the sweat on his forehead and smiled. Thank you, Brother Shaoshun. Brother Shaoshun, is your sister here? Yes, she's in the backyard, Gu Shaoshun said and shouted inside. Sister, someone is looking for you. It's Eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao put away the bottles on the ground, stood up and looked at Eunuch Qin who was walking hurriedly. Eunuch Qin, it's already so late. Is Grandaunt looking for me? Eunuch Qin said anxiously. Oh, yes. No. Gu Jiao asked, is it yes or no? Eunuch Qin pinched himself. Look at my mouth. I don't know how to speak when I'm anxious. It's like this, Miss Gu. The Empress Dowager got a fish bone stuck in her throat while she was eating. The imperial physicians couldn't do anything about it, so I came to find you. All right, I'll go to the palace with you now. Gu Jiao returned to the east room, took her medicine box, and left with Eunuch Qin. But before she could get into the carriage, another carriage stopped in front of the door. Eunuch Wei walked down from the carriage with an anxious expression. Miss Gu. Miss Gu. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. Eunuch Wei also came to find me? Eunuch Wei said breathlessly, His Majesty. His Majesty invites Miss Gu to Pure Flower's palace. Someone is injured. Eunuch Qin grabbed Gu Jiao's sleeve. Miss Gu, go see the Empress Dowager first. What happened to the Empress Dowager? Eunuch Wei didn't wait for Eunuch Qin's reply and grabbed Gu Jiao's other sleeve. It's a matter of life and death. Miss Gu, come with this old servant to Pure Flower's palace first. Eunuch Qin said seriously. The Empress Dowager's life is also at stake. She's already coughing up blood. The main reason was that the Empress Dowager didn't take the fish bones seriously at first and used the traditional method to swallow a few mouthfuls of rice. In the end, she didn't manage to swallow the fish bone and cut her throat instead. Gu Jiao said to Eunuch Wei, It'll be quick to remove the fish bone. I'll come over once I'm done. Eunuch Wei raised his hand. But there were no buts. Gu Jiao got into Eunuch Qin's carriage. Eunuch Qin sighed in relief. The Empress Dowager didn't dote on Miss Gu for nothing. However, someone was injured? Who was injured that made His Majesty so anxious? The two of them went to Renshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in great pain. There was something stuck in her throat, and it hurt when she swallowed. The Empress Dowager's phoenix body was a serious matter, and the imperial physicians didn't dare to blindly pry open her mouth. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had come. All the imperial physicians felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out gloves, and put them on. Then, she picked out a pair of cold tweezers. I don't want to. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tweezers and felt terrible. It'll be quick. It won't hurt at all. Gu Jiao coaxed. No, I don't want to. Empress Dowager Zhuang exploded and refused. Gu Jiao turned to look at everyone. Eunuch Qin, you can leave first. Empress Dowager Zhuang, you're not allowed to leave. Eunuch Qin coughed softly and left with the imperial physicians and servants. Empress Dowager Zhuang, am I still your Empress Dowager? What happened to being frightened by the wind? Empress Dowager Zhuang covered her mouth and jumped down from the phoenix bed. Gu Jiao chased her all over the bedroom. The two of them were playing a game of cat and mouse. Eunuch Qin looked at the figure projected on the window paper and shook his head. He couldn't bear to watch this. In the end, Gu Jiao caught up to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She covered her mouth tightly. I don't want to. Gu Jiao coaxed. All right, I won't use it. Can I just take a look? Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Then give it to me. Gu Jiao obediently gave her the tweezers. Open your mouth and let me see if I can use medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang gaped. A silver light flashed, and with a whoosh, Gu Jiao used another pair of tweezers to remove the fish bone from her body. Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Jiao said, all right, it's fine. However, your throat is broken and you need to rest for a while. Don't use your throat too much and eat a light diet. As she spoke, she said to the door, Eunuch Qin, come in. Eunuch Qin happily walked into the bedroom. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly glared at a certain person. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck and hid behind Gu Jiao. On the other side, Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace alone. He was the only one with the emperor, so he couldn't help but become angry. What happened? Where's the little divine doctor? Didn't we tell you to invite her here no matter what? Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly. This servant went to invite her. But the little divine doctor, the emperor coldly said, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't stutter. Eunuch Wei steeled his heart and said, the Empress Dowager is also sick. The little divine doctor was called away by Eunuch Qin. The emperor laughed mockingly. He slammed his fist on the table and sneered, didn't she recover from her cold long ago? When we went to give her the protective talisman, she was still hale and hearty. How did she become sick so quickly that she needed to call a doctor? Are there no imperial physicians in the palace? Eunuch Wei thought for a moment. I heard it was an accident. A fishbone got stuck. The emperor's smile became even more mocking. Last time, she was so sick that she couldn't bear to tell the little divine doctor. Now, she called the little divine doctor to the palace for a mere fishbone. Do you think she did it on purpose? Does she know? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. The emperor clenched his fists. Fine, since she did it once, then don't blame us for returning the favor. Your Majesty, Miss Gu has arrived. The eunuch outside the door reported. The emperor gave Eunuch Wei a look. Eunuch Wei understood and personally went to Pure Flower's palace to welcome Gu Jiao in. Gu Jiao only knew that someone in Pure Flower's palace was injured, but she didn't know who it was. It wasn't until she entered the side hall of Pure Flower's palace that she realized that the person who needed her treatment was Grand Concubine Jing. Gu Jiao didn't ask why Grand Concubine Jing, who was supposed to be staying in the nunnery, had appeared in the emperor's sleeping quarters. Moreover, it seemed that Runshou Palace didn't know about this. Otherwise, Eunuch Qin wouldn't have grumbled all the way here. Gu Jiao looked at the unconscious Grand Concubine Jing. Oh, husband only said not to go to the nunnery in the future. He didn't say that she couldn't go to Pure Flower's palace. To round it off, he was allowed to make a house call today. Gu Jiao placed the medicine box on the table and began to examine Grand Concubine Jing's injuries. What's wrong with her? Gu Jiao asked. The emperor looked at Grand Concubine Jing and said with heartache, Mother fell. She went to pick some fruit for us and accidentally rolled down the stairs. There was a small orchard behind the nunnery. It was filled with seasonal fruits. Grand Concubine Jing would pick some of the fruits and have them sent to the emperor's palace every season. The emperor took the initiative to talk about the reason Grand Concubine Jing had entered the palace. We went to visit Mother today and heard this bad news as soon as we returned. We couldn't feel at ease, so we ordered people to bring Mother back to the palace to recuperate. Her injuries aren't serious, Gu Jiao said. The emperor's gaze deepened. But we're worried that something else might happen to her. It wasn't easy to guess. Was he saying that Grand Concubine Jing was prone to accidents due to her old age, or that there was someone secretly plotting against her and creating accidents for her? Gu Jiao didn't ask, either. Grand Concubine Jing's right elbow, left palm, and right thigh and knee had various degrees of abrasions. There was also a slight fever. So the diagnosis was that she had caught a cold recently. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription and had Eunuch Wei go get the medicine. Brew one medicine a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, and take it after meals. As for her injuries, just apply some of the medicine from the Imperial Physician Bureau. It doesn't matter if you don't apply it. Gu Jiao was about to pack up and leave when the emperor suddenly smiled bitterly. We thought we were keeping it a secret. In the end, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated the spy from Renshou Palace. Gu Jiao paused. The Empress Dowager doesn't know. Heh, the emperor sneered. Why would she feign illness at a time like this? Fortunately, Mother Jing's injuries aren't serious. What if they were? With this delay, concubine Jing's mother might even lose her life. To think that he had been moved by her taking care of him for an entire night. But now, it seemed that it was just a tactic she used to win people over. She was still as stubborn as ever. The Empress Dowager isn't feigning illness. Gu Jiao pointed at Grand Concubine Jing on the bed. The Empress Dowager's condition is more serious than hers. If she's feigning illness, why isn't she the one feigning illness? Gu Jiao wasn't questioning Grand Concubine Jing, but merely providing evidence to refute the emperor. The emperor became agitated. How could Mother Jing be feigning illness? She's injured to this extent. You saw it with your own eyes. How could it be fake? Gu Jiao wasn't intimidated by the emperor's anger. She stared at him and said stubbornly, I saw the Empress Dowager with my own eyes as well. The emperor's gaze turned even colder. The entire side chamber fell silent. Eunuch Wei, who was serving on the side, held his breath and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Miss Gu was too bold. Wasn't she afraid of being punished by His Majesty for speaking like this? The emperor was indeed so angered by Gu Jiao that he almost questioned Gu Jiao, but he managed to restrain himself in the end. He turned around and said coldly, Withdraw. Don't appear in front of us for the next few days. Gu Jiao said indifferently, That's perfect. I was also planning to tell His Majesty that I won't be coming to Pure Flowers Palace in the future. If anyone in Pure Flowers Palace is sick, please go find a physician or imperial physician yourself. Don't come find me. The emperor abruptly turned around to look at her. You. Humph. Gu Jiao closed the lid of the medicine box and left with the medicine box without looking back. The emperor was so angry that his face turned green. He watched a certain someone's small figure leave and said angrily, Even the crown prince hasn't acted so impudently in front of us. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and walked back with the medicine box in her arms. The emperor's lips curved. Now you know the might of the emperor, right? Forget it. He didn't really want to punish her. If she obediently gave in, he'd magnanimously forgive her this time. Gu Jiao stretched out a hand. What? The emperor was stunned. The consultation fee, Gu Jiao said with a cold expression. Does the emperor not need to pay for the consultation? The emperor, who almost choked to death. Gu Jiao left expressionlessly after taking the 50 taels of silver. Grand Concubine Jing slowly woke up and sucked in a cold breath, probably from the pain all over her body. The emperor sensed the movement and quickly walked over to sit by the bed. Mother. Grand Concubine Jing pressed her groggy head. It was so noisy just now. Did someone offend His Majesty? Eunuch Wei glanced at the emperor nervously. The emperor tucked in Grand Concubine Jing's blankets and said, No, Mother must have misheard. No one offended us. Just now, us was discussing Mother's condition with the physician. It's us fault for disturbing Mother. Eunuch Wei's expression relaxed. His Majesty still doted on the little divine doctor. Chapter 329. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Old Concubine Jing shook her head weakly. All right, I'm fine now. I should go back. Your Majesty, please don't bring me into the palace for no reason in the future. Since I've already become a monk, I will stay in the nunnery for the rest of my life to accompany the Buddha. The emperor said, If Imperial Concubine Mother wants to worship Buddha, it doesn't matter where. We will build a nunnery for Imperial Concubine Mother in the palace. In the future, Imperial Concubine Mother can worship Buddha in the palace. This will make it easier for us to take care of Imperial Concubine Mother. Old concubine Jing's expression changed slightly. She grabbed the emperor's hand and said seriously, "You absolutely cannot do this." The emperor patted the back of her hand. "We have already made up our mind. Before moving into the nunnery, Imperial Concubine Mother will stay in Pure Flowers Palace. No one can harm Imperial Concubine Mother, not even that person from Renshou Palace." Honger. Old Concubine Jing called him by his name in her anxiety. This was actually a big taboo. In the palace, the only person who had the right to call him by his name was Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor naturally didn't mind this. He and Old Concubine Jing were very close. In his heart, Old Concubine Jing was no different from his birth mother. No matter what the rules were, he was still Old Concubine Jing's son. Old Concubine Jing definitely had the right to call him Hong-er. He held Old Concubine Jing's hand and said seriously, "We should have brought Imperial Concubine Mother back long ago. We have endured time and time again in exchange for Renshou Palace getting worse. Now, Renshou Palace is brazenly framing Imperial Concubine Mother. Since Imperial Concubine Mother is no longer safe outside the palace, we might as well move in openly. We will protect Imperial Concubine Mother even if we have to risk our lives." At morning court the next day, the emperor announced two important matters. One was the marriage between Zhuang Yuhong and Gu Jinyu, the daughter of the Marquis of Ding An's household. The other was that Imperial Concubine Jing would be brought back to the palace and renovated a nunnery for her alone. Gu Jinyu clearly wasn't a match for Zhuang Yuhong, and Grand Concubine Jing's return to the palace was clearly against the rules of etiquette. The court instantly exploded. Grand Tutor Zhuang was very angry. He really did not expect His Majesty to appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuhong and Gu Jinyu. Even if he used his heels, he could guess that it was that old fellow, Gu Chao, who had gone to the emperor to ask for grace. Gu Chao is really shameless. He actually dared to report this matter to the emperor. Grand Tutor Zhuang was flustered. From the Marquis's point of view, shouldn't it be Grand Tutor Zhuang who should be ashamed? The one who did the wrong thing was Princeton, not Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was just a victim. The old Marquis was stubborn and pedantic in certain respects, but in such matters he was more open-minded and penetrating than most people. If it was someone else, and their young lady's reputation was ruined and she could no longer get married, they would only wish that the other party would accept their young lady, even if it was to be a concubine. However, the old Marquis refused. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. The victim should seek justice, and the perpetrator should pay the price. Grand Tutor Zhuang stepped out of the ranks and said seriously, "Reporting to Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely inappropriate. Your Majesty, please take back the decree." The emperor sat on the dragon throne and said with a dignified gaze, "What is Grand Tutor Zhuang saying is inappropriate? Is it inappropriate to appoint a marriage for your grandson? Or is it inappropriate to renovate the nunnery for Concubine Jing in the palace?" Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at where Empress Dowager Zhuang was listening to the state affairs from behind the curtain. He gathered his courage and said, "May I ask if Your Majesty has something to discuss with the Empress Dowager?" The emperor smiled faintly and said mockingly, "Jean even has to report to the Empress Dowager about such trivial matters as appointing a marriage and renovating a nunnery. Jean actually doesn't know when the country of Great Zhao changed its surname to Zhuang?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed, and he knelt down with the ceremonial tablet. "This official definitely does not have such intentions. Your Majesty, please understand." The officials all had different expressions. Even though this was the truth and half of Zhao country was in the hands of Empress Dowager Zhuang, everyone was well aware of this and would not truly expose the truth. The emperor had completely pulled down the last fig leaf of the imperial family. What did he want to do? Completely fall out with Empress Dowager Zhuang? The civil and military officials stood in the solemn throne room. Suddenly, they had a feeling that a storm was coming. The emperor smiled very casually and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting slightly above him. His gaze passed through the beaded curtain and fell on the figure of the Empress Dowager. "So, without discussing it with Imperial Mother, I don't even have the right to appoint a marriage and renovate a nunnery. Does Imperial Mother also think this way?" Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him and just sat there calmly. The emperor laughed, but it wasn't that she had to answer. The emperor turned to look at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was kneeling in the hall, and his smile gradually froze. Grand Tutor Zhuang knows why Zhan would appoint a marriage between Zhuang Yuheng and Miss Gu. Or does Grand Tutor Zhuang not mind if Zhan announces the marriage to the public? Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. If it was announced to the public, wouldn't it let the civil and military officials and the whole world know that Zhuang Yuheng had lost his virtue? At that time, Zhuang Yuheng's nearly 20 years of good reputation would be destroyed. Not everyone could stand at the peak of power with a bad reputation. Only Marquis Xianping was an exception in the 6 countries. Zhuang Yuheng still cared about his reputation, or rather, the Zhuang family cared about their reputation. The emperor hadn't said anything, but the civil and military officials had already begun to whisper. Even Grand Tutor Zhuang felt that the way they looked at him had changed. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't dare to object. He kowtowed and said in pain and humiliation, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." After the court was dismissed, Grand Tutor Zhuang stopped Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. He walked to the front of the carriage and stared at Empress Dowager Zhuang behind the gauze curtain. Why didn't Empress Dowager stop His Majesty? Is Empress Dowager going to watch Heng or marry Gu Jinyu, that woman with a bad reputation? In comparison, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have to worry about whether old concubine Jing would return to the palace. She was just an old concubine without power and influence. The situation was set, and she couldn't be made another Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression was uncertain. Eunuch Qin bowed slightly to Grand Tutor Zhuang. "Let's go." Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage left. When they returned to Renshou Palace, the carriage landed steadily. Eunuch Qin stretched out his arm. Empress Dowager Zhuang held his arm and walked down the carriage. He helped Empress Dowager Zhuang walk to her bedroom. As they walked, he said, "Is Empress Dowager giving the Zhuang family a warning? I remember that Empress Dowager once said to Grand Tutor that the world belongs to the Qin family, and the country belongs to the Qin family. Today's events have finally allowed Grand Tutor Zhuang to personally experience this." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted coldly. Eunuch Qin was stunned. He was familiar with Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone. She was clearly mocking him. He widened his eyes. "Isn't it? Then why didn't you say anything?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, "Jiao Jiao told me not to use my voice." Eunuch Qin was speechless. That's it? That's it. The marriage between Gu Jinyu and Prince An quickly spread. In less than a day, everyone knew that she was going to marry Prince An. Is she going to be a concubine? Or a secondary consort? Neither. I heard that she's going to be the official consort. In the future, she'll be carried back to the Zhuang family by 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts. The students of the girls' school were stunned. Of course, they were also jealous. Gu Jinyu's reputation in the capital was not bad. But later, she made mistakes one after another. First, her identity was exposed. Then, she was greedy for credit. She messed with the bellows, causing many workers in the Ministry of Works to be injured. There were even people who said that she did not invent the bellows. She claimed credit for someone else. In short, her reputation was terrible. She had not come to the girls' school for a few months. Everyone guessed that she was too ashamed to come out. But they did not expect that the next time they heard news of her was that she was going to marry Prince An as his consort. Before the appearance of the new top scorer, Prince An was the dream lover of all the girls in the capital. He was still the dream lover. After all, the new top scorer was already taken, but Prince An was theirs. Whoever Prince An married as his consort was destined to become the public enemy of all the daughters in the capital. And Gu Jinyu made everyone hate her to the max. How could a woman with such a bad moral character be worthy of royal Prince An, who was a noble and talented man? The heavens must be blind. But no matter how much they scolded Gu Jinyu was still a woman they could not be jealous of. The news soon reached Marquis Ding and Fu. At Ding and Fu, Marquis Gu, who had been ordered to build a residence for Empress Dowager Zhuang, finally welcomed his first break. He had been at the construction site for the past few days, supervising day and night. He had lost a layer of skin from the sun and had lost a lot of weight. He first returned to the Fu, planning to pay respects to the old Marquis and old Madame Gu. Then, he went to Jade Water Alley to visit Yao Shi and his son. In the end, he heard old Madame Gu say that Gu Jinyu's marriage had been decided. The other party was Prince, and old Madame Gu had told him that the old Marquis was not in the fu. Marquis Gu's first reaction was shock. After all, whether it was from the perspective of a well-matched family or from the perspective of a battle between factions, the two families were not very compatible. His second reaction was pleasant surprise, because whether it was appearance, character, or family background, there were not many in the capital who were more outstanding than Prince An. If his daughter could really marry him, then it would be a perfect marriage. As for the battle between factions, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Perhaps after Prince An inherited the Zhuang family, he would be willing to join the emperor's camp for his daughter's sake. His Jinyu was so gentle and virtuous. There was probably no man in the world who would be willing to harm her. Marquis Gu immediately went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. "Father, you've gotten thinner," Gu Jinyu said with heartache. "Was it very tiring to supervise the construction of the residence?" Marquis Gu rubbed his sore shoulders and sighed. "It was a bit tiring, but if it can be completed, it will be a great achievement." Gu Jinyu asked curiously, "Who is the Empress Dowager building a residence for? Why did she mobilize so many people? Half of the Ministry of Works has been called over." Marquis Gu said in deep thought, "I heard that it was built for the second miss of the Zhuang family. The garden inside is really beautiful and the scenery is unique. I've lived in the capital for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful place. I just don't know why the courtyard was built to imitate the layout of the residence in Jade Water Lane." Jade Water Lane? Gu Jinyu did not understand. Marquis Gu waved his hand and smiled. "All right, let's not talk about this. I heard from your grandmother that the emperor has bestowed a marriage between you and Prince An. When you marry into the Zhuang family, you will have the opportunity to walk around that residence. Speaking of which, that residence wouldn't be the prince residence that the Empress Dowager built for Prince An, right? To make it easier for him to move out after the wedding and live alone? If that's really the case, then Jinyu, you're too lucky." Gu Jinyu's face flushed slightly. It's too early to say." Marquis Gu laughed heartily. "That's true. The marriage has just been bestowed, and you still have to leave with the 3 letters and 6 rights. There's no rush." Marquis Gu smiled and said with satisfaction, "No matter what, I congratulate you on finding the right man. It's all thanks to grandfather." Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said shyly. Marquis Gu only thought that his old master had taken a fancy to Prince An as his grandson-in-law and did not think too much about it. He held Gu Jinyu's hand and could not hide his joy. "I'll make a trip to Jade Water Lane and tell your mother and younger brother this good news so that they can be happy for you." Gu Jinyu smiled and nodded. Marquis Gu went to Jade Water Lane. He was in high spirits the whole way. From today onwards, he was the prince's father-in-law. Just thinking about it made him feel so glorious. Jinyu really made him proud. Unlike that brat who had married a poor boy from the countryside and refused to divorce him. Although he was lucky enough to be the top scorer, he was still worlds apart from Prince An. When he arrived at Jade Water Lane, Gu Jiao and Gu Yin were playing with the newly made swing in the front yard. It was originally made for little Jing Kong, but Gu Yin had broken it just now. Gu Yin quickly called his sister to save the scene. Otherwise, the little monk would cry loudly. The siblings had a tacit understanding, and the scene was rather heartwarming. Marquis Gu admired it for a while before taking big strides over. "Yin'er, father is here." His gaze fell on Gu Jiao, and he called out, "Jiao Jiao," with great reluctance. The siblings glanced at him and continued to fix the swing. Marquis Gu looked at himself, and then at his feet. He had come in, right? He was in a good mood today, and did not argue with the 2 little fellows. He walked over in high spirits and rubbed Gu Yan's head. "You've grown taller. Don't touch me." Gu Yan frowned and moved his hand away. Marquis Gu did not mind and smiled. "I'm here to see you and have good news to tell you. Jinyu is getting married and Yin-er is going to have a second brother-in-law soon. That brother-in-law is not someone a poor scholar from the countryside can compare to." Gu Yin said coldly, "I only have one brother-in-law. You say that because you don't know who your second brother-in-law is. When I tell you his identity, you'll want him to be your brother-in-law as soon as possible." Marquis Gu paused. took a deep breath, and said with pride, "He is Commandery Prince and how is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Marquis Gu raised his head and laughed loudly. He turned to look at the twins, but they had already walked far away. One went to the east room, and the other went to the central room. Marquis Gu, who had been treated like heir, Empress Dowager Zhuang's throat was injured, so Gu Jiao went to the palace to visit her in the afternoon. When she passed by the imperial garden, Gu Jiao bumped into the emperor, who had come from Pure Flowers Palace. The emperor's eyes lit up when he saw her. They had argued yesterday, but he selfishly felt that they should make up today. Who would have thought that Gu Jiao would turn her head and walk away with a cold expression on her face? The emperor, Grand Concubine Jing, who was being helped out by Eunuch Wei, saw this scene and asked softly, "Was that Miss Gu?" "Ah, yes." Eunuch Wei nodded. Eunuch Wei had made a fool of himself in front of Gu Jiao because Gu Jiao was also there when he went to visit Grand Concubine Jing. He could no longer hide his identity as a eunuch, and his identity as the emperor was exposed. In any case, Grand Concubine Jing had seen Gu Jiao before, so it wasn't strange for her to recognize her. Grand Concubine Jing thought of something and asked, "Was the physician who came to the palace to treat me last night Miss Gu?" "Ah, yes." Eunuch Wei nodded with an embarrassed smile. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before smiling. His Majesty really dotes on Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei smiled. Miss Gu's medical skills are excellent and she's smart. His Majesty does indeed think highly of her. He used the word think highly of her, implying that there was no romantic relationship between men and women. At this time, the emperor walked over dejectedly like a defeated rooster. He adjusted his expression when he saw Grand Concubine Jing and said calmly, "I'll accompany Imperial Mother to sit in the pavilion for a while." The mother and son sat down in the pavilion, and Eunuch Wei served them tea and snacks. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the emperor, who was frowning, and said in amusement, "The last time I saw your Majesty get the cold shoulder was when Ning'an was in the palace. I remember that Ning'an practiced her calligraphy for an entire afternoon and showed it off to your Majesty, but your Majesty mocked her for being ugly. Ning'an ran to my place and ignored your Majesty for several days." That was when the emperor had just ascended the throne. Grand Concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery. Princess Ning'an was still in the main harem. There weren't many people who dared to give the emperor such a hard time. Grand Concubine Jing pointed at the left side of her face. "Your Majesty, do you remember that Ning'an was naughty when she was young? She climbed a tree to pick peaches and ended up falling down. The left side of her face was broken and left behind a small scar. The scar has faded by the time she grew up, but girls like to look pretty, so she always put a flower on it. It's red and looks like a begonia. The birthmark on Miss Gu's left face is similar to Ning'an's flower. I think of Ning'an every time I see her." The emperor was stunned. The emperor hadn't thought of Ning'an when he saw Gu Jiao, but after Grand Concubine Jing's words, he felt that there were some similarities between the two. Could it be that he liked the little miracle doctor so much because he thought of her as Ning'an's substitute? Chapter 330. Gu Jiao entered Renshou Palace by showing her face. All the masters and servants of Renshou Palace knew her and knew that she was Empress Dowager Zhuang's favorite, so no one dared to stop her. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone this afternoon, Noble Consort Zhuang was not so lucky. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Renshou Palace, she was stopped by the guards. Noble Consort Zhuang said, "Go and pass the message. I have something urgent to see Empress Dowager Zhuang." The guard replied, "Sorry, Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered that she would not see anyone." Noble Consort Zhuang frowned, "But I saw someone go in just now." That was Miss Gu. She went to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang. The guard finally knew not to make Gu Jiao hate him. Noble Consort Zhuang was relieved when she heard that it was for treatment. But the next moment, she asked worriedly, "Is Empress Dowager Zhuang sick?" The guard said, "Empress Dowager Zhuang was slightly unwell yesterday and invited Miss Gu to the palace to treat Empress Dowager Zhuang. Today, Miss Gu came to check on Empress Dowager Zhuang." Noble Consort Zhuang thought for a moment. "Then I have to go in and visit Empress Dowager Zhuang." "This," Noble Consort Zhuang said, I won't embarrass you. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't let you disturb her, but Miss Gu didn't say this. Go and invite Miss Gu. Yes. The guard looked at the little palace maid on the side. The little palace maid understood and quickly caught up with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was talking to eunuch Qin in the small garden in front of the hall. The little palace maid said, Miss Gu, eunuch Qin, noble consort Zhuang is here. She wants to see Miss Gu. Eunuch Qin was a shrewd person. Noble consort Zhuang and Gu Jiao were not familiar with each other. She wanted to see her and hoped that Gu Jiao could pass the message to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang is reading the memorial. We dare not disturb her. Oh, then I'll wait too. Gu Jiao didn't want to be special. Good. Eunuch Qin smiled and took Gu Jiao to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. In fact, with the Empress Dowager's love for Miss Gu, she wouldn't mind Miss Gu's disturbance at all. In fact, Miss Gu could even find some time to have some fun during the boring days of official business. However, Miss Gu had never become arrogant because she was pampered. She had her own limits and limits. She was good to the Empress Dowager, not to get the Empress Dowager's favor, but because she sincerely hoped that the Empress Dowager could live a good life. Eunuch Qin went to the gate of Runshou Palace to see noble consort Zhuang and said politely, Miss Gu is also waiting for the Empress Dowager to summon her. At this point, noble consort Zhuang couldn't say anything more. Fortunately, there weren't many memorials today, so Empress Dowager Zhuang left the study soon. Eunuch Qin reported, Empress Dowager, Miss Gu and the imperial consort are here. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, let her in. This was referring to noble consort Zhuang. She understood the rules that she had set. Zhao Jiao could enter, but outsiders could not.
Yes.
Eunuch Qin led noble consort Zhuang into the Empress Dowager's bedroom. Gu Jiao had just finished examining Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her throat had recovered well, but she seemed to have a little heat stroke because of the hot weather. Gu Jiao took ginger slices and sesame oil to scrape her arm. Noble consort Zhuang respectfully bowed and said, Empress Dowager, speak. What's the matter? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked faintly. Her throat was injured, so it still hurt when she used it. Eunuch Qin had already left with the palace people. There were only 3 of them left in the huge bedroom. Noble consort Zhuang glanced at Gu Jiao, who was scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin. She understood that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't mean to avoid Gu Jiao. She lowered her eyes and said softly, Empress Dowager, do you really not care about Hong Er's marriage? How can Hong Er marry? She looked at Gu Jiao again and chose her words carefully. She omitted the unfriendly words and directly said, Gu Jinyu? She is only the adopted daughter of Marquis Ding An's Fu. Her status is lowly and her morals are lacking. Marrying her will implicate Hong Er and make him the laughingstock of the capital. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her faintly, as if indicating for her to continue. Noble consort Zhuang's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Jiao and said, What's more, Gu Jinyu stole Miss Gu's credit. It's unfair to Miss Gu to praise her like this. Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a deep voice, Don't use others as a raft. Noble consort Zhuang hesitated and said, Yes. Gu Jiao continued to scrape and had no intention of participating in the conversation. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang, she didn't react much to noble consort Zhuang's complaints. Noble consort Zhuang couldn't help but feel anxious. This situation was different from what she had imagined. The Empress Dowager had a heart of stone, but she loved Zhuang Yuheng. She didn't agree to sending Zhuang Yuheng to Chen country as a hostage. Now that Zhuang Yuheng had been tricked by the emperor to this extent, why was she unmoved? Noble consort Zhuang continued, Empress Dowager, Hong Er's wife must be of equal status and be of help to him. But what does Gu Jinyu have? She isn't even Marquis Ding An's flesh and blood. Could it be that Marquis Ding and Fu will side with her in the future? Moreover, I suspect that the emperor wants to plant a spy in the Zhuang family. Marquis Ding and Fu was the emperor's confidant. The emperor had Gu Jinyu marry into the Zhuang family for 2 reasons. First, it would break the Zhuang family's plans to form a strong marriage alliance with other aristocratic families. Second, it would allow the emperor to monitor the actions of royal prince and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang felt that the emperor had this plan. In reality, the emperor didn't have this plan. But just as the emperor didn't trust Empress Dowager Zhuang, noble consort Zhuang didn't trust the emperor's intentions. The Zhuang family couldn't make any mistakes, and they couldn't lose a great opportunity to form a marriage alliance with a powerful aristocratic family. The more powerful royal princein was, the more support her son, Ning Wang, would have. And noble consort Zhuang saw that reasoning wasn't effective, so she played the family card. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest. Noble consort Zhuang was extremely anxious. She simply kicked the ball to Gu Jiao. Miss Gu, what do you think? She knew that Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu didn't have a good relationship. She believed that Gu Jiao wouldn't speak up for Gu Jinyu, nor would she care about the battle between the Zhuang family and Marquis Ding and Fu. Gu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's person. Gu Jiao continued to scrape her grandaunt's skin. She paused and said, "This is Royal Prince Anne's marriage. Shouldn't it be up to him to decide? When the emperor bestowed the marriage, did you ask him if he would accept it? Is noble consort Nyang representing his own wishes?" Noble consort Zhuang was immediately stumped. Noble consort Zhuang returned without success. After Gu Jiao finished scraping Empress Dowager Zhuang's skin, she went to prepare her own gunpowder. The space in Bai Shui Alley was limited. She didn't dare to move too freely for fear of blowing up the residence. Renshou Palace had enough empty space. It was fine even if it blew up. Eunuch Qin entered the room to serve Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her complexion was much better, and her chest was no longer stuffy. Eunuch Qin offered up freshly cut fruits and said, "Is the Empress Dowager truly ignoring Royal Prince Anne's marriage?" Empress Dowager Zhuang seemed to mock and ridicule. The emperor acted first and then reported later. He gave Ijia such a large army. How can Ijia handle Ijia? Is this country really surnamed Zhuang? Ijia's hands have been stained with blood over the years. Everyone thinks that Ijia's power came easily. Who has seen Ijia treading on thin ice? Eunuch Qin deeply agreed. Outsiders only saw the Empress Dowager calling the wind and summoning the rain. They didn't see the blood dripping from the Empress Dowager's back. Empress Dowager Zhuang lightly said, "If Zhuang Yuheng wanted to cancel the marriage, he would have come to ask Ijia himself. If he didn't say anything, it means that he has accepted." Just as she finished speaking, a loud boom came from the small lawn in the side hall. The entire Renshou Palace seemed to tremble. The two people's expressions changed. Eunuch Qin hurriedly took small steps and ran out. Miss Gu, are you all right?" A large part of the lawn was blasted bare. Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Eunuch Qin was frightened. "Miss Gu, I am here." A weak voice came from the top of Eunuch Qin's head. Eunuch Qin looked up and saw Gu Jiao's small black face and messy hair from the explosion. Her small arms and legs were drooping, like a small doll hanging soullessly from the high eaves. Gu Jiao opened her small mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Eunuch Qin was speechless. Gu Jiao was confused by the explosion. After being rescued by the palace's experts, she climbed onto her gray tant's phoenix bed and slept for the whole afternoon. When she woke up, it was close to evening. Her great-aunt asked her to stay at Renshou Palace for dinner. She thought for a moment and said, "Great-aunt, I'll make you some dates." It was mainly because she felt bad for blowing up her great-aunt's lawn today. No matter what, she had to make up for it. Dates were made with feta cheese, sun-dried red dates, and almonds. The red dates were naturally sweet and didn't need any extra sugar. The milk was fragrant, delicious, and nutritious. Red dates and almonds weren't hard to find, but the feta cheese had to be fetched from the imperial kitchen. While the chef of Renshou Palace went to fetch the feta cheese from the imperial kitchen, Gu Jiao went to the imperial garden. She planned to pick some fresh flower petals and dry them to make tea. Not long after she started picking flowers in the imperial garden, several unfamiliar palace maids came over. They also picked some fresh flowers with baskets in their hands. Gu Jiao put the basket full of flowers on the stone table, then went to pick another basket full. There seemed to be a lot of flower petals, but there wasn't much left once they were dried. Gu Jiao returned with a full load. Coincidentally, the feta cheese had also been brought over. She handed the basket to Eunuch Qin and turned to the small kitchen to make the dates. Inside Pure Flowers Palace, The palace maids were all kneeling on the ground. The emperor and grand concubine Jing were sitting on chairs. The emperor frowned at the newly selected palace maids who served grand concubine Jing and said with a displeased expression, "How are you serving grand concubine? You actually made grand concubine's jade pendant disappear." Grand concubine Jing sighed. "It's not their fault. I lost it myself. When I went to the imperial garden just now, I seemed to have heard something, but I didn't pay attention to it. It must have been then that I lost it. This servant found it, but this servant," one of the palace maids stuttered. Grand concubine Jing said gently, "Don't be afraid. Speak properly. I won't blame you." The palace maid gathered her courage and took a step forward before kowtowing. This servant picked up a jade pendant in the imperial garden. This servant didn't know that it was grand concubine who lost it, so this servant wanted to give it to manager Auntie. This servant placed the jade pendant on the table, but when this servant went to get it after picking the flowers, the jade pendant disappeared without a trace. The emperor asked in a low voice, "Why did you place the jade pendant on the table so casually?" The palace maid said fearfully that jade pendant was already broken, so this servant thought that it was worthless and wasn't anything good. Broken? The emperor looked at grand concubine Jing in surprise. Grand concubine Jing nodded bitterly and didn't say anything. Granny Kai said earnestly, 2 years ago, grand concubine fell and broke the jade pendant. A corner of it shattered and couldn't be reconnected. However, that was a memento that Princess Ningen left for grand concubine. So even though it was broken, grand concubine still wore it every day. The emperor's heart ached when he heard that grand concubine Jing had fallen. He only regretted not bringing her back to the palace earlier to take care of her. "I've made mother suffer," he said guiltily. Grand concubine Jing said, "Your Majesty is too serious. It's only a fall. There are times when one's legs are inconvenient when they're old." From what I see, Renshou Palace. The emperor wanted to say that the one in Renshou Palace had nimble legs, even nimbler than before she contracted leprosy. He also felt that it wasn't appropriate to keep mentioning the Empress Dowager. He cleared his throat and looked at the palace maids kneeling on the ground. "Apart from you, who else went to the imperial garden?" The palace maids looked at each other in dismay. Although a piece of the jade was broken, the remaining half was still priceless. It wasn't an ordinary piece of jade, but a 1,000-year-old cold jade from the Yin Kingdom. Just because the palace maid didn't know what it was didn't mean that others didn't know what it was. "Speak," the emperor said coldly. "Who took grand concubine's jade pendant?" Everyone kowtowed. It was the palace maid who had picked up the jade pendant that said, "Your Majesty, we really didn't take it. We didn't know what it was, so how could we have taken a piece?" She didn't dare to say that the jade was broken anymore. The emperor asked gravely, "Then apart from you, who else went to the imperial garden?" The palace maid thought for a moment and said, "There was a girl. I don't know which palace she was from. She didn't dress like a concubine or palace maid. There was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. She wasn't a concubine or palace maid, and she had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Who else could it be but Gu Jiao?" That was awkward. If it was an ordinary jade pendant, the emperor wouldn't have bothered to look into it. However, it was a memento that Princess Ning had left for grand concubine Jing. She was also someone that the emperor had once doted on. The emperor cared about her just as much as he cared about grand concubine Jing. Eunuch Wei glanced at the emperor with a complicated expression. Miss Gu couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. If the emperor really dared to send someone to ask her if she had picked up the jade pendant, Miss Gu would probably never talk to him again. "All right, even though I'm already angry at His Majesty." However, the nature of the matter was different. Miss Gu wasn't a person with dirty hands, but the emperor wouldn't let go of any clues. The difficult part was that once he asked, the seeds of hostility would be planted between them. Moreover, Miss Gu was now in Renshou Palace. What would the Empress Dowager think if she learned of this? She wouldn't rest until she gave the emperor a good scolding. The Empress Dowager could be wronged, but Miss Gu couldn't. Eunuch Wei silently wiped away his cold sweat. It was over. It was all over. The emperor composed himself and held grand concubine Jing's hand. The little divine doctor wouldn't pick up the jade pendant on the table. The Empress Dowager dotes on her and wishes to give her all the treasures in Renshou Palace. Although the Millennium Cold Jade given by Ning and is precious, it isn't to her liking. Ning and also gave me a Millennium Cold Jade. Since it's a memento left by Ning and I'll have someone bring it to Mother. This servant will go get it right away. Eunuch Wei didn't wait for the emperor to give him an order and left quickly, as if he was afraid that the emperor would go back on his word. The emperor said, "These little palace maids didn't do a good job and lost Mother's jade pendant. They don't have to serve Mother anymore. I'll choose some capable palace maids for Mother." Grand concubine Jing smiled. "I'm a vegetarian and pray to Buddha, so I don't need too many people by my side. Nurse Kai is enough." The emperor said, "Nurse Kai is also old, so it's inevitable that she won't be able to do as she wishes. If there were a few clever palace maids by Mother's side today, they definitely wouldn't have missed Mother's jade pendant." Gu Jiao didn't know anything about Pure Flowers Palace. She went to the small kitchen to make milk dates and fresh flower cakes. There were still quite a few fresh flowers left. The little palace maid smiled. "I'll put them in a perfume pouch for Miss to use as dried flowers." "That's fine." Gu Jiao nodded. The little palace maid found a golden threaded perfume pouch for dried flowers and stuffed all the remaining petals in the basket into it. After dinner, Gu Jiao returned to Jadewater Alley. Gu Shaoshun was scratching her head in the courtyard with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao walked up and asked. Gu Shaoshun said, "Marquis Gu fainted and hasn't woken up yet." As it turned out, after Gu Jiao went to visit her grandaunt, Marquis Gu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked his son where Yao Shi had gone. Just as he said that, he saw Yao Shi walk out of the room with a big belly. She wasn't just fat like a ball anymore. She really was carrying a ball in her stomach. There was nothing more frightening than a man coming back from a business trip to find his wife with a big belly. It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all, but Marquis Xin Ping just had to walk over and say a few words to Yao Shi with a smile. Marquis Xin Ping was the most dissolute and unruly man in the capital. When he smiled seriously, there was a trace of roguishness and wickedness to it. Marquis Gu immediately felt like the sky was falling down. Marquis Gu had always been troubled by his own looks, but he couldn't help but admit that Marquis Xin Ping was better looking than him. This wastrel only needed to hook his finger, and there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. Could it be that his Yao Yao had also fallen for his trick? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Marquis Xin Ping would appear here. Anger attacked his heart, and the top of his head turned green. Marquis Gu could no longer hold himself back. His tongue stuck out, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Gu Jiao went to Yao Shi's room and checked Marquis Gu's pulse, saying, "He's fine." Yao Shi nodded. Although this husband was quite muddle-headed at times, he was still the father of two. No, he was now her 3 children. She didn't want them to become fatherless children. But Yao Shi looked at her belly that was constantly bulging. Was the movement of the fetus this strong at 6 months? Why did it feel like this child wanted to kick his father? Chapter 331. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. At night, Gu Jiao was recording the power and drawbacks of the various hidden weapons made with black gunpowder in the room. Unknowingly, it was late at night. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Gu Jiao rubbed her sore neck and turned to look at the half-closed door. "The door is open. Come in." Xiao Lulang opened the door and walked in with a bowl of mung bean soup. He came in front of her and put the mung bean soup on the table in front of her. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl of mung bean soup that was chilled with well water and tilted her head in surprise. In the past, she was the one who brought things to him. Today, the sun rose in the west. It was his turn to bring things to her. Well, that's not right. When she had menstrual cramps, he had boiled brown sugar water for her. But today, she didn't have any cramps or menstrual cramps. She didn't understand why he was taking care of her like this. Xiao Lulang sat down across from her and said calmly, "Just now, Jing Kong was clamoring for mung bean soup, so I made a little more. I saved a bowl for you." "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" "Making mung bean soup." I don't drink it. Jiao Jiao wants to drink it. Well, okay, then I'll have a bowl too. The scene with little Jing Kong flashed through his mind. Xiao Lulang coughed softly. Gu Jiao didn't notice the slight change in his expression. She happened to be thirsty. She brought the mung bean soup over and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Oh, it's so sweet. Everything Xiao Lulang made tasted bad except for the mung bean soup. But the way she ate it was beyond his imagination. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but ask, "Is it that good?" And Gu Jiao scooped up a spoonful and fed it to him naturally. Xiao Lulang was slightly taken aback. Her eyes were magnanimous and her expression was pure, as if she didn't mean anything else. On the other hand, he was overthinking things and adding a lot of meanings that didn't exist. Xiao Yulong's throat moved. He slowly lowered his head, gently held the spoon, and drank the mung bean soup. Is it sweet? Gu Jiao asked. It's sweet. He looked at her. She didn't know if he was referring to the soup or her. I think so too. Gu Jiao took the spoon that he had drunk from and continued to eat the mung bean soup. Watching her put the spoon into her mouth, Xiao Yulong's eyes deepened. Do you want more? Gu Jiao looked at his burning eyes and pushed the mung bean soup in front of him. I really want to eat. Halfway through his sentence, Xiao Lulang suddenly came back to his senses. He must have been possessed. What did he almost say just now? Fortunately, he stopped himself. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Do you want to eat me more? Cough, cough. Xiao Lulang choked. His face turned red. He didn't know if it was from choking or embarrassment. Speaking of which, is it really okay for my wife to be so direct? Oh. Gu Jiao brought the bowl back and scooped up a spoonful of mung bean soup. It's not impossible. Xiao Yulong's eyes trembled. But this body is still too small. You have to wait for me to grow up. She said it very seriously. Then, as if she was afraid that he would lose his patience, she added, I'm very tasty. Xiao Yulong's brain exploded. It was as if fireworks had suddenly bloomed in the night sky. His heart thumped, and he couldn't even breathe. This is too much. Does this girl know what she is saying? Of course, Gu Jiao knew. But she didn't have to pay for flirting, right? After flirting, a certain someone went to eat the mung bean soup heartlessly. Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao slurped her soup. Halfway through, she suddenly looked up. My herbs, keep them. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He decided that he would never talk nonsense with this girl again. It was fine after flirting. She was fine. But he felt uncomfortable. Oh. Gu Jiao continued eating. The swing from Jing Kong, it's fixed, Xiao Lulang said again. Gu Jiao. The box from Jing Kong, Xiao Lulang. Packed. Gu Jiao. The basket from Auntie Lu's house, Xiao Lulang. It's over. Gu Jiao. The salted duck eggs that Master Zhao wanted, Xiao Lulang nodded. Give it to him. She had forgotten to tell Ya and Nanny Fong about these things. She didn't expect him to be so attentive. He had been paying attention and had quietly taken care of everything. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. Her eyes were bright, as if there were thousands of stars in them. Husband, you're so nice. You're also very nice. Xiao Lulang silently said in his heart. Gu Jiao continued eating her mung bean soup. Xiao Yulong's gaze fell on a large embroidered bag wrapped in golden silk on the table and asked, What's this? Gu Jiao said, Flower petals. I picked them from the imperial garden and used them to make fresh flower cakes. I brought some back to make dried flowers. Xiao Lulang had seen her make dried flowers before, so he more or less knew the process. He said, I'll go get a sieve. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang got up and went out. Gu Jiao was used to being alone, but it didn't feel bad to have someone to do things with. Xiao Lulang brought the sieve over, opened the embroidered bag, and poured out the flower petals inside. Suddenly, he heard a clatter and something obviously heavy fell out. Xiao Lulang looked at the jade pendant that suddenly appeared in the pile of flower petals and asked in confusion, What's this? He was about to ask if this was the jade pendant that Grandaunt gave her, but when he spoke, he found that the jade pendant was incomplete. Grandaunt wouldn't give such a thing to Gu Jiao, even if it was a piece of thousand-year-old cold jade that was priceless. Gu Jiao didn't recognize thousand-year-old cold jade. She only felt that this jade pendant was very exquisite, but unfortunately, it was missing a corner. She shook her head. Grandaunt didn't say that she would give me something, so I don't know where it came from. Maybe it was accidentally put in this embroidered bag. Accidentally? A piece of thousand-year-old cold jade was accidentally put in an embroidered bag? This was not impossible. After all, Renshou Palace was rich and overbearing. Xiao Lulang paused. Did you put these flower petals in by yourself? No. Gu Jiao shook her head and said, It's Fei Chui. Who is Fei Chui? Xiao Lulang asked. He didn't go to Renshou Palace many times, so he wasn't familiar with it. Gu Jiao made an O sound and said, She's a little palace maid in Renshou Palace. She's quick and clever. She serves Grandaunt and is mainly responsible for taking care of Empress Dowager Zhuang's jewelry and clothes. I don't know if she accidentally put Grandaunt's things in the embroidered bag. I'll return it to her next time. No, I'll go. Xiao Lulang touched the piece of thousand-year-old cold jade and said calmly, Tomorrow, I'll go to the palace to give a lecture to the crown prince. Gu Jiao said, Okay. The next day, Xiao Lulang went to the palace to teach mathematics to the crown prince. He didn't make things difficult for the crown prince today. When the time came, he let the crown prince out of school. The crown prince was puzzled. Why was this guy so kind? He didn't want him to stay? What medicine are you selling in the gourd? The crown prince asked coldly. Xiao Lulang took out a stack of papers from the teaching materials and handed it to the crown prince. If your royal highness thinks that I'm too good to you, then finish these questions. I'll come to check next time. The crown prince looked at the dozens of pages of questions that suddenly appeared and the corners of his mouth twitched. Why did he have to ask? Xiao Lulang went to Renshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was reading the memorial. Eunuch Qin invited Xiao Lulang in and asked, Do you want me to pass the message? No, I'm just bringing some food for the Empress Dowager. Xiao Lulang said and handed the prepared food box to Eunuch Qin. These are dates from Jing Kong. He asked me to bring them to Grandaunt no matter what. At this time, little Jing Kong, who was in class at the Imperial College, didn't know that he was being used as a tool again. Eunuch Qin took the food box with a smile. Jing Kong is very thoughtful. Xiao Lulang asked naturally, By the way, Eunuch Qin, does Renshou Palace have the Millennium Cold Jade? Can I take a look at it? What's so difficult about that? Xiao Xiozhua is not an outsider. I'll ask someone to get it. Eunuch Qin invited Xiao Lulang to sit in the pavilion and asked someone to go to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom to get the jade pendant. Xiao Lulang, please take a look. Eunuch Qin personally presented the jade pendant to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang took the jade pendant and caressed the patterns and texture of the jade pendant. As expected of a top-notch jade, even on a scorching summer day, it still feels cold to the touch. I wonder where this jade came from? Who gave it to you? Eunuch Qin answered with a smile. The prince consort gave it to Princess Ning and he gave her a whole piece of jade. Princess Ning and had someone carve the jade into 3 pieces. She gave one to the Empress Dowager, one to His Majesty, and the last one to concubine Dowager Jing. Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and asked, Is there no 4th piece? Eunuch Qin shook his head with a smile. No, there's no more in the palace. I can't say for sure about the outside, but it should be difficult to find one. The Millennium Cold Jade is a rare treasure. The prince consort went through a lot of trouble to get it. If it wasn't so precious, he wouldn't have given it to Princess Ningen. Why is Xiao Xiozhua suddenly so curious about the Millennium Cold Jade? Oh, I saw it in a book and became curious. Xiao Lulang returned his grandaunt's jade pendant to Eunuch Qin. Since it was a gift from Princess Ning, please take good care of it. Eunuch Qin took the jade pendant, wrapped it in a silk handkerchief, and put it back in the box. Of course, the Empress Dowager is reluctant to wear such a precious item on her body. She has the servants store it in a secret compartment and takes it out to wipe it every day. In fact, if it wasn't a gift from Princess Ning, the Empress Dowager would have given it to Xiao Xiozhua without hesitation. What Eunuch Qin didn't know was that Xiao Heng once had a piece of Millennium Cold Jade. It was given to him by his mother, Princess Xinyang. However, he was no longer Xiao Heng. so that piece of Millennium Cold Jade was no longer in his hands. At this point, it was certain that this broken jade pendant didn't belong to Renshou Palace. However, how did it get into Gu Jiao's embroidered pouch? He would have to ask the palace maid named Feitsue. Xiao Lulang was thinking about how to call Feitsue over without raising suspicion when he heard eunuch Qin say, "Feitsue, come here and put the jade pendant back." Yes. A palace maid dressed in pink walked forward and took the brocade box from eunuch Qin with both hands. "You, pour a pot of tea," Xiao Lulang said to Feitsue. Feitsue froze for a moment. Eunuch Qin only thought that Xiao Lulang was casually ordering a palace maid around, so he didn't suspect anything. "If I tell you to go, then go." "Yes," Feitsue responded and turned to leave. Xiao Lulang said, "Eunuch Qin, you can go to your work. I'll sit by myself." Eunuch Qin said, "Okay, then this servant will go and tidy up the internal affairs." Not long after Eunuch Qin left, Feitsue came over with a pot of tea. "Lord Xiao, please have some tea." Xiao Lulang looked at her and took out the jade pendant in his hand. "Do you recognize this?" I recognize it. I recognize it." Feitsue carefully examined it, then said, "It's Miss Gu's jade pendant." "Her jade pendant?" Xiao Lulang frowned. Feitsue nodded. "That's right. Yesterday, I packed Miss Gu's unfinished flower petals. This jade pendant was lying in her basket." Xiao Lulang looked at her without blinking, making sure that she wasn't lying. This jade pendant wasn't placed in Renshou Palace by someone. Someone had placed it in Gu Jiao's basket before they entered Renshou Palace. Where could it have been placed? Was it the Imperial Garden where Gu Jiao went to pick flowers? Xiao Lulang went to the Imperial Garden, but didn't find any clues. He turned around and went to Pure Flowers Palace. "Lord Xiao, are you here to see His Majesty?" the eunuch at the door asked. "No, I'm here to find Eunuch Wei," Xiao Lulang said. "Please wait a moment, Lord Xiao." The eunuch went inside to report to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei walked out with a horsetail whisk and said with a smile, "Oh, what wind blew Xiao Xiuzhua here?" His smile froze and he whispered, "Is the Crown Prince not paying attention in class again?" Xiao Lulang politely said, "That's not the case. The Crown Prince's studies have improved, so he's always paying attention in class." Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh. That's good, that's good. I'm sure His Majesty will feel more at ease with the Crown Prince after hearing this." Then why is Xiao Xiuzhua here?" "I passed by the Imperial Garden just now and picked up a jade pendant." Xiao Lulang handed the broken jade pendant to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the jade pendant. "I finally found it. I knew it. There's no way Miss Gu picked it up. Why is Eunuch Wei like this?" Xiao Lulang asked. Eunuch Wei sighed. "Xiao Xiuzhua probably doesn't know this, but this is the jade pendant that Princess Ning'an gave to Imperial concubine Jing back then. Imperial concubine Jing has returned to the palace and is currently staying in Pure Flowers Palace. Yesterday, she lost her jade pendant in the Imperial Garden, and Miss Gu happened to be there at the same time. His Majesty trusted Miss Gu and didn't send anyone to interrogate her. Instead, he took out his jade pendant and gave it to Imperial concubine Jing." He smiled as he spoke. His Majesty's jade pendant was also given to him by Princess Ning'an, and he treasures it very much. Now that Imperial concubine Jing's jade pendant has been found, this servant can go and retrieve His Majesty's jade pendant. A meaningful look flashed through Xiao Lulang's eyes. Eunuch Wei is saying that this jade pendant belongs to Imperial concubine Jing? Yes. Eunuch Wei nodded. Speak of the devil. Imperial concubine Jing left the palace for a stroll with Mama Kai's help. She was still wearing her nun's clothes and hat. Her face was haggard, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, but her bearing was calm and kind. She immediately saw Eunuch Wei and Xiao Lulang at the door. Xiao Lulang also looked at her. Their eyes met, and the surroundings seemed to fall silent. Xiao Lulang's eyes were deep and calm, like a bottomless pool under the moonlight. Imperial concubine Jing had moved to the nunnery before Xiao Lulang was born, so this was the first time he saw her. He could confirm her identity because there was no other person in the palace dressed like her. Xiao Lulang calmly cupped his hands, then turned to leave Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei walked over with the jade pendant in hand. Esteemed imperial concubine, your jade pendant has been found. Xiao Xiuzhua found it in the imperial garden. Imperial concubine Jing looked at Xiao Liulang's back. Xiao Xiuzhua? After Xiao Lulang left the palace, he first went to Hanlin Academy for half a day's duty. He didn't immediately return to Jade Water Alley, but instead went to the directorate's Minghui Hall. All right, you can leave. The old chancellor pardoned Zhang Sai's punishment today. Zhang Sai felt as if he had been pardoned. He looked forward to seeing Xiao Lulang as much as he despised Xiao Lulang in the past. After all, only when Xiao Lulang came would the old chancellor have no time to punish him. Xiao Lulang entered the room, and there were guards who closed the door of Minghui Hall. Have a seat, the old chancellor said. Xiao Lulang sat down across from the old chancellor. There was a short table between the two, on which there were some outstanding essays written by the directorate students. The old chancellor put down the half-corrected essay and looked at Xiao Lulang. What happened? He never visited a temple without a reason. Xiao Lulang told him about the jade pendant, and the old chancellor's expression turned serious. You suspect that there's something wrong with imperial concubine Jing? As expected of a master and disciple, there was an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Xiao Lulang didn't mention anything about his suspicions toward imperial concubine Jing. He only told the old chancellor everything that had happened. But who was the old chancellor? He was a 10,000-year-old green tea and a white lotus, so there was no need to pretend to be pure in front of his disciple. Xiao Lulang asked, what kind of person is imperial concubine Jing in teacher's eyes? Naturally, she's a good person, the old chancellor said without hesitation. However, his past knowledge might not be accurate. For example, he was certain that Zhuang Jin's was a bad person, but in the end, he found out that she wasn't. Perhaps he thought that imperial concubine Jing was a good person, but she wasn't that kind either. He would never admit that he was biased toward Zhuang Jin's. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their heart. The old chancellor had a deep understanding of this, saying after the incident with Zhuang Jin's. How's her relationship with the Empress Dowager? Xiao Lulang asked. The old chancellor smiled faintly. They were very close in the past. She was Zhuang Jin's only friend in the palace, and the person Zhuang Jin's trusted the most was her. I still remember that there was one time when she, then imperial concubine Jing, was made a scapegoat in order to overthrow Zhuang Jin's, and Zhuang Jin's almost killed me. Zhuang Jin's wasn't even that angry when I caused her to be thrown into the cold palace. Zhuang Jin's didn't have any children, and she treated her son and daughter as her own. They were Princess Ning An and His Majesty. Imperial concubine Jing's maternal family was also supported by Zhuang Jin's. At this point, the old chancellor sighed. Later on, when the late emperor passed away and His Majesty ascended the throne, imperial concubine Jing went to the nunnery to get her hair cut and became a nun. The two of them didn't interact much after that. Xiao Lulang asked suspiciously, why did she go to the nunnery? Did she go on her own accord? The old chancellor shook his head. No, it was Zhuang Jin's imperial decree. Xiao Lulang pondered and said, His Majesty definitely didn't agree. The old chancellor nodded. You guessed it right. His Majesty didn't agree, but Zhuang Jin's covered the sky with one hand. His Majesty only managed to tie with Zhuang Jin's after painstakingly working for so many years. His Majesty, who had just ascended the throne, wasn't Zhuang Jin's opponent at all. The relationship between His Majesty and Zhuang Jin's broke down because of this matter. Chapter 332. The old chancellor continued, not many people know about this. It's rumored that concubine Jing invited herself to the nunnery. I also heard from His Majesty that Zhuang Jin's expelled her closest friend from the palace in order to monopolize power. Xiao Lulang frowned. His Majesty must think that the Empress Dowager's kindness to him and concubine Jing was a carefully planned scheme. The Empress Dowager only wants a puppet. The old chancellor agreed. Yes, His Majesty does have this idea. In fact, it's not just His Majesty who thinks so. Even the Empress Dowager's maternal family, the Zhuang family, thinks that the Empress Dowager has been acting for so many years. Everyone in the world felt injustice for concubine Jing and the emperor. No one cared about Zhuang Jin's gradually disheartened heart. No one asked if there was a secret behind Zhuang Jin's betrayal of her close friend. Whoever was weak was right. Zhuang Jin's strength was destined to make people fear her, hate her, fear her, and wish they could destroy her. No one would cherish her. All the bad things would be easily blamed on her. Who told her to ignore the rules? Who told her to monopolize the imperial power? Dusk was setting in the west. The evening light fell on the cornice of the Renshou Palace, creating a dazzling golden light. Empress Dowager Zhuang had finished dealing with nearly half of the government affairs, and her entire body was filled with silent exhaustion. The days in the palace weren't as leisurely as outsiders thought. There were mountains of memorials, endless political affairs, and endless disputes. Everything ruthlessly destroyed one's will. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin slowly walked in and tenderly offered her a cup of flower tea. Rest for a while and eat first. It's the same to look at these memorials tomorrow. There will be memorials tomorrow. Empress Dowager Zhuang perked up and picked up another one. I'm not hungry, Eunuch Qin said earnestly. Even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. If you tire yourself out, Miss Gu will be distressed. Empress Dowager Zhuang got angry at the mention of this. She coldly glared at him. Don't go to her for small things in the future. Don't think that I don't dare to chop off your head. I have 4 trusted eunuchs by my side. Don't forget how the first 3 died. They were all beheaded by you. Eunuch Qin touched the neck on his shoulder and said resentfully, Yes, I won't do it again. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The little palace maid Feitsue rushed in excitedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang was annoyed. Anyone who provoked her had to die. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a good person. She had killed people who did not need to be killed. She was so vicious. Drag him out. Just as she was about to say the word, Feitsue gasped for breath. Shout, Darren is here. The 2 words, death by flogging, had their own thoughts. They slipped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's stomach. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. Let him in. Eunuch Qin secretly smiled. Xiao Lulang entered the study in the side hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the booklet and asked casually, Didn't he leave? Why are you back? Listen, listen, listen. What kind of angry tone is this? Eunuch Qin, who was outside the door, almost laughed. Xiao Xiuzhu came to deliver something in the morning and left without seeing anyone. Xiao Lulang said, I came to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Is there no food at home? Why do you have to come to my place to eat? Xiao Lulang nodded frankly. Yes, there is no food. He had become shameless. It was obvious that he had been led astray by that old guy Huaxian. Empress Dowager Zhuang narrowed her eyes angrily. Eunuch Qin coughed lightly and said, Empress Dowager, shall I have someone set the table? Thank you, Eunuch Qin. Xiao Lulang turned and said to Eunuch Qin, Yes. Eunuch Qin happily agreed and left happily. Empress Dowager Zhuang gritted her teeth. Good. Each one of you is a traitor. Is Renshou Palace no longer surnamed Zhuang? Dinner was set in Lingxiang Pavilion, which was in the same side hall as the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no intention of eating. Xiao Lulang helplessly said with a trace of grievance, I am hungry, great aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes again and reluctantly put down the booklet. She went to Lingxiang Pavilion with Xiao Lulang. Eunuch Qin did not know that Xiao Lulang had come. Some of the dishes were freshly cooked. He had been to Bishui Alley so many times that he knew Xiao Lulang's taste. Empress Dowager Zhuang dismissed the servants serving the food. Xiao Lulang gave Empress Dowager Zhuang some vegetables with his chopsticks. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. I don't eat this. I want to eat. Xiao Lulang gave her another piece of pork belly, but he removed the fat part. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was as black as charcoal. Are you here to eat with me? I think you are here to die. Empress Dowager Zhuang was very angry. The consequences would be severe. Xiao Lulang said gloomily, When I was young, I did not eat with my grandmother. She did not like my mother, so she did not like me. Empress Dowager Zhuang's anger burned halfway and was extinguished. Empress Dowager Zhuang had heard about the relationship between Princess Xinyang and old Madame Xiao. Old Madame Xiao originally liked the daughter of a large family who was gentle and quiet. But who would have thought that Marquis Xianping would marry a big Buddha who could not be beaten or scolded? When they met, they had to salute her. Old Madame Xiao was very angry. It was said that she did not like Princess Xinyang's son very much. Instead, she loved the two concubine-born grandsons in the residence. Xiao Lulang did not care about this at all. He said it just to play the sympathy card. Sure enough, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt that someone was pitiful and did not want to disappoint someone. With a dark face, she ate the vegetable leaf with disgust and sullenness. Xiao Yulong's lips curved imperceptibly. After that, Xiao Lulang made up a lot of miserable days under old Madame Zhao's hands. He successfully coaxed the Empress Dowager to eat all the food she did not want to eat. When Empress Dowager Zhuang reacted, she found that she had eaten half a bowl more than usual. This was her normal appetite in Baishui Alley. But after returning to the palace, her appetite had decreased by more than half. She had lost weight. It was a simple meal, but even a fool could see that Empress Dowager Zhuang ate more comfortably than usual. After eating, Xiao Lulang was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, he went to the library the Empress Dowager had built for him. The library was across from Empress Dowager Zhuang's study, separated by a small garden. Eunuch Qin very considerately opened the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang only needed to turn her head to see Xiao Lulang immersed in reading by the window of the library. Empress Dowager Zhuang's irritable mood suddenly calmed down. The palace was lonely, especially at night. It was a loneliness that could make one go crazy, helpless, and unable to escape no matter how hard one tried. Empress Dowager Zhuang had lived in the palace for decades and never felt that it was her home. But at this moment, looking at the youth's figure and feeling his silent companionship, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt a tranquility and peace that she had never felt before. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the memorials for a while. It was late at night, and she still had a small pile to read, but she did not intend to read it. She said to Eunuch Qin, "Tell him that Ijia is going to rest. He should also go back." Eunuch Qin smiled and said, "Yes." He tried to persuade her, but the Empress Dowager refused to listen. Only Xiao Darren had a way. "Wait." Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped Eunuch Qin. "Send 2 secret guards to secretly escort him along the way. Caution is the parent of safety. He is too close to Ijia. Ijia is worried that someone will harm him." The moon was dark and the wind was strong. As for returning to Baishui Alley, there was nothing to worry about with Jiao Jiao and Gu Yan's 2 secret guards.
Yes.
Eunuch Qin asked someone to prepare a carriage and personally sent Xiao Lulang to the entrance of the palace. He also ordered 2 palace experts to follow along the way. In the forest not far away, several figures flashed by. After a quarter of an hour, in the dark room, one could not see his fingers. A man in black said, "Master, there are experts from Renshou Palace following along the way. We were unable to succeed." The figure in the dark waved his hand faintly. "Leave." The next day, Xiao Lulang had a rest day. There were no classes at the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang slept late at night and woke up a little later in the morning. Little Jing Kong was already up. He went to the backyard to wash up and water his sweetheart. When Xiao Lulang dressed neatly and went to the backyard, he was surprised to find 2 marquises in the yard, Marquis Xianping and Marquis Ding'an. Marquis Xianping came to accept little Jing Kong as his disciple. He thought that as long as he accepted him as his disciple, he could openly enter the inner circle of Baishui Alley. At that time, investigating Xiao Yulong's background and pleasing his daughter-in-law would not be a problem. But coincidentally, Marquis Ding also came to accept little Jing Kong as his disciple. In fact, he did not leave last night because he fainted from fright. It was a blessing in disguise that he stayed in Baishui Alley for the night. When he woke up, he already knew that the child was his and had nothing to do with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping appeared here only because he liked the little monk and wanted to accept him as his disciple. If it was in the past, Marquis Gu would not dare to compete with Marquis Xianping. But this was related to whether he could stay in Baishui Alley. That's right, he thought about it. Yao Shi was pregnant, and the situation was special. If she was unwilling to return to the Marquis's mansion, he would stay with her temporarily. He would make other plans after the child was born. For his wife and child, Marquis Gu would do anything. Even if you are a first-grade Marshal Marquis and your status is much higher than mine, I will not back down. Marquis Xian Ping put his hands in his sleeves. The weather was so hot, but he was still able to hold it in. It was truly admirable. He casually said, "Since it is like this, then let's have a fair competition and see who has the ability." Little monk, what do you think? Little Jing Kong seriously thought about it. Good, good. He took out 2 small cards and scribbled a few words. Then, he moved a small stool over and sat on it cutely. He began to watch from the sidelines. Marquis Gu coldly snorted and asked, "What does Marquis Xian Ping want to compete with me in?" Marquis Xian Ping raised an eyebrow. Face. Marquis Gu, who almost choked to death. How could he be so shameless? Little Jing Kong raised the tile in his right hand. Marquis Xiao wins. It was clear that the bad brother-in-law's father was better looking than the Jiao Jiao's father. But Jiao Jiao was the best looking and did not accept any rebuttal. Marquis Gu did not even have time to react before the competition started, and he lost. How could he complain? He clenched his teeth and showed his killer move. Let's compete in reciting poems. Marquis Xian Ping, fuck. So heartless. Although Marquis Gu's calligraphy and painting were not satisfactory, he still had a little more knowledge than Marquis Xian Ping. Little Jing Kong had 5 poems and Marquis Gu could recite 2, while Marquis Xian Ping could not recite a single one. Little Jing Kong raised the tile in his left hand. Marquis Gu wins. However, Marquis Gu was not so lucky. Marquis Xian Ping was not knowledgeable, but his other abilities were not for show. Marquis Gu was crushed miserably. Even in the martial arts competition, Marquis Xian Ping was clearly injured, but he was still defeated by Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu lost badly. 2 hours later, the ambitious Marquis Gu finally broke down. He spread himself out, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and collapsed on the stairs, as if he had nothing to live for. Awesome, awesome. Little Jing Kong sat on a small stool, straightened his little back, and clapped his little hands. Marquis Xian Ping smiled and said proudly, "Okay, I won. You can worship me as your teacher." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said seriously, "But I already have a teacher. I can't worship you as my teacher anymore. A good disciple does not serve a second teacher. Wasn't it said that a good woman does not serve a second husband?" Marquis Xian Ping frowned and started to doubt his life. Because he was not knowledgeable, he might have remembered wrongly. The original saying was indeed that a good disciple does not serve a second teacher. But this was not the point. The point was that this little brat played him again. Marquis Xian Ping gritted his teeth. "Since you can't worship me as your teacher, why were you so agitated just now?" Little Jing Kong spread his hands and said innocently, "I only said that I wanted to watch you compete. I didn't say that I wanted to worship you as my teacher after the competition. You said it yourself. I didn't agree." Marquis Xian Ping had a toothache. Stinky little monk, you're asking for it. Marquis Xian Ping couldn't always fall in one place. If the little monk wanted to compete with him, he would have to wait another 500 years. He snorted and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "I don't care. You have to accept it whether you like it or not." Chongjing. Chongjing rushed in with a whoosh sound. Then, he grabbed Little Jing Kong and carried him on his shoulder. Little Jing Kong's small arms and legs fluttered. "Aya, what are you doing?" Marquis Xian Ping flicked his wide sleeves. "Take him away. Go worship your ancestors." "Aya, don't, I don't want to." A certain little monk chattered for a while, but was still mercilessly captured by a certain bad monkey. There was a class at Qinghe Academy today, so Gu Yan didn't know what happened at home. Lu Quan came to take Gu Shaoshun to Master Lu and Nanxiang to learn martial arts, so he didn't go. He was lazy again. On one hand, he didn't have much interest and ambition. On the other hand, his body was indeed weaker than ordinary people. Sitting in the carriage on a hot summer day was too stuffy for him. He leisurely walked back. After a few steps, an old but hale and hearty old man with a treasured sword walked towards him. What a coincidence, the old man said with a smile. Oh, it is. Gu Yin knew who he was. It was his grandfather, Gu Chao. He was recognized the first time he came to the academy. He was only 4 years old when he left the capital. They hadn't seen each other for 11 years, so the old marquis thought that he didn't remember him. In fact, Gu Yin didn't remember him, but the old marquis's face was too typical. They looked alike for 3 generations. Moreover, he found that as long as the old marquis approached him, his secret guards would stay far away. Gu Yin might not be good at studying, but he was a real villain. The old marquis wanted to see his grandson, but he couldn't put down his pride, so he had to meet Gu Yin several times. He thought that Gu Yin didn't recognize him. Aren't you going to learn martial arts today? The old marquis asked. It's hot, Gu Yin said. Are you here to see your grandson again? The old marquis said embarrassedly. Yes. Gu Yin asked knowingly. Have you seen him? The old marquis looked at Gu Yin and laughed dryly. Yes, I have. Oh. Gu Yin raised his eyebrows. Do you still want to eat cold jelly today? The old marquis was stunned at first, but then he nodded quickly. Yes, yes. The two had eaten cold jelly once before. Gu Yin found that the old marquis liked it very much. Gu Yin didn't have a bad impression of his grandfather. In his impression, his grandfather treated him well, and also his mother well. When he and his mother moved to the farm, his grandfather gave him 2 secret guards. He had a seizure in the middle of the night several times, and everyone was asleep. If the secret guards hadn't detected the abnormality in time, he might have died. After eating the cold jelly with mint, Gu Yin felt refreshed. He touched his stomach contentedly and said, You treated me last time, so I'll treat you this time. Courtesy demands reciprocity. The old marquis said, No need. Gu Yin waved his hand. It's all right. Although I don't have much money, I work part-time every day and earn some pocket money. I can still afford to treat you to cold jelly. The old marquis frowned when he heard this. His grandson had actually fallen to the point of working part-time for others to earn money? Gu Chong, that bastard, was a father. Didn't he give his son a monthly allowance? What about your father? The old marquis asked. Gu Yin sighed. My father, he forced me to move back every day. I didn't want to, so he cut off my monthly allowance. I told you that I was born prematurely, weak, and suffered from heart disease. My sister really worked hard to raise me. Could it be that the girl became a doctor for her own brother? He blamed her wrongly. Chapter 333. In the end, the old duke didn't let Gu Yin pay the bill. He took out his money bag and took out a silver coin from it and handed it to the waiter. However, perhaps he took it out too quickly. He brought out a red braided pipa knot. Gu Yin quickly picked up the pipa knot. This pipa knot looked a little old, and its color was faded and the edges were frayed. It was hard to imagine that such an unyielding man would have such a thing in his money bag. Is this a gift from your soulmate? Gu Yin asked. It was obvious that it was a gift from a woman, but it couldn't be the old madam in the mansion. He and old Madame Gu appeared to be in harmony, but were actually at odds, so he wouldn't wear something she gave him. Cough, no, don't talk nonsense. The old duke put the pipa knot back into the money bag. Gu Yin didn't believe him. He asked curiously, I didn't know that you have a soulmate. Where is she now? She definitely wasn't in the mansion. The old concubines in the mansion had already been cleaned up by old Madame Gu. The old duke had never mentioned his feelings to others all these years. How much bitterness had been bottled up in the bottom of his heart. To be honest, he had a little desire to pour it out. He hesitated for a moment and said, It's a friend of mine. He left it at my place. I'm going to return it to him. My friend? What a familiar beginning. Gu Yin, who had read all the romance books of the old chancellor, expressed that he understood very well. He raised his handsome little eyebrows. Then where is your friend's soulmate now? The old duke sighed sadly. She became a monk. Why did she become a monk? Gu Yin asked. My husband passed away. She couldn't help it. But the old marquis paused for a moment before continuing. Maybe it's because he wants to see my friend again in his lifetime. I didn't know that the old man was so popular with women. Guyan didn't ask about the reason why she couldn't help herself. His focus was on the last sentence. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that this confidant is deeply in love with your friend." The old Marquis looked down at the concentric knot in his hand and said, "It's a pity that we met too late. I wish we could have met before marriage." Guyan said, "But isn't her husband dead? Moreover, she also became a nun because of your friend. Don't tell me you. Ahem. I mean, don't tell me your friend really can't tell?" The Marquis frowned. "You mean," Guyan said, "what I mean is, she may have been waiting for your friend to take her away." Take her away? The old Marquis was shocked. This child really wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. Guyan nodded. "That's right. Let me ask you, why does your friend think that she became a nun to see him? She had said that herself, hadn't she? Or, she let your friend feel her affection for your friend?" "Yes." The Marquis nodded in agreement. Guyan slapped the table. "That's it. She's a woman. Showing a little affection is already her limit. She can't just say that you're going to elope with me. We men have to take the initiative for this kind of thing." The Marquis was so shocked by Guyan's words that he forgot to say that he was only 15 and still wet behind the ears. He couldn't be considered a real man. This is too rebellious. How did this child grow up? He was even braver than his 3 older brothers. Guyan said, "What's so rebellious about it? If you like her, then fight for her." The Marquis hesitated. "What if she's not willing?" "If she's not willing, then it means that she doesn't have your friend in her heart." Guyan patted his grandfather's shoulder and analyzed for him with his experience of reading romance novels. "She's already a nun. What's there to be afraid of? If she's not willing to elope, then there's only one truth. She doesn't like your friend. She's just using your friend's feelings for her." Gu Jiao was busy in the medical hall all morning. She finally had some free time in the afternoon. It was rare that she didn't have to deal with the gunpowder, so she lay down on the rattan chair under the tree to cool off. Li Wanwan was practicing her zither across the wall. She was already used to practicing for Gu Jiao at this time every day, but she didn't know if Gu Jiao was here every time. Her zither skills had improved a lot compared to last year, but she didn't know if she had something on her mind today. But she was playing absent-mindedly. "You played wrong again," Gu Jiao said lightly. Li Wanwan's face turned pale. She didn't expect that the girl would be here today. After all, the girl hadn't listened to her practice for several days. She quickly adjusted her expression and said, I'll play it again properly." The result was still not satisfactory. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. It was very strange. The other person clearly wasn't her teacher, but she was more nervous than when she was in front of her teacher. "Sorry, I should have been more focused." She bit her lip and said in a low voice, "I might not be able to come next month. I'm getting married." She wasn't that old, only 16. This dynasty wasn't like the previous dynasty. Women getting married at the age of 18 or 19 wouldn't be criticized by others. But this also depended on the situation. The daughters of wealthy families could afford it, but a girl from a poor family like her had to get married early. She heard that the girls in the countryside got married even earlier. Thinking about it, she was considered lucky. She had made it to the age of 16 and was able to attend a girls' school for half a year. Because of that school, she met the girl and received so much guidance from the girl. Gu Jiao said, in the future, no one would play for her. When would little Jiangli learn how to play the zither? I've been wanting to say goodbye to the girl for the past few days. I want to thank the girl. My biggest achievement in the girls' school was to meet the girl. My family originally wanted me to drop out of school after the new year, but the song that the girl changed for me let me win the favor of musicianship. Under his insistence, my family let me study for another half a year. Li Wanwan's cheeks slightly reddened as she said, "Speaking of which, this marriage is also thanks to the girl. I played the zither well and was heard by a young master of an aristocratic family. He came to my father to ask for my hand in marriage." Gu Jiao didn't see her expression, but it wasn't difficult to hear her longing for marriage from her words. It seemed that she also liked that young master. "Girl, can I give you something? You taught me so much. If I just leave like this, I'll feel bad. Please be sure to accept my gift of thanks, young lady. It's not anything valuable. It's just a small medicine bag. Please accept it. Gu Jiao answered lightly. Li Wanwan was delighted. She took out the medicine bag that had been rusty for several nights from her wide sleeve. In case it was too light to throw, she put a few dates in it. Girl, catch. She threw the medicine bag over the courtyard wall. Gu Jiao caught it with one hand. Thank you. Li Wanwan smiled brightly. It's my pleasure. Then, I'll leave now. In the last few days, I'll try to play more songs for you. If I don't come one day, then I won't come again. She suddenly felt a little disappointed when she finished speaking. She didn't want to leave the girl. She didn't know if she would be able to meet such a teacher and friend in the future. She put the zither away, picked up the zither case and left. Bang! A small brocade pouch fell right on top of her zither case. She was slightly startled. Girl? A wedding gift, Gu Jiao said. Li Wanwan smiled happily like a child. Girl Gu. Someone wants a doctor to treat them. They say the situation is very critical. Xiao Sanzi hurriedly ran over. How critical? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Sanzi said in fear. The hand. The hand is broken. It's severed. It's a woodcutter. This was a major operation, so Gu Jiao had to go in person. Okay, I'll go. Gu Jiao carried the small basket on her back and had Xiao Sanzi drive the carriage. They went to the mansion on Qinglu Street that the servant had mentioned. As they walked, Xiao Sanzi felt that something was wrong. This isn't the way to Qinglu Street. The servant rode in front and didn't turn around when he heard this. He said, When I came, there was a road being repaired. We have to take a detour here. What's wrong? Is the road wrong? Gu Jiao asked indifferently. It's a bit of a detour, Xiao Sanzi muttered. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and looked at the scene along the street. Not every street in the capital was bustling with activity. Some of the more remote areas were very desolate. This was an old street. There weren't many pedestrians and there weren't many shops. Further ahead was an official road with wheat fields on both sides. That's right, there were fields in the capital, but they were all in more remote areas. It's really a good place for an ambush. This was an instinct that she had developed as an assassin in her previous life. When she saw a location, she would always subconsciously judge if it was suitable for a crime. However, as soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she paused. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. It was an assassin's intuition. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and lifted the curtain in front of her. She shot out a silver needle and pierced the manservant leading the way in front. The manservant let out a blood-curdling scream and fell off the horse. Miss Gu, you. Xiao Sanzi was stunned. Turn around. Gu Jiao didn't have time to explain. Xiao Sanzi was indeed someone who had seen the world with Gu Jiao. He didn't drop the ball at such a crucial moment. If his second boss was here, he would have already pinched his philtrum and fainted. He didn't ask why they turned around. He believed in Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, it was too late. The men in black who were hiding under the ridge rushed towards Gu Jiao's carriage like arrows. Each of them held a large knife in their hands. Their eyes were sharp and murderous. Gu Jiao didn't need to count to know that there were 10 of them. They really thought highly of her, sending so many people to kill her. You go first. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. Xiao Sanzi didn't refuse. He knew his place. He didn't know martial arts, and he would only be a burden to Miss Gu if he stayed. It was better to report this to the officials. Perhaps they could get help for Miss Gu. Of course, it would also be good if he could lure a few assassins away. For Miss Gu, he would risk it all. Come, assassins. He pulled on the reins and looked back. Not a single one had caught up. Gu Jiao was surrounded by the men in black. She glanced at them coldly. Come at me all at once. It's too tiring to come one by one. The men in black looked at her with disdain and rushed towards Gu Jiao with their knives. I'll use you guys to test my gunpowder. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. She didn't know how powerful they were. In her previous life, she had played with a small cannon that didn't need to be lit. It would explode when thrown on the ground. The black gunpowder she made was similar to the small cannon, but it was more powerful. Gu Jiao took out a small piece of gunpowder and threw it at one of the men in black. There was a loud bang and the man in black fainted. It was Isoiso. Gu Jiao wasn't too satisfied, but she wasn't too disappointed either. She had blown herself up into the sky mainly because she had used a lot of gunpowder. It wasn't too bad that such a small piece of gunpowder could make someone faint. This group of assassins had never seen such a strange hidden weapon. It was powerful and powerful. Everyone was shocked by the explosion. Everyone looked at Gu Jiao with fear. Gu Jiao curled her lips coldly. She snatched one of the men's knives and sent him flying with a punch. The rest of the men finally reacted and rushed towards Gu Jiao again. However, the explosion just now had destroyed their morale. Gu Jiao dealt with them quickly. After the last assassin fell, Gu Jiao clapped her hands calmly. However, no one had expected that a dangerous aura would suddenly approach them. What a terrifying aura! Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't avoid it. The man was too fast. In the nick of time, a sword slashed down and blocked the man's attack. He stretched out his other arm and grabbed Gu Jiao's waist and quickly retreated with her. "Wait for me here," Gu Chongqing said and charged towards the man with his sword. This was Gu Jiao's first time seeing Gu Chongqing in a real fight. He was much stronger than she had imagined, but he still wasn't a match for the other party. This was a person that even Gu Jiao had a trace of fear towards. This person's strength was much stronger than her in her previous life. How could this be? Who exactly was he? Gu Chongqing was hit by the other party's palm. She used her sword to stabilize herself. Gu Jiao took out the last 2 gunpowder and threw it at the other party. The man thought it was a normal hidden weapon. He slashed down with his sword and heard 2 loud bangs. It was unknown whether the man was shocked or shocked by the gunpowder. Anyway, he retreated a few steps. His cold eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't faint from the explosion of 2 gunpowder. He was indeed an expert among experts. Gu Jiao put her hand into her pouch to continue digging. In fact, there was no more gunpowder left. She only hoped to scare the other party. Fortunately, she managed to scare him. The other party coldly glanced at Gu Jiao and used his qinggong to leave. Gu Chongqing looked in the direction the other party left. Suddenly, he clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Jiao quickly went forward and checked his pulse. Gu Chongqing waved his hand. "I'm fine. It's just a little internal injury. I'll be fine after some rest." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his knuckles. He put his sword back into its scabbard and looked at Gu Jiao to ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Chongqing whistled and his horse galloped over. The brother and sister got on their horses. These people? Gu Jiao looked at the black-clothed men who had fainted on the ground. Gu Chongqing seemed to be very experienced. You can't get anything out of them. That person just now is the key. These people are just some small fries in the Jianghu. They work for money and don't even know the identity of their sponsor. Gu Jiao nodded. The brother and sister returned to Jade Water Alley. The old chancellor had just returned from his duty at the Imperial College. He frowned when he saw Gu Chongqing's pale face. What happened? Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao and said, "We encountered a group of assassins." "Assassins?" The old chancellor's gaze swept across the 2 of them. "You or Jiao Jiao?" "They tried to assassinate me," Gu Jiao said honestly. She jumped down from the horse and gave her hand to Gu Chongqing to help him down. The old chancellor looked around and pulled the horse's reins, saying to the 2 of them, "Follow me." "You're saying that person's martial arts might not even be able to defeat your grandfather?" The old chancellor frowned deeply after hearing the whole story. "That's impossible. How could your grandfather not be able to defeat an assassin with his skills?" "That person's scent is very—" Gu Jiao wanted to say familiar because she smelled the scent of her own kind on that person. That person was a killing machine just like her in her previous life. Weird. Gu Chongqing finished the sentence for Gu Jiao. "He's different from all the experts I've seen before. His martial arts are different. His inner energy is also different, and he has a tattoo on his face." That person was wearing a mask, but Gu Jiao threw out that strange concealed weapon and blew up a piece of the mask. He saw half of the tattoo. What kind of tattoo? The old chancellor took a pen and paper Draw it for me. Gu Chongqing drew half of the tail. The old chancellor's expression changed. It's the Dragon Shadow Guard. What's the Dragon Shadow Guard? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing had already understood, and his expression turned grave. It's the late emperor's men of sacrifice. The old chancellor pondered. In order to deal with Zhuang Jin's, the late emperor secretly trained a group of men of sacrifice. The youngest was only 5 years old, and he passed them to His Majesty before he died. Gu Chongqing frowned. His Majesty wants to kill Jiao Jiao? The old chancellor waved his hand. He won't. His Majesty dotes on Jiao Jiao and won't hurt her. His Majesty once transferred the Dragon Shadow Guard to another person to prevent her from being persecuted by Zhuang Jin's. Gu Chongqing was astonished. That person is. The old chancellor said seriously, concubine Jing. Gu Chongqing sucked in a cold breath. Chapter 334. How could it be? Her. Gu Chongqing said in disbelief. She assassinated Jiao Jiao. Then what about the matter between the marshal's residence and the marquis residence? Old Chancellor knew about this matter. After all, when Gu Chongqing broke out of prison to visit Gu Yin, it was Old Chancellor who let Gu Chongqing into the house. Old Chancellor said, although there's no evidence for that matter, looking at the motive, it does seem to be her. Other than her, there's probably no one who is so anxious to see His Majesty and Empress Dowager reconcile. Even if the Zhuang family wanted to cover the sky with one hand, if Zhuang Jin's and His Majesty had a harmonious relationship, they didn't think it was a bad thing. Instead, if they could win over His Majesty and let His Majesty give more benefits to the Zhuang family, Grand Tutor Zhuang would also be happy. It's just that His Majesty never boarded the Zhuang family's pirate ship. Old Chancellor continued. I guess she's still brooding about the Empress Dowager's position. She wants to be the Empress Dowager, and she wants to get rid of Zhuang Jin's. It's just that she hides herself so well that even though she's the biggest suspect, no one suspects her. Something flashed through Gu Chongqing's eyes. He clenched his fists and his eyes were cold. I'm afraid she has her eyes on Lulang recently. Old Chancellor hesitated for a moment and still told them about the jade pendant. Furthermore, back then when Zhaodu's young marquis was poisoned by Empress Dowager, I suspect it's also her doing. Gu Jiaojiao's eyes also turned cold. Old Chancellor saw the siblings looking like they were going to enter the palace to execute the person on the spot and hurriedly advised, don't be impulsive. Don't enter the palace to kill. With the previous emperor's men of sacrifice, you won't be able to kill her, and you might even get injured. Secondly, even if you kill her, you won't be justified. His Majesty won't forgive you, and the laws of this dynasty won't forgive you. Gu Chongqing said coldly, are we going to let her be free? The old chancellor chuckled and said, to deal with such a person, of course we have to take an unconventional approach. How are you going to do this? Gu Chongqing asked. The old chancellor smiled mysteriously. Of course, to give him a taste of his own medicine. Giving someone a taste of their own medicine was easy to say, but it was not easy to do it. Especially this old white lotus who had hidden himself so deeply that even the old chancellor felt inferior to him. However, the old chancellor always refused to admit defeat. You can be more knowledgeable than me and have a better official position than me, but you can't beat me in tea. Life is like a play. Let's compare our acting skills. Gu Jiao silently touched her small basket. The old chancellor asked, it's so late, where are you going? To see Grandaunt. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. The old chancellor said, put down the basket. Gu Jiao blinked and put down the small basket. Take out the dagger. Gu Jiao took out a black iron dagger with a resentful expression. The other three. Gu Jiao then took out the 3 daggers hidden on her body. Take out the sack. Take out the hidden weapon. Take out the poison needle. And that crackling thing you made. Gu Jiao curled her lips. I don't have that. The old chancellor said, poisonous bug, poisonous snake. Gu Chongqing's temples throbbed when he heard that. You're a girl. How can you store so many dangerous things in your small basket? You even have poisonous snakes. Gu Jiao took out everything in the small basket leaving only a small medicine box. The medicine box couldn't hide living things or things that didn't belong to it. Otherwise, it would disappear. Gu Jiao had tried this before. The old chancellor knew this girl too well. If he didn't stop her today, she would directly enter the palace and put old concubine Jing in a sack. However, the risk was too great. He wouldn't allow her to take the risk. Gu Changqing automatically ignored his sister's basket of strange things and looked at the old chancellor. Chancellor Hua, what do you plan to do? The old chancellor stroked his beard. Well, he had a plan, but he lacked a tool. This person needed to be trusted by the emperor and be able to enter the palace easily. The second point alone wasn't too difficult for him. However, ever since the emperor found out that he was his father for some time, the emperor had a lot of resentment towards him. He didn't trust him as much as before. The old chancellor looked up and sighed. It wasn't easy to be a minister. While he was sighing, the sound of horses' hooves and the sound of wheels turning came from the alley. The sound stopped at the door next door. Then, the whole alley heard little Jinkong's angry roar. Ah, I don't want to go out with you anymore. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. The old chancellor muttered. What happened? Who did he go out with? Why is he so angry? Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing didn't know either. The three of them went out. Little Jing Kong jumped down from a tall carriage and stomped his feet angrily. Jing Kong, Gu Jiao called. When little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao walking out of the young master's residence, he pouted his lips aggrievedly and ran over, throwing himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao squatted down, wiped the sweat on the little guy's forehead, and touched his collar. His clothes were all soaked in sweat. Marquis Xin Ping came down from the carriage and looked at the little guy with raised eyebrows. I took you to such a high-end restaurant to eat, but you didn't appreciate it. Marquis. Gu Changqing cupped his hands in greeting. Yes. Marquis Xin Ping responded lightly. Little Jing Kong was especially angry. You're still talking about it? Such a big restaurant. There were so many good dishes, but you only ordered an egg for me. Marquis Xin Ping coughed softly. That was an egg braised with abalone juice. It's very expensive. Besides, can a child like you eat so much? Didn't I take you to row a boat? What kind of boat is that? It's leaking. I scooped water all the way. Woo woo. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. Jiao Jiao. My arms are sore. There were boats that cost 20 copper coins, boats that cost 50 copper coins, and even boats with black awnings that cost 1 tael of silver. Marquis Xin Ping rented the cheapest boat. It didn't have a shed, and the bottom of the boat leaked when he rowed halfway. In the end, it was unknown whether he was rowing the boat or the boat was rowing the man. Gu Jiao picked up little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong lay in her arms and sobbed. What a soul-stirring day this was. He didn't want to go out with this stingy monkey anymore. I'll take Jing Kong in first, Gu Jiao said and turned to enter the house. Gu Changqing and the old chancellor looked at Marquis Xin Ping with a complicated expression. I know you're stingy, but you don't have to be so stingy. Marquis Xin Ping coughed softly and said, Why are you looking at me like that? I'm also working very hard. I didn't even take care of Aheng when she was young. I spent a lot of effort taking care of this little guy for a day, but he didn't even call me master. Do you want to be little Jing Kong's master? The old chancellor looked at Marquis Xin Ping up and down, and his eyes lit up little by little. That's easy. You help me with one thing, and I'll find a way to make Jing Kong call you master. Marquis Xin Ping looked at the old chancellor suspiciously. It rained at night and dissipated a lot of the summer heat. The rain stopped at dawn, and the palace was filled with fragrance mixed with the moist smell of the soil, making people feel relaxed and happy. Empress Xiao got up early. According to the rules of the palace, she should go to Renshou Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang. But Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't an ordinary Empress Dowager. She had to go to morning court, which saved her from setting rules in front of her. However, not paying respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't mean not paying respects to Imperial concubine Jing. Your Highness, this peacock jade hairpin is beautiful, said the palace maid who was combing Empress Xiao's hair. Empress Xiao looked at her reflection in the bronze mirror and sighed. Time makes people grow old, and beauty fades easily. What's the use of a beautiful hairpin? When people grow old, they won't look good wearing anything. The palace maid hurriedly said, "How can your highness grow old? You're a peony among flowers, a national beauty and a cypress in the mountains, flourishing in the frost. You'll only become more and more beautiful." Empress Xiao smiled faintly. "You have a sweet mouth." She raised her hand and signaled the palace maid to put on the hairpin for her. The palace maid put on the peacock jade hairpin and picked a few white jade flowers for her. "Your highness is the empress, and you don't need to use your beauty to serve others. Why are you afraid of wasting time?" Nurse Liao walked in with a basin of water soaked in flower petals. Empress Xiao smiled. Nurse Liao is right. She was the empress, the first wife of His Majesty. Unlike the other concubines, she and His Majesty had been betrothed and had gone through the wedding ceremony. They had a true relationship as husband and wife. As a man, he could spend some time on other women, but his first wife was still his first wife. Empress Xiao soaked her hand in the petal water. Nurse Liao said, "Your Highness, Marquis Xianping is here." "Brother is here?" Empress Xiao's eyes lit up. Nurse Liao sighed inwardly. Only in front of Marquis Xianping would Empress Xiao reveal her ladylike side. "Invite him in." It wasn't a quick announcement, but a quick invitation. Empress Xiao respected her brother very much. Of course, Marquis Xianping also treated his sister well. Empress Xiao met with Marquis Xianping in the Qingyu Pavilion. Marquis Xianping cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Empress Xiao wanted to say something, but hesitated. She glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs in the pavilion and said in a deep voice, "All of you can leave. I have a few private words with Marquis Xianping." Yes. The palace maids left one by one. Empress Xiao then stood up with a smile and walked towards Marquis Xianping, "Brother." Marquis Xianping looked at her with disdain. "Why are you dressed like a bird today?" Empress Xiao, who was splashed with a basin of cold water. Empress Xiao took a deep breath. Big Brother's mouth really hasn't changed in the past few decades. Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping sat on the chairs. She didn't sit on the main seat on the steps, but sat beside Marquis Xianping. Empress Xiao asked, "Brother, how are you these days?" Marquis Xianping said, "Very good. How about you, Your Highness?" Empress Xiao smiled. "Of course I'm good." Marquis Xianping looked at her exquisite makeup and cumbersome jewelry and asked, "Do you regret entering the palace?" "Why would I?" She didn't regret it. Wasn't it good to be the empress? What's more, although His Majesty had a harem of 3,000 beauties, he had never really neglected her. It was her own idea to marry His Majesty. She was the one who took noble consort Zhuang's place. Noble consort Zhuang was His Majesty's official consort, but after His Majesty ascended the throne, he only made noble consort Zhuang a second-rank consort and decreed that Empress Xiao was to be His Majesty. Because of this, she and the Xiao family had suffered a lot from Empress Dowager Zhuang's faction. Her brother had taken care of it all by himself. Thus, she was grateful and revered His Majesty. She smiled and asked, "Brother, how come you have time to come see me today?" "I have something to ask of you," Marquis Xianping said. "What is it?" Empress Xiao asked. Marquis Xianping said, "An old friend asked me to bring something to Grand Concubine Jing. It's very precious, so I must personally hand it to Grand Concubine Jing." Empress Xiao smiled and said, "I thought it was a big deal. What's so hard about it? I'm going to Pure Flowers Palace to pay respects to Grand Concubine Jing. How about brother come with me?" "All right." Marquis Xianping nodded. The siblings went to Pure Flowers Palace. Ever since Grand Concubine Jing moved here, Pure Flowers Palace had become much more lively. All the consorts in the imperial harem, who had the right to pay respects to Grand Concubine Jing, had come. They truly wanted to curry favor with Grand Concubine Jing and wanted to meet His Majesty by chance. Empress Xiao didn't need to meet His Majesty, but His Majesty treated Grand Concubine Jing like his mother, so Empress Xiao naturally respected her like a mother-in-law. However, Empress Xiao never expected that noble consort Zhuang would also come. The two most powerful consorts in the imperial harem met at the entrance of Pure Flowers Palace with their eunuchs and palace maids. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. The two were originally evenly matched in the imperial harem, but with Marquis Xin Ping supporting Empress Xiao today, Empress Xiao's aura was much stronger than usual. Marquis Xin Ping. Noble consort Zhuang greeted with a smile. Noble consort. Marquis Xin Ping half-heartedly cupped his hands. He was also like this in front of His Majesty, so noble consort Zhuang didn't mind his attitude. Noble consort Zhuang smiled and looked towards Empress Xiao. Is Empress here to pay respects to Grand Concubine? Could it be that noble consort isn't? Empress Xiao asked indifferently. Noble consort Zhuang smiled. Ning Wang suppressed a group of bandits a few days ago. The villagers were grateful for His Majesty's kindness, and specially made some tea cakes for Ning Wang to bring to His Majesty. Ning Wang is still in the mountains dealing with the aftermath, so His Majesty could only have His Majesty's imperial bodyguard bring them back. This consort will do it for him. Ning Wang. Her son was clearly the crown prince, but His Majesty always had His Majesty study in the upper study. Ning Wang was often entrusted with important tasks and helped His Majesty rule the world. Thinking about it now, Ning Wang's reputation among the commoners was about to surpass His Majesty's. Empress Xiao's fingers tightened, and a cold light flashed through her eyes. Let's go in, Marquis Xin Ping said. Empress Xiao rolled her eyes at noble consort Zhuang and walked into Pure Flower's palace with Marquis Xin Ping. Noble consort Zhuang bowed slightly and was very perfunctory. It wasn't until Empress Xiao and Marquis Xin Ping entered Grand Concubine Jing's bedchamber that noble consort Zhuang's expression turned cold. The female official on the side snorted. What's so great about her? If it wasn't for His Majesty breaking off relations with the Empress Dowager, the position of Empress would have long been yours. Noble consort Zhuang sneered. What's the use of sitting on the Empress Dowager's seat? She gave birth to two idiotic sons. It's hard for her to take on important tasks. Noble consort Zhuang also entered Pure Flower's palace. She had indeed come today to deliver tea cakes to His Majesty. The commoners didn't pay particular attention to the food and it wasn't clean, but His Majesty didn't really eat it. He only needed to know the intentions of Ning Wang and the commoners. No matter how many achievements Ning Wang made outside, he would definitely tell the commoners that he was following Imperial Father's orders. The one protecting the commoners wasn't him, but his imperial father, the Emperor of Zhao country. How could His Majesty not dote on such a son? His Majesty was truly happy when he saw the tea cakes and didn't eat them. However, he did praise Ning Wang greatly. Noble consort has taught her son well. His Majesty's heart was filled with joy. He thought of something and sighed softly. If His Majesty was half as sensible as his older brother, Zhen wouldn't be so worried. Noble consort Zhuang smiled. If His Majesty doesn't mind, his older brother would be very happy to take him out to gain experience. She didn't flatter His Majesty or belittle His Majesty's son. Instead, she spoke of brotherly respect, which made His Majesty very happy. It's time for them to go out and gain experience. Later, Zheng will find a job for the two brothers to do together. His Majesty paused, then said, Zhen hasn't seen Yin and Xian for a while. Have them come to the palace some other day. Qin Yin and Qin Xian were the children of Ning Wang's concubines. One was 3 years old and the other was 2 years old. Yes, noble consort Zhuang agreed with a smile. Putting down the booklet, the emperor said, Since you're here, come with Zhen to see consort Jing's mother. It would be impolite for noble consort Zhuang to refuse. Inside Xiahua Pavilion, Empress Xiao and Marquis Xin Ping had already paid their respects to consort Jing. Empress Xiao was sitting next to consort Jing. When she saw the emperor enter with noble consort Zhuang, her face turned sour. Greetings to consort Jing's mother. Noble consort Zhuang bowed. What are you doing here? The emperor looked at Marquis Xin Ping. Marquis Xin Ping said, This subject has been entrusted with something to give to consort Dowager. As he spoke, he took out a small brocade box from his wide sleeve. Granny Kai walked over, took the box, and presented it to consort Jing with both hands. Consort Jing was still seriously ill and didn't look well. She covered her face with a handkerchief and coughed twice, then took the box. Which old friend is it? Consort Jing asked with a smile. Marquis Xianping said, that old friend said that Consort Dowager will know if you open the box. Consort Jing nodded and opened the box. Marquis Xianping was the emperor's trusted aide, so he was trustworthy and wouldn't harm her. However, no one expected that a dart would shoot out the moment the box was opened. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Marquis Xianping's body also shook. He never expected that the box would contain a concealed weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to make a move. Consort Jing was old and weak. She was done for. She was going to lose her life. The dart shot straight for Consort Jing's face. Consort Jing's eyes turned cold as she waved her 2 fingers and caught the dart. Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. The hall fell silent in an instant. Chapter 335. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Everyone, including the emperor, was stunned by the scene before them. Grand concubine Jing, who had been sickly and on the verge of collapsing from a gust of wind, had caught a dart aimed at her with her bare hands in the next second. This was too exciting. Everyone was so shocked that no one could say anything for a long time. Logically speaking, the box that Marquis Xianping had given to Grand Concubine Jing should have been charged with the crime of attempting to assassinate the Grand Concubine. However, the fact that Grand Concubine Jing had caught the darts with her bare hands was so shocking that no one thought of Marquis Xianping. Even Marquis Xianping hadn't thought of himself. Mother. The emperor stuttered. Grand Concubine Jing immediately returned to her senses. Her body swayed and her fingers loosened, causing the dart to fall to the shiny floor with a loud thud. Only then did everyone come back to their senses, and their eyes widened in unison. Granny Kai's eyes flickered as she slapped the box out of Grand Concubine Jing's hands. Marquis Xianping, how dare you assassinate the Grand Concubine in Pure Flower's palace? Fortunately, the Grand Concubine is a descendant of a general and learned a bit of martial arts from the old uncle before entering the palace. Otherwise, you would have succeeded by now. The old uncle was Grand Concubine Jing's father. After Grand Concubine Jing was conferred the title of concubine, her maternal family also rose in status. Her father was made Count Yanjin and given the rank of Major 4th Rank General of Might. Before this, Count Yanjin was only a 6th rank military captain. It was a bit of an exaggeration to call her a descendant of a general, but once a person achieved meteoric success, their past could be polished and embellished, and history could be forgotten. Thus, in everyone's eyes, Grand Concubine Jing deserved Granny Kai's title of descendant of a general. Noble Consort Zhuang pursed her lips. She was one of the few people who snorted in disdain. Her aunt was the descendant of a scholar, and Grand Concubine Jing was known as the descendant of a general. Everyone called her the twin beauties of Zhao capital, one for the scholarly and one for the martial arts. How could she be worthy of being called one of the 2 beauties alongside his aunt? Noble Consort Zhuang touched the tip of her nose with her handkerchief and said with a faint smile, "It's been so many years, but Imperial Consort Dowager's skills haven't changed at all. She's so agile." This, Granny Kai opened her mouth. Old Concubine Jing said with a smile, "I neglected my practice in the palace and slacked off. Later on, I moved to the nunnery. When I had nothing to do, I would practice to pass the time." Cough, cough. As she spoke, she covered her face and coughed. "But I've been sick these days, so I can't practice anymore." The emperor said in a daze, "In the past, I've never heard my mother mention it." They had had a very difficult time in the palace. After Empress Dowager Zhuang was banished to the Cold Palace, the 3 of them lost their protection and suffered a lot of bullying. He remembered that once, a Jowie, whose position was below his lady mother's, had sent her dog to attack Ning'an, who was beside his lady mother. Imperial Concubine Mother used her body to shield Ning'an. She was bitten black and blue all over, and Ning'an was also slightly injured. "Since my mother knows martial arts, why did you?" The emperor suddenly realized that he didn't trust old Concubine Jing enough. Old Concubine Jing smiled bitterly. Your Majesty wants to ask about the time Ning and I were chased and bitten by Mujiao's dog? Mujiao is noble consort Lu's person. I can hide once, but I can't hide forever. Noble consort Lu wants me to be injured. If I don't show her my injuries, she won't let it go. It's just that Ning also suffered some minor injuries. Fortunately, noble consort Lu vented her anger. Otherwise, the three of us would have been in a worse situation. Granny Kai said in a timely manner. Old concubine mother injured her leg at that time. She didn't want Princess Ning and Your Majesty to worry, so she kept it a secret. Since then, whenever it rained, her leg would hurt like it was being pricked by needles. It's gotten worse in recent years. She would occasionally fall ill even on sunny days. That's why she often falls down. People who practiced martial arts weren't immune to injuries. For example, Marquis Xianping had a waist injury on the battlefield. The surprise in the emperor's eyes dissipated, and he walked forward guiltily. I've wronged mother. He held old concubine Jing's hand with one hand and patted her back with the other to help her breathe. The emperor, who had favored noble consort Zhuang a moment ago, now glared at her coldly. Noble consort Zhuang knew that she had misspoken. She dropped her handkerchief and bowed. I meant to say that it's fortunate that old concubine mother didn't neglect her martial arts practice. Otherwise, she might have met with misfortune today. Martial arts practice? Why hadn't she heard of it before? Granny Kai offered a cup of hot tea. I'll do it. The emperor took the tea and personally fed it to old concubine Jing. Old concubine Jing's expression relaxed a bit, and the emperor finally turned his attention back to Marquis Xianping. He said coldly, Marquis Xianping, what's going on? Marquis Xianping felt wronged. He also wanted to know what was going on. That damned old wine jar, was he playing with him? He said seriously, Your Majesty, this brocade box was given to me by Chancellor Hua. I didn't open it, so I didn't know there was a hidden weapon inside. He was a hoodlum, but he wasn't a gentleman who would sneak around and pry into other people's privacy. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't expect the old chancellor to trick him like this. Why? The emperor said coldly, Summon Hua Xian. Yes, Eunuch Wei responded. Eunuch Wei immediately sent a junior eunuch to the directorate to summon the old chancellor to Pure Flowers Palace. Empress Xiao and noble consort Zhuang also stayed here to wait for the results of the emperor's trial. The old chancellor calmly and magnanimously entered the autumn flower pavilion in the side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. His gaze swept across everyone, seemingly surprised to see so many people. He cupped his hands and bowed. This subject kowtows in salute to your majesty, the empress, the imperial concubine dowager, and the imperial concubine dowager. The box and dart had already been picked up by the palace servants and placed on the table next to the emperor. The emperor waved his hand impatiently. No need for formalities. We didn't call you here to see you pay your respects. The old chancellor secretly raised his brows. His Majesty's temper was very strong. The emperor casually picked up the box on the table and coldly threw it on the ground in front of the old chancellor. What is this? Do you recognize it? The box fell on the ground and smashed open. The shiny dart inside rolled out and coincidentally rolled next to the old chancellor's feet. The old chancellor squatted down and picked up the box and dart together with a strange expression. What? You don't recognize it? When the emperor said this, he looked deeply at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping said to the old chancellor, The one surnamed Hua, don't play dumb. You personally handed this box to me last night and asked me to pass it to the imperial concubine dowager for you. It was a great taboo for a subject to privately exchange gifts with the imperial concubine. However, the old chancellor was too pure, so it made people suspect his intentions. The old chancellor said innocently, That's right, I did hand the box to you. Where is the item in the box? The emperor said coldly, This dart is the item in the box. The old chancellor looked at the emperor with a dumbfounded expression. How is that possible? I clearly put in 20 taels of silver. He looked at Grand Concubine Jing. Imperial Concubine Dowager, do you still remember when I went to the temple to offer incense many years ago? There were too many pilgrims at that time, so a thief sneaked in and stole my silver. You happened to pass by nearby and borrowed 10 taels of silver for the incense after asking for the reason. I once promised that I would repay you double the amount in the future. It had been a long time since this incident happened. If the old chancellor hadn't brought it up, Grand Concubine Jing would have almost forgotten about it. She tried hard to recall and asked with uncertainty, "Didn't we agree to buy a couplet from you at that time? I didn't borrow the silver from you." The old chancellor said righteously, "Imperial concubine said that she wanted to buy a couplet written by me to solve my urgent need and was afraid that my self-esteem would be damaged. However, I also said that I would repay the silver in the future." Grand Concubine Jing didn't have much of an impression of the latter part. After all, who would keep a record of 10 taels of silver for several years? The emperor asked suspiciously, "Why did you have to return it now of all times?" The old chancellor let out a dry laugh and said embarrassedly, "To be honest, I forgot about it. It was only when I heard the news that old concubine Jing returned to the palace that I suddenly remembered this old score." Good heavens, good heavens. Grand concubine Jing really did give him the silver. He did say that he would repay her double the amount, but Grand concubine Jing didn't agree at the time. She only said that he might as well write a couplet for her and take it that she bought it from him. However, so many years had passed, and he insisted on returning the silver. Grand concubine Jing probably couldn't remember it clearly anymore. Even if she remembered it clearly, she wasn't afraid that there would be mistakes in her memory. He said that he remembered it that way. Fortunately, Grand concubine Jing and the emperor didn't harp on the details of the silver. Instead, they talked about the item in the brocade box again. The emperor said, "You gave the silver, but Marquis Xian Ping used it as a dart today and almost injured Grand concubine Jing." What? The old chancellor was flabbergasted and panicked. He knelt down with a plop. "Your Majesty is wise. This old subject has indeed placed silver taels. I also don't know why the silver became a concealed weapon. I can swear to the heavens." Marquis Xian Ping gritted his teeth. Keep acting for me," noble concubine Zhuang said with a smile. "Chancellor Hua is so confident. Could it be that he really didn't put it there?" But after him, it seems that Marquis Xian Ping was the only one who touched the box in private. Noble concubine Zhuang. Empress Xiao stopped her with a stern voice. Noble concubine Zhuang smiled. "I don't mean to slander Marquis Xian Ping. I'm just analyzing the facts." Marquis Xian Ping said, "I didn't open the box after receiving it yesterday and kept it with me. After returning home, I put it in my room. The only people who can enter my room are me and my bodyguard, Changjing." Changjing didn't touch the box. Changjing wasn't interested in this kind of boxy thing. He wouldn't even bother to look at it. Empress Xiao stood up and stood beside her brother. She saluted the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, Marquis Xian Ping is loyal to you and respectful to concubine Jing's mother. He would never frame concubine Jing's mother." Especially in front of so many people, isn't it stupid to use something he personally handed over? Noble concubine Zhuang smiled faintly and said, "Maybe someone used this idea to make the impossible possible, so that they could escape suspicion." Empress Zhao's eyes turned cold. "I'm talking to His Majesty. It's not your turn to interrupt." In the past, Empress Xiao didn't use her status to suppress noble concubine Zhuang. After all, noble concubine Zhuang had the support of the Empress Dowager, and her real power wasn't small. Today, she was anxious, so she said this. Noble concubine Zhuang snorted coldly. The emperor looked at Marquis Xian Ping heavily. "Has anyone sneaked into your room?" Marquis Xian Ping calmly met the emperor's sharp gaze. "Your Majesty, this official doesn't dare to say that the entire Marquis Xian Ping is impregnable, but this official's room is guarded by Changjing, and this official also rests there. With our skills, it's impossible for anyone to do anything under our eyes." The emperor pondered. "The Changjing you're talking about is the assassin you brought back from the Dark Knight sect?" Marquis Xian Ping said, "That's right. The Dark Knight sect was a power outside of the 6 countries. It didn't belong to any country, and was headquartered on an island. The assassins of the Dark Knight sect were all first-class experts. What's more, what Marquis Xianping said was right. He himself was also a first-class expert. The old chancellor muttered, "What if someone took action while you were asleep?" Marquis Xianping looked at him and chuckled. "Do you know that in Zhao country, there are no more than 5 people who can defeat Changjing? One is the Grand Marshal of the world, Tang Yueshan. One is Marquis Ding, and's Marquis Gu. The other 3 are the Dragon Shadow Guards that the previous emperor left to the emperor. The reason I said 3 is because I've only seen 3 of them. I don't know if there are more." The old chancellor said seriously, "So there are still people who can commit crimes." Marquis Xianping said indifferently, "Tang Yueshan went with Prince Ning to suppress bandits early this month and hasn't returned yet. He's not in the capital, so how could he commit a crime in my manor?" The old chancellor said, "Then, what about Marquis Gu?" Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes. "The one surnamed Hua. Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid?" The old marquis was the emperor's confidant. This was something no one in the world knew. Hua Xian, this old thing, was deeply trusted by the emperor. So how could he not know? Would he harm concubine Jing? Did he know about the existence of this box? Empress Xiao knew that the old marquis was secretly training soldiers for the emperor. She also believed that the old marquis had nothing to do with this matter. Noble consort Zhuang was one of the Empress Dowager's people, but the Empress Dowager was well informed. How could she not know that the old marquis and the emperor were only at odds on the surface? She sneered. If that's the case, it's neither this nor that. Could it be the late emperor's dragon shadow guard? Marquis Xianping, why don't you say that His Majesty wants to harm his mother? Noble consort Zhuang didn't know that the emperor had already given the dragon shadow guard to concubine Jing. So even if it was the dragon shadow guard, it wasn't the emperor who wanted to harm concubine Jing, but concubine Jing herself. But why would concubine Jing harm herself? Could it be a ruse? Why? Was it to frame Marquis Xianping, or the old chancellor? The emperor felt that his mother had no reason to do this, even if she was innocent and kind-hearted. Marquis Xianping and the old chancellor were both his confidants. Why would his mother cut off his arms? The emperor looked coldly at Marquis Xianping. "I'll leave this matter to you. You must get to the bottom of this. If you can't, I'll take it that you did it." Marquis Xianping. After leaving the imperial palace, Marquis Xianping almost couldn't resist pressing the old chancellor to the ground to wipe the floor. "The one with the surname Hua, you've improved. You've even tricked me." "What are you saying, Marquis Xianping? I really don't know why the silver turned into darts." The old chancellor refused to admit it. The number 1 green tea in Zhao country, his acting skills were perfect. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth and said, "Seeing that you were once Aheng's teacher, I won't kill you first. But if I find evidence, even if His Majesty doesn't kill you, I will personally end you." The old chancellor cupped his hands. "Farewell, Marquis." "Humph." Marquis Xianping left in a huff. Only when he was far away did the old chancellor let out a long sigh of relief. He came to his carriage and stepped on the footstool to get on. Inside the carriage, Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao had been waiting for a long time. "Chancellor Hua, how is it?" Gu Chongqing asked. The old chancellor smiled. "It's going well, and it's a little unexpected. I found out that old concubine Jing knows martial arts." He didn't see old concubine Jing catch the darts with her bare hands. He only asked eunuch Wei when he came out. He originally thought that it would be the late emperor's men of sacrifice. It could be seen that people couldn't care less about hiding themselves at the crucial moment of life and death. Gu Jiao made a sound and said, "Her pulse is so weak. She really doesn't seem like someone who knows martial arts." Gu Chongqing thought for a while and said, "Maybe she took some medicine to change her pulse." It's possible." Gu Jiao nodded. Her eyes suddenly became bright. "Then can we?" "No." The old chancellor heartlessly took away her sack. "Does His Majesty have any suspicions about her?" Gu Chongqing asked. The old chancellor drank a mouthful of tea and said with a smirk, "It won't be so fast." But the seed of suspicion has been planted. As long as it happens a few more times, the seed will germinate in His Majesty's heart. It will grow strong and blossom into a flower that will sow discord. Gu Changqing, you really look like a treacherous official. Chapter 336. The group took the carriage back to Jadewater Alley. There's something I don't understand, Gu Changqing suddenly said before getting off the carriage. What is it? The old chancellor asked. Gu Changqing pondered. Since the late emperor's shadow dragon guards are loyal to His Majesty, then they should know that His Majesty values Jiao Jiao very much. Why would they help the evildoers harm Jiao Jiao? The old chancellor replied, this is where the shadow dragon guards are different from the usual men of sacrifice. They are tools for killing and have no thoughts of their own. They only listen to orders. His Majesty made them loyal to old concubine Jing. So old concubine Jing's words are their imperial edict, unless His Majesty personally takes them back. I see. Gu Changqing suddenly realized. He had been in the military camp for so long and thought he was familiar with the experts of Zhao country. But he didn't expect that he only knew the tip of the iceberg. There was such a terrifying power hidden under the surface. I'm still too young, he muttered. The old chancellor patted his shoulder. It's not too late to know now. Your grandfather is His Majesty's confidant, so he must know about the existence of the Shadow Dragon Guards. It's just that the time wasn't right, so he didn't tell you. The Shadow Dragon Guards were very powerful in the early years, but unfortunately, they were either dead or injured. In this generation, only old concubine Jing and a few others are left. His Majesty himself has never seen the terror of the Shadow Dragon Guards, so he doesn't know what kind of killing weapon he gave old concubine Jing. Gu Changqing nodded. No wonder Eunuch Wei said that His Majesty recently sent a few more shadow guards to old concubine Jing's side. The old chancellor said, with the Shadow Dragon Guards, why would he need shadow guards? His Majesty is the one who is too young. Wait, Gu Changqing suddenly remembered something. His Majesty once encountered an assassination attempt. Could it be that the Shadow Dragon Guards were among those people? The Shadow Dragon Guards even killed His Majesty? That's not the case. Old Chancellor shook his head. Dragon Shadow Guards won't assassinate His Majesty. This is the first order that the late Emperor left for them. The second order is to obey His Majesty's orders. Even if His Majesty ordered them to kill him, the Dragon Shadow Guards would still obey the first order. Last time, the person who tried to assassinate His Majesty was a hostage from the state of Qin. However, it is impossible for a hostage from the state of Qin to know His Majesty's whereabouts so well. He has a spy in the palace. Gu Changqing asked, could the spy be one of concubine Jing's men? The old chancellor stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that it's her. If it was her, why would she assassinate His Majesty? What good would it do her to kill His Majesty? Gu Changqing thought for a moment. What if her purpose is not to kill His Majesty, but to stab His Majesty and frame Empress Dowager Zhuang? In fact, His Majesty did blame the assassination on Empress Dowager Zhuang. The old chancellor had a solemn expression. We can't rule out this possibility. If that was the case, then concubine Jing was too scary. She could think of it as revenge against Empress Dowager Zhuang, or fighting for the position of Empress Dowager. However, His Majesty respected her so much that she could do it. I hope we are wrong, Gu Changqing said. His Majesty respected concubine Jing so much that he was almost no different from her flesh and blood, except for the fact that he wasn't born from her womb. Gu Changqing understood His Majesty's feelings for concubine Jing. Gu Chenglin and Gu Chengfeng used to feel the same way about concubine Ling. The difference was that concubine Ling was just a concubine. Gu Chenglin and Gu Chengfeng knew they had a mother since they were young. In their hearts, their mother was more important. When His Majesty was born, he was brought to concubine Jing's palace and adopted under her name. The relationship between mother and son was strong for many years. It wasn't until His Majesty grew up that he learned that his birth mother was a palace maid. At that time, he couldn't have any feelings for his birth mother. The former emperor wouldn't allow him to have any feelings for a lowly palace maid. If His Majesty was hurt by concubine Jing, it would be a devastating blow. As the two talked, the carriage arrived at the door. The carriage stopped, and the surroundings quieted down. Only then did the two hear a small snoring sound beside them. It turned out that Gu Jiao had fallen asleep while hugging a pillow. The little girl was sleeping soundly. Her cheeks were pressed against the pillow until they were chubby and bright red from the heat. The two couldn't help but laugh. This girl really didn't have the slightest interest in these things. She just went to sleep when she wasn't allowed to put a sack over her. "I'll go down first," Old Chancellor said soundlessly. Gu Chongqing nodded his head and bowed towards Old Chancellor, giving him a junior's greeting. The two didn't wake Gu Jiao up. Gu Chongqing stayed in the carriage and took out a fan from under the table, gently fanning Gu Jiao. Perhaps it was because it was cooler, but Gu Jiao's furrowed brows relaxed. Yao Shi, who was picking vegetables in the front yard, saw this scene and rubbed her slightly protruding belly. A trace of gentleness flashed through her eyes. Gu Jiao slept all the way until little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. As soon as the little trumpet spirit got home, she started blaring tirelessly. It was hard for Gu Jiao not to wake up. Fortunately, she had enough sleep. Gu Chongqing still had matters to attend to at the military camp, so he couldn't stay for dinner. In the evening, smoke rose in spirals from the kitchen chimneys in the alley. Xiao Lulang had also returned from his duty at Hanlin Academy. He went to Old Chancellor's place to discuss some matters. When he returned home, he found Gu Jiao sitting listlessly in the east room. She had slept for an entire afternoon, so logically speaking, she should be full of energy. But her sighing and moaning really showed the essence of little Jing Kong's imitation of Master Zhao next door. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but smile. After dinner, Gu Jiao returned to the house listlessly and continued to be listless. Xiao Lulang knocked on the door. "It's me." Gu Jiao sat up. "Come in." Xiao Lulang pushed the door and entered. Gu Jiao thought he was here to give her mung bean soup again. Although she wasn't hungry, she still sat down at the table very cooperatively. Who knew that Xiao Lulang didn't give her a bowl of mung bean soup? Instead, he just stared at her. Gu Jiao gradually sensed that something was wrong. She raised her head and met Xiao Yulong's gaze. She asked strangely, "What?" Xiao Yulong's bottomless eyes were shining. There was a helpless smile that even he didn't notice. "Don't you want to put a gunny sack on me?" Gu Jiao's little ears perked up. Then she blinked and looked at the window. She said in a serious tone, "I'm not that kind of person." Xiao Lulang almost believed her. Supporting someone until they couldn't get out of bed. You really aren't that kind of person. Xiao Lulang held back his smile and asked seriously, "Then, do you want to go to the palace to see Grandant?" Gu Jiao sat up straight. Of course I want to go. Change into this." Xiao Lulang magically brought out a set of young eunuch clothes. After he left, Gu Jiao changed into the clothes and put on the hat. The door was pulled open, and a playful young eunuch walked out. Xiao Lulang was caught off guard and stared straight at her. He never expected that the woman would look so cute in the eunuch's clothes. She had a pair of big, blinking eyes that were bright and clear. Her small face was the size of a palm, and her facial features were unbelievably exquisite. Even the red birthmark that was often criticized by others seemed to have a different kind of spirit. If all the young eunuchs in the palace looked like this, then what was the point of taking concubines and choosing consorts? "Do I look good?" Gu Jiao asked. "Not bad," a certain person said with a cold face. "Get on." The two got on the carriage. Today, Nanxiang personally went to Qinghe Academy to pick up Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yin. Lu Quan was free, but now he wasn't free. He had to send the two to the palace. Gu Jiao sat obediently in the carriage. She stretched out her legs and tiptoed. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. The carriage arrived at the palace gate. Xiao Lulang generously showed his Rensho Palace token. "Can I trouble you to see if there's anyone else in the carriage?" the guard asked politely. Xiao Lulang lifted the curtain and generously allowed the guard to size him up. In reality, he blocked most of Gu Jiao's view, so he could only see the young eunuch's clothes. Xiao Liulong's expression didn't change as he said, "It's the young eunuch of Rendezvous Palace." "Ah, so it's like that. Xiao Xiuzhu, please." The guard moved to the side to let them pass. The carriage passed by the throne room and couldn't go any further as it approached the inner palace. Xiao Luling said, "All right, let's stop here. Uncle Lu, you go back first. We'll go back by ourselves later." Lu Quan said, "I'll wait for you." Xiao Luling said, "No need. Great Aunt will send someone to send us back." "That's true." Lu Quan smiled. "Then I'll be leaving first." After Lu Quan left, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao went to the vicinity of Pure Flowers Palace. The days were long and the nights were short in summer. It was getting late, but dusk was still boundless. Grand Concubine Jing had the habit of taking a stroll after dinner to aid digestion, so she went to the Imperial Garden with Nurse Kai and the others after dinner. What had happened in Pure Flowers Palace in the morning had affected her somewhat, so her complexion wasn't very good. Nurse Kai supported her while the junior palace maids followed behind them, not daring to say a word. "Let's go sit in the pavilion," Grand Concubine Jing said to Nurse Kai.
Yes.
Nurse Kai helped her up the steps and sat down on a stone bench in the pavilion. She then ordered one of the junior palace maids, "Go make a pot of flower tea and bring it over." Yes. The junior palace maid went to a nearby tea house to make the tea. The evening breeze blew gently, and the weeping willows swayed gently. The imperial garden was bathed in tranquility and peace. The junior palace maid brought over the tea and poured a cup for Grand Concubine Jing with both hands. Nurse Kai reached out to take it, but she sucked in a cold breath when she touched it. She snapped, "How dare you? Do you want to burn esteemed imperial concubine to death?" This servant wouldn't dare. The junior palace maid was so frightened that she fell to her knees. Because her movements were too big, the tea in the cup spilled out and splashed all over her hands, turning them red in an instant. Grand Concubine Jing said softly, "Forget it. She didn't do it on purpose. She's still young, so just teach her more. Get up." "Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine." "Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine." The junior palace maid was moved to tears as she stood up shakily. "Put it down," Grand Concubine Jing said as she looked at the tea in her hands. "Yes." The junior palace maid placed the tea on the stone table. Grand Concubine Jing then said, "Let me see your hands." The junior palace maid quickly hid her hands behind her back. "I wouldn't dare disgrace esteemed imperial concubine's eyes." "Just let me see," Grand Concubine Jing said kindly. "Yes." The junior palace maid lowered her head and stretched out her hands nervously. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the back of her hands and said, "It's all red, so there's no need to serve me anymore. Go back and apply some ointment." She paused for a bit before adding, "I almost forgot that this isn't a nunnery, and you girls don't have ointment with you. Granny Kai, take her to my room and give her a bottle of ointment for burns." Granny Kai smiled. "You're so kind, esteemed imperial concubine." "Many thanks, esteemed imperial concubine." The junior palace maid knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. The palace maids and eunuchs who saw this all felt that Grand Concubine Jing was indeed a kind-hearted person. She had been a vegetarian for many years and had the heart of a bodhisattva. She was much easier to get along with than the one at Rendezvous Palace. Working at Rendezvous Palace, one had to be very careful all the time. If they angered that person at some point in time, they would be beaten to death without any explanation. Granny Kai then led the junior palace maid away. Not far away, Xiao Lulang retracted his gaze and said to Gu Jiao, "My stomach isn't feeling well, so I suddenly feel like going to the washroom. Wait for me here." "Forget it, let's not wait. You go to Rendezvous Palace first. I'll go there myself later." Gu Jiao looked at Grand Concubine Jing, then looked at Xiao Lulang and nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. Xiao Liulong's lips curled slightly, then he pursed his lips. "Then I'll be going." "Gu Jiao, hurry, hurry." Xiao Lulang, who was being disdained by his wife. Xiao Lulang walked towards the washroom. He naturally wasn't going to go to the toilet. He walked as far away as possible and took out a bamboo flute from his wide sleeve behind a rock garden where no one was passing by. He had just gone to see the old chancellor and learned about Gu Jiao's assassination attempt and what had happened at Pure Flower's palace. He also learned that Grand Concubine Jing had the deceased emperor's loyalists in her hands. There was one thing that even the old chancellor and his majesty didn't know, and that was that Princess Xinyang also had loyalists left behind by the deceased emperor. Xiao Lulang composed himself and blew into the bamboo flute in his hand. On a lush tree, a black figure holding a long sword was leaning against the tree trunk with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he opened his eyes. He gripped the long sword in his hand and used his qinggong to fly in the direction of the flute's sound. Granny Kai left with the young palace maid whose hand had been scalded, leaving only Grand Concubine Jing and a few other palace maids in the pavilion. "Let us go pick some flowers for your highness," said one of the palace maids. "All right." Grand Concubine Jing nodded. "Go and pick them quickly. It's getting dark." "Yes, your highness." For palace maids and eunuchs walked down the steps and started picking flowers from the bushes. Several hidden guards were lying in ambush in the surroundings. Whoosh! A hidden guard disappeared. Whoosh! Another hidden guard disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the hidden guards had disappeared. Grand Concubine Jing seemed to have sensed something. She frowned and turned around. But before she could see clearly, someone had put a gunny sack over her head. She knew martial arts, after all, and couldn't be compared to the crown prince's concubine. With a twist of her finger, she shot a poison needle at Gu Jiao. Yo-ho! Poison scorpion. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was prepared. She leaned to the side and stabbed the needle into Grand Concubine Jing's thigh. Grand Concubine Jing didn't even have time to scream before she was drugged. Chapter 337. The expert had been attracted by the sound of the flute and had used his qinggong to arrive behind the fake mountain where Xiao Lulang was standing. He wore a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that were colder and more bloodthirsty than an ordinary assassin's. He landed steadily in front of Xiao Lulang and sized up Xiao Lulang. When Xiao Lulang was young, he had seen the Princess of Xinyang use the flute to summon the previous emperor's loyalists. He had played the same song. There was no one in this area, and his song was not loud. Only the loyalists of the previous emperor could hear it. At first, he was a little worried that he had played the wrong song, but it seemed that he was right. However, why was he alone? Were the others not in the imperial palace? In his impression, the loyalists of the previous emperor wore masks like this and had the same terrifying murderous aura. They would not indiscriminately kill people outside of their mission, especially people who did not know martial arts, unless they were obstructed in the middle of their mission. Xiao Lulang understood that as long as he did not make any provocative moves, he would not make a move against him. His eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Xiao Lulang generously allowed him to size him up. After a moment, as if to verify something, Xiao Lulang said to him, "Could I trouble you to help me pick a leaf from the top of my head?" But that person left without even looking back. Xiao Lulang sighed. He had originally thought that if he could play the song to summon the other person, he might be able to make the other person listen to his orders. It seemed that he had thought too much. The Princess of Xinyang had been able to control the loyalists of the previous emperor not because of this song, but because she was the new master that the previous emperor had passed down to them. When this loyalist heard the song, he probably thought that his original master was summoning him. But when he rushed over and found that he was not the previous emperor, nor was he the emperor, he turned and left. Well, he could only stall for so much time. Gu Jiao dragged the person into the small dark room near the supreme liquid pool. Just as she threw the person in, before she could use her snowflake-like violent little fists, a terrifying and familiar aura approached. "Ah, you're back so soon." She hadn't even started yet. Nyahila Gu Jiao scratched her head frantically, lifted the sack, and kicked it into the supreme liquid pool. Then, she ran away, chirping. The court ladies in the imperial garden finally realized that Concubine Jing was missing. They looked around and even alerted the emperor in the end. By the time the emperor rushed over from the imperial study, Grand Concubine Jing had already been fished out of the water by the loyalist and brought back to Pure Flower's palace. Mother! The emperor rushed to Pure Flower's palace in a hurry and went straight to Grand Concubine Jing's bedchambers. But Kai Mama stopped him outside. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Imperial Concubine Dowager is changing clothes. The emperor asked anxiously, what happened? Why did Mother suddenly disappear? Kai Mama said in a sad and panicked voice, This servant isn't too sure. Let's wait until we ask Imperial Concubine Dowager. The emperor coldly said, Why aren't you sure? Aren't you always serving Mother Consort? Mama Kai said in an aggrieved manner, this servant was originally serving the Imperial Concubine Dowager, but a palace maid accidentally scalded her hand. The Imperial Concubine was kind and allowed this servant to bring the palace maid back to Pure Flower's palace to apply medicine. How could this servant have expected that Imperial Concubine Dowager would fall into the water while this servant was gone? Fall into the water? The emperor frowned. Grand Concubine Jing's pained cries could be heard from inside. Kai Mama quickly said, Imperial Concubine Dowager is completely drenched. This servant will go in to serve Imperial Concubine Dowager first. This servant will take her leave. Kai Mama turned and entered Grand Concubine Jing's bedchambers. Not long later, the imperial physician also arrived. He was about to bow to the emperor when the emperor waved his hand impatiently. Why aren't you going in yet? The imperial physician shuddered in fright and hurriedly went in with his medical kit. The emperor anxiously waited outside the bedchambers for a full hour before Grand Concubine Jing finished packing. Your Majesty. Kai Mama walked out with red eyes and invited the emperor in. The emperor quickly walked to the bed and sat down. His heart ached when he saw Grand Concubine Jing sitting at the head of the bed. Her face was pale, her nose was bruised, and her head was wrapped in a large bandage. He coldly looked at Kai Mama. Didn't you say that she only fell into the water? How did she get injured? And such serious injuries at that. How could this be all of his injuries? This was just the tip of the iceberg. Although Gu Jiao hadn't been able to make a move in time, Grand Concubine Jing's head had hit the stairs 7 or 8 times and but had been rubbed against the limestone floor over 100 times. Her gunny sack had been worn through, and her pants had holes in them. It was a bloody mess. Her knees had been hit 3 times, her arms had been hit 5 times, and her waist had been hit dozens of times. For her to suffer like this at her age, she would have died long ago if it weren't for her martial arts. But even with martial arts, her injuries were still very serious. She couldn't move at all, and her entire body would hurt if she did. Kai Mama dropped to her knees and choked out, I also thought that she only fell into the water. Grand Concubine Jing weakly said, Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Kai Mama. Please don't take your anger out on her. She wasn't pretending to be weak now. She was so weak that she could collapse at any moment. You may all leave, Grand Concubine Jing said to Kai Mama and the servants in the bedchambers. Kai Mama and the others looked at the emperor nervously, fearing that he would punish them. The emperor waved his hand coldly, and everyone retreated as if relieved of a heavy burden. What's wrong with the servants this time? The emperor gritted his teeth and murmured. Grand Concubine Jing raised her arm that was about to break from the pain and gently placed it on the back of the emperor's hand. She shook her head. It's not their fault. The opponent was too strong. The emperor asked, Where are the men of sacrifice and shadow guards I left for you? Grand Concubine Jing replied, The men of sacrifice were lured away, and the shadow guards were knocked out. Those were the palace's experts. The emperor gasped. Who could be so powerful? Grand Concubine Jing shook her head. I'm not sure. I felt that something was off at the time, but I was injured before I could see the other party's face. She was embarrassed to say that she had been put in a gunny sack. She couldn't afford to lose face like this. That person took me near the supreme liquid pond. If the men of sacrifice hadn't come back in time and scared that person away, I might have died. That person even knew to throw me into the water, forcing the men of sacrifice to save me. That way, he could have escaped without a trace. So vicious, so vicious. The emperor clenched his fists and trembled with anger. Grand concubine Jing lowered her head and withdrew her hand with a bitter smile. Have I caused trouble for your majesty? If I hadn't suddenly returned to the palace, none of this would have happened for no reason. The emperor held her hand tightly. Don't say that, mother. It was our intention for you to return to the palace. Someone couldn't bear to see you return and plotted twice in one day, almost taking mother's life. Don't worry, mother. We will definitely ferret out the mastermind. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will bring them to justice. We will seek justice for mother. He was just short of mentioning Empress Dowager Zhuang by name. Grand concubine Jing covered her mouth with her handkerchief and coughed sadly. Mother. The emperor looked coldly at the imperial physician kneeling on the ground. How is mother's body? The imperial physician replied in fear and trepidation. In reply to your majesty, esteemed imperial concubine was severely injured and frightened by falling into the water. I'm afraid she will need to rest for a while before she can recover. The emperor shouted, Then what are you still doing here? Why aren't you brewing the medicine for imperial mother? Yes, yes. The imperial physician left in a cold sweat. Your majesty, your majesty. Eunuch Wei walked in with small steps. What is it? The emperor asked. Eunuch Wei said, This servant found the unconscious Xiao Xiuzhua near the supreme liquid pond. Him? The emperor went to the small garden in Pure Flowers Palace. Eunuch Wei called for the imperial physician, who performed acupuncture on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang slowly woke up and opened his heavy eyelids. He asked, Where is this? Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, This is Pure Flowers Palace. Xiao Xiuzhua, you fainted in the supreme liquid pond just now. Why did you faint? Xiao Lulang was at a loss. I think. I saw a suspicious person just now. She looked like Jiao Jiao. I called out to her, and she knocked me out. What? The little divine doctor knocked you out? Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor in astonishment. He could also see the shock in the emperor's eyes. The emperor was someone who had experienced scheming before. He carefully asked about the time and place of Xiao Liulong's accident and quickly connected that person to Grand Concubine Jing's assassin. Xiao Lulang was stunned. Your Majesty, you're saying that Grand Concubine Jing's assassin was Jiao Jiao? How is that possible? His acting skills had improved again. He had only done such a shameless thing once or twice, so how did he become so proficient in it? Did he really have some talent in this area? Eunuch Wei was puzzled. But this servant interrogated the palace servants just now. Aside from her, no one else appeared in the vicinity. Xiao Lulang said seriously, Jiao Jiao didn't enter the palace today. Although she has some skills, she doesn't know Qinggong. She wouldn't have been able to enter without using the main entrance. This was the truth. Gu Jiaojiao truly didn't know any Qinggong. The emperor had experienced it firsthand. On the night of the assassination attempt, Gu Jiaojiao had used all 4 legs to escape with him. The emperor's legs had almost broken from running. If she knew Qinggong, she wouldn't have not used it in a life and death situation. This time, Eunuch Wei didn't wait for the emperor's orders. In order to prove the young divine doctor's innocence, he went to the palace gates himself and asked the guard if Gu Jiao had entered the palace. No. The guard replied with absolute certainty. Eunuch Wei asked, Xiao Xiuzhua entered the palace by himself? The guard replied, There was also a young eunuch from Renshou Palace. This young eunuch didn't arouse Eunuch Wei's suspicions because Empress Dowager Zhuang did often send people to Jade Water Alley to deliver things, or bring people from Jade Water Alley into the palace. Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flowers Palace to report. The young divine doctor truly didn't enter the palace today. Xiao Lulang said thoughtfully, Could it be someone is impersonating Jiao Jiao? The emperor gritted his teeth. Did you see her appearance clearly? Xiao Lulang shook his head. I didn't see her clearly. Her back was very similar, her clothes, her hair accessories were all the same, and there was also that small basket on her back. In the imperial palace, There wasn't a single palace maid who would wear green clothes and carry a small basket on her back. This was clearly Gu Jiao's attire. The emperor's gaze turned cold. It seems that someone really is impersonating the young divine doctor. Xiao Lulang suddenly realized, why didn't she kill this subject to silence him? She probably wanted to use this subject to reveal her identity. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Jiao Jiao didn't know Qinggong and instead exposed herself. This balance was very delicate. Even Eunuch Wei didn't know that Gu Jiao didn't know Qinggong. He thought that since the young divine doctor was so skilled, he would definitely be able to leap onto roofs and vault over walls like the palace's experts. It was because he didn't know that the emperor believed that the culprit didn't know either. It seemed that the culprit had miscalculated something. Since the culprit wanted to frame Gu Jiao, then the mastermind couldn't be Empress Dowager Zhuang. No matter how prejudiced the emperor was against Empress Dowager Zhuang, he couldn't believe that she would frame Gu Jiao. When he was recuperating in Jadewater Alley, he had personally seen how well she treated Gu Jiao. He knew that she cherished Gu Jiao as much as she cherished him. Empress Dowager Zhuang's suspicions were naturally dispelled. But if it wasn't her, then who would be so intolerant of consort Jing's mother? The emperor coldly muttered to himself. His voice wasn't loud, but Eunuch Wei still heard it. Eunuch Wei cautiously glanced at Xiao Lulang. He thought that this kind of thing shouldn't be said in front of Xiao Xiuzhua, right? He could only pray that Xiao Xiuzhua didn't hear it. Xiao Yulong's expression didn't change at all, as if he really hadn't heard anything. He thought seriously for a moment, then said, Your Majesty, since that person is framing Jiao Jiao, they must be trying to stir up conflict between Pure Flowers Palace and Renshou Palace. It wasn't a secret that Gu Jiao was close to Renshou Palace. If they couldn't prove that the culprit wasn't Gu Jiao, then the fire would definitely burn Empress Dowager Zhuang's head. Xiao Lulang sternly said, Your Majesty, forgive this subject for speaking bluntly, but someone wants Your Majesty, the Grand Imperial Concubine, and the Empress Dowager to fight among themselves. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This subject understands that there is an unresolvable conflict between Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager, but Your Majesty must not fall for someone else's scheme in the face of a great enemy. In the past, the emperor wouldn't have listened to these words. However, the evidence today was conclusive, so it was hard for him not to believe it. After Xiao Lulang left the palace, the emperor sat quietly in his study for a long time. It wasn't until the imperial physician came to report to him about Grand Concubine Jing's condition that he got up and went to her bedchambers. Have you found the culprit? Grand Concubine Jing asked weakly. The emperor hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't mention that the culprit had pretended to be Gu Jiao and met Xiao Lulang by chance. There aren't many leads for now. Imperial Mother, please don't worry. We will continue to investigate. Grand Concubine Jing smiled. Amen. Chapter 338. Grand Concubine Jing's matter caused such a huge commotion that everyone in the palace knew that she had been ambushed twice in a day. Who do you think did it? In a corner of the palace, a group of palace maids and eunuchs gathered together to secretly discuss Grand Concubine Jing's matter. Who else could it be? Think about it. Who in the palace doesn't want Grand Concubine Jing to come back the most? Could it be the Grand Concubine of Renshou Palace? Sure. Lower your voice. Do you want to be beheaded? Don't even mention the name of that person. Keep it in your heart, and don't say it even in your dreams. Otherwise, just wait for your head to be chopped off. Hundreds of palace maids and eunuchs have died at that person's hands, if not 1,000. So cruel. The new palace maid trembled in fear. In fact, it wasn't just the palace maids and eunuchs who thought so. Even Empress Dowager Zhuang's niece, noble consort Zhuang, believed that her aunt was responsible for Grand Concubine Jing's successive deaths. Your Majesty, this concubine heard that Grand Concubine Jing was ambushed again. Does Your Majesty already have a suspect in mind? Empress Xiao looked at the emperor in the study of Pure Flowers Palace. Her implication was obvious. It was Empress Dowager Zhuang. Unexpectedly, the emperor denied it. Don't make wild guesses. It wasn't the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao looked as if she had been struck by lightning as she stared blankly at the emperor. What did His Majesty say? It wasn't the Empress Dowager? Since when did His Majesty speak up for the Empress Dowager? He wanted nothing more than to blame it on Empress Dowager Zhuang. Your Majesty, Empress Xiao began. The emperor cut her off. All right, don't ask about concubine Jing's matters. We have our own plans. Go back and restrain the palace maids and tell them not to gossip. Empress Xiao replied in disbelief. Yes. Noble consort Zhuang went to Renshou Palace with a smile and walked into Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. She smiled as she walked. Aunt, you're too amazing. How did you do it? He also taught that vixen, grand concubine Jing, a lesson without leaving any evidence behind. I heard that His Majesty did not suspect you at all. There were a few eunuchs in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility who gossiped. Guess what happened? They were all dealt with by the Empress. Auntie, you are really... Noble consort Zhuang was halfway through her words when she saw Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold, knife-like gaze. She quivered. Aunt, do you have nothing better to do? Empress Dowager Zhuang said with dignity. Noble consort Zhuang was suffocated by her aunt's powerful aura. She didn't dare to look directly into Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes. She hurriedly lowered her head and saluted. Greetings to Aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily. I'm very busy. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Yes. Noble consort Zhuang retreated resentfully. As soon as she left, Eunuch Qin walked in with a cup of tea. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the booklet in her hand and asked indifferently, Have you sent him here? Yes. The carriage has arrived at the entrance of Jadewater Alley. Eunuch Qin said with a smile. Empress Dowager Zhuang responded faintly and continued to look at the booklet. Eunuch Qin walked over and put the tea on the table, unable to hide his smile. What are you laughing at? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him strangely. Eunuch Qin said, This servant is happy for Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. What is there to be happy about? Two little things who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Their skin is boundless. Gu Jiao wore the little eunuch's clothes and escaped into Renshou Palace. How could Empress Dowager Zhuang not know what was going on? Keep a close eye on the servants' mouths. Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered. Eunuch Qin said, Don't worry, Empress Dowager. This servant has arranged everything properly. Today, Xiao Chuanzi went shopping. Halfway through, the carriage broke down. He met Xiao Xiuzhua by chance and returned to the palace with Xiao Xiuzhua. The little eunuch that the imperial bodyguard saw in Xiao Xiuzhua's carriage was Xiao Chuanzi. Xiao Chuanzi did go out to buy today. However, after this incident, Eunuch Qin didn't wait for him to come back before sending an imperial bodyguard to intercept him. When Gu Jiao left the palace, she still used the identity of Xiao Chuanzi. Inside, there was a problem with the cloth that she bought. Xiao Chuanzi went to change the cloth. At night, the real Xiao Chuanzi would return to the palace with the changed cloth. Eunuch Qin continued, There are also eyewitnesses. Imperial bodyguard Liu of the Imperial Guards and Nurse Zhou of the Cold Palace will see a woman in green with a small basket on her back. They speculate that the other party came from the Cold Palace. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao didn't ask Empress Dowager Zhuang to do these things. After they were done, they left happily. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face was stiff. She snorted. Aren't they afraid of being exposed? Do they really think that they did it flawlessly? Eunuch Qin couldn't stop laughing. Obviously, she liked them very much. She appreciated that the two children were newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. However, she had to pretend to dislike them. Eunuch Qin laughed. Isn't this because they know that Empress Dowager will clean up for them? Empress Dowager trusts them. They also give their backs to Empress Dowager. She didn't know how many times she had snorted. Trust between people was never expressed through words. It was a tacit understanding through actions. It was a trust in a person's sincerity and ability. It was quite satisfying. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang returned to Bai Shui Alley. Tonight, the owner of the orchard had invited a theatrical troupe to set up a stage in the orchard. The neighbors all went to watch the play. Yao Shi and the family's children also went. The home was empty. Although they had eaten dinner, after the ruckus in the palace, the two of them were a bit hungry. Let's go out and eat, Xiao Lulang said. In the end, he couldn't bear for her to cook in the middle of the night. Moreover, this place was close to the busy streets. It was very convenient to eat anything. Okay, Gu Jiao agreed. They went to Xuanwu Avenue. The capital was always very lively on summer nights. The shops were lined up in rows and the hawkers' stalls were like a long dragon. In the middle of the street, there would occasionally be carriages and horses slowly passing by. On both sides, there was an endless stream of people. In the past, it had always been Gu Jiao who walked on the outside. She had to protect her husband. Today, she had been placed on the inside by Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick. Compared to last year, his body clearly had a bit more masculine strength. He helped her block the flood of people. However, there was a peddler carrying a load who did not walk on the middle path and insisted on walking on the inside. He almost bumped into Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang pulled on her arm. His hand did not immediately let go. After a moment of hesitation, he slid down to hold her hand. Don't get lost. Gu Jiao was surprised. She then smiled. Okay, husband, don't get lost. Xiao Lulang was almost dazzled by her smile. He looked forward and asked, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine, she said. What do you want to eat? He said, anything is fine for me too. The two of them were not picky eaters. Xiao Lulang looked to the east and said, there's a new noodle restaurant over there. Do you want to try it? Their braised noodles are very delicious. You've eaten it before? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at him and asked. He nodded. I ate it when I was young. At that time, their family had not yet opened such a prosperous area. They had to go to a very remote suburb to eat it. In the past few years, they seemed to have made a fortune and opened several branches. As for his previous identity, he would not take the initiative to talk about it. However, if it was brought up, he would not deliberately avoid it. However, he had never admitted who he was. Marquis Xinping's illegitimate son, Xiao Lulang. This was the only identity he could reveal to those close to him. There were not many people who knew about this identity. In his family, only Gu Jiao, Madame Yao, and the little monk knew about it. Gu Yin, that little imp, might have guessed something, but he should not have guessed as far as Xiao Hong. As for Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang did not ask how far she had guessed. And Gu Jiao did not seem to want to get to the bottom of this matter. She respected him and trusted him. It had nothing to do with who he was. Gu Jiao curved her lips. All right, then let's go eat braised noodles. Although this noodle restaurant was newly opened, both the upper and lower floors were full. Oh, it's already so late and there are still so many people eating noodles? Gu Jiao asked strangely. The waiter smiled apologetically. It's a newly opened restaurant. Most of the customers are regular customers. Moreover, our restaurant doesn't only have noodles. Our cold dishes and stews are also the best. It's hot right now, so it's hot to eat inside. How about this little one set up a table in the courtyard for you, two to cool down? There were several tables set up in front of the restaurant. At a glance, it looked just like the food stalls in her previous life. Gu Jiao felt a bit closer to this place. Xiao Lulang looked at her and then said to the waiter, all right, you can set it up. Two guests, this way please. The waiter welcomed the two of them into the noodle restaurant with a smile. They walked through the main hall and arrived at the spacious courtyard. The courtyard was very large and very quiet, but their vision was not obstructed. Sitting here, they could see everything in the restaurant. It was like they could see the world's thousands of sails. The waiter brought over a table and a long bench. The two of them sat on a long bench and ordered a bowl of braised noodles and two cold dishes. They did not order the stews because it would be a waste if they didn't finish them. While they were waiting for the braised noodles, the waiter came over with a smile and asked, two guests, our restaurant has run out of tables. Two more guests have arrived. Can they sit at the same table as you? The two of them had no objections. The waiter led the guests over. No one would have expected it to be the crown prince and the crown princess. The two of them were traveling incognito and did not bring any palace maids or eunuchs. They only had a court expert as their driver. The crown prince and the crown princess clearly did not expect to meet Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao here. Whenever the crown prince saw Xiao Lulang, he would think of that thick stack of math problems and his head would instantly hurt. The crown prince had never seen Gu Jiao before. He only saw Xiao Lulang sitting together with a woman and was rather surprised. He had heard that Xiao Lulang was married. Was this woman Xiao Yulong's wife, or one of those shady women he had outside? The crown prince did not care. Women were originally the accessories of men. Whether or not this woman was Xiao Yulong's wife, the crown prince would not look her in the eye. The crown prince knitted his brows and was a bit unwilling to eat here. After all, no one would be in the mood to eat when facing a teacher like Xiao Lulang. Their minds would be filled with his questions, all right? But the crown prince could not chase Xiao Lulang away. That would be too arrogant and despotic. It would not match the reputation he had built up in the past few years. He wanted to leave. The crown princess suddenly pulled on his sleeve and said softly, "Your Highness, there is a seat here." The crown prince thought, "Don't you recognize who that fellow is? Xiao Lulang, my uncle's illegitimate son, my imperial father's trusted official, my Hanlin Academy teacher." The crown princess said warmly, "It seems to be Xiao Xiozhua. What a coincidence." As she said this, her gaze landed on Xiao Yulong's incomparably handsome face. At this time, the waiter brought 2 bowls of braised noodles over. "Guests, your braised noodles." Xiao Lulang did not even look up. It seemed like the waiter was too loud, so he did not hear the crown princess's words. The crown princess was slightly embarrassed. The crown prince thought that her words were directed at him and sighed helplessly. "Yes, it's him. What a coincidence." The crown princess's eyelashes trembled slightly. She said with a smile, "The capital is so big. To be able to meet while eating supper, it must be fate between the crown prince and Xiao Xiozhua." Her voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao to hear. Both of them ignored her. The crown prince said disdainfully, "Who wants to be fated with him?" "I'm hungry," the crown princess said. Then sit down." The crown prince reluctantly pulled the crown princess to sit down across from the two. He said to the waiter, "Bring out all of the delicious dishes here." Can the crown prince finish them all? Xiao Lulang finally paid attention to him, but his tone was not good. The crown prince swept a glance at the 2 bowls of braised noodles in front of the two and thought that this was too shabby. He said generously, "Tonight, it's my treat. Xiao Xiozhua can eat as much as he wants. No need to be courteous with me. If the salary of Hanlin Academy is not high, Xiao Xiozhua can come to my fu to be an aid in name." Xiao Lulang looked coolly at him. Forming cliques for personal gain is a serious crime. Is the crown prince sure you want to do this? It was not rare to have aides and customers in the fu. The emperor would usually close one eye, but if it was a disciple of the Son of Heaven, it would touch the emperor's bottom line. Xiao Lulang said neutrally, "I am a disciple of the Son of Heaven and should serve His Majesty wholeheartedly. If the crown prince wants me to go to your fu in name, where does that place His Majesty?" The crown prince choked and did not make a sound. Just now, he had been so focused on mocking Xiao Lulang that he had forgotten that this guy was a grand scholar on 2 lists, had been summoned by Fu Huang, and had eaten at the Deer Cry banquet. He was a true disciple of the Son of Heaven. Was he trying to steal Fu Huang's man? If this got out, how would other people view him? The crown prince? Cough, cough, cough. The crown prince said seriously, "Just now, I was just testing you. Just remember your identity." Soon, the two's cold dishes were served. It was a cold dish of 3 shreds and a dish of braised lamb. Xiao Lulang picked up a piece of the most tender lamb and put it in Gu Jiao's bowl. The crown princess looked at Xiao Lulang and then looked at Gu Jiao. This was the first time she had seen the two at such a close distance. Xiao Yulong's appearance constantly overlapped with that youthful face in her impression, but also repeatedly peeled away. That bright and straightforward young man, his eyes were innocent, warm, and clear. The Xiao Lulang in front of her, however, had an additional sense of alienation and coldness that kept people at arm's length. His facial features lacked the childishness of the past, and he had a bit more of a man's reserved and heroic spirit. However, when he looked at Gu Jiao, his gaze was different from everyone else's. There was a gentleness that even he did not notice. He had once looked at her like this. It was as if his eyes only contained her. The crown princess secretly tightened her grip on her handkerchief. What am I thinking? Why did I think of him as Ahung? This restaurant's lamb was very much to Gu Jiao's liking. She ate with great relish. The crown prince originally did not plan on paying attention to her, but Xiao Lulang had choked him. If he did not respond, the atmosphere would become awkward. He subconsciously turned his gaze to Gu Jiao's face. If he did not look, he would not know. Once he did, he was given a fright. How could her face? Dear guest, your dishes have arrived. The waiter filled the table with the restaurant's signature dishes. Although there was a dazzling array of dishes, for some reason, he felt that Xiao Liulang's plate of lamb was the most delicious. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang had more or less finished eating. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Jiao suddenly sniffed. Waiter, what smells so good? The waiter smiled and said, It's our restaurant's osmanthus wine. If dear guest likes it, I will gift you a jar. A new restaurant has opened. Please come back often in the future. Is this wine? Gu Jiao looked at the bottle that the waiter handed over and asked. The waiter said, It's not wine. You won't get drunk. Girls like it the most. Gu Jiao took a sip. In the next second, with a bang, her small head hit the table and she passed out drunk. It was a good thing that Xiao Liulang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast, as he quickly placed the back of his hand on her forehead. The waiter was embarrassed. Dear guest is really unable to handle alcohol. The crown prince consort softly said, We have a carriage. Let the coachman send you back. The crown prince secretly curled his lips. Why were they being so good to them? Xiao Lulang expressionlessly said, No need. The crown prince chuckled. See, they don't appreciate it. Xiao Lulang ignored the crown prince and used his other hand to gently pat Gu Jiao's small shoulder. He softly called in her ear, Jiao Jiao, it's time to go back. On? Gu Jiao's eyes were starry. It's time to go home, he gently said. Gu Jiao sat up straight. Her phoenix eyes were wide and round, and her expression was very serious. I'm not drunk. He softly coaxed her and his lips slightly hooked. Jiao Jiao isn't drunk. That clean, youthful voice had a trace of a man's magnetism that directly melted people's hearts. Chapter 339. Novels with content that cannot be found online will be available here. The crown princess clenched her handkerchief tightly. Xiao Lulang paid the bill and left with Gu Jiao. Don't look at how her expression did not change. As if she was not drunk in the slightest, Xiao Lulang could see that she was really drunk. She just pretended to be very serious. Xiao Lulang held her soft but calloused hand and walked out of the restaurant. The crown princess watched the two go out together, ignoring the gazes of the people around them. She suddenly felt a little upset. Even if reason told her that this was not Ahung and was just an illegitimate child of a lowly status, she still could not help but think, if Ahung was still alive, would he also grow up to be such an enchanting man? It was not that the previous Xiao Hong was not handsome enough, but at that time, Xiao Hong still had a childish air. He was a child's handsome face. Although he could still dazzle time, he would not cause people to have romantic thoughts. Unlike the current Xiao Lulang, who had a unique temperament between a young man and a young man. His appearance, his aura, and even his cold and distant aura that kept people at a distance all made women mesmerized. He seemed to be a little taller than the crown prince. Before Xiao Hong passed away, he did not even reach the crown prince's chin. Lin Lang, the crown prince called her. The crown princess eyelashes trembled slightly. My handkerchief is dirty. I will go to the carriage to get a new one." As she spoke, she stood up and walked out. She did not get on the carriage. Instead, she followed in the direction that Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao left. The two turned into a small alley. Gu Jiao did not walk, squatting on the ground and drawing circles. Xiao Lulang looked at her in amusement. "Why aren't you walking?" Gu Three sway. "I can't walk anymore." Xiao Lulang. "Then what do you do?" Gu Three sway. "I need a kiss before I can walk." Xiao Lulang squatted down and looked at her deeply. "Are you sure?" Gu Sansui nodded. Xiao Lulang kissed her forehead. Gu Sizhui stood up, but he still didn't leave. One kiss was not enough. When the crown prince consort arrived at the entrance of the alley, she saw the ambiguous scene between the two of them in the alley. In the pitch-black alley, there were two inseparable figures. Xiao Lulang pressed her against the wall. One hand circled around her back and hugged her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. His other hand clasped the back of her head and lowered his head to press down on her. Even through the darkness, the crown princess still felt this man's possessiveness and gentleness. There was clearly a strong and domineering aura on his body, but he restrained it carefully. How could he? Lin Lang. The crown prince shook the crown princess's shoulder. The crown princess suddenly came back to her senses. She had already returned to the crown prince's side, but her mind was full of the scene of Xiao Lulang lowering his head and kissing Gu Jiao. She couldn't see it clearly because she was too far away, but the ambiguous aura filled her entire chest like a raging flame. She calmed down and said with an embarrassed smile, "Your Highness." The crown prince looked at her in puzzlement and asked, "The food is cold. Why aren't you eating? I called you for a long time, but you didn't hear me. What were you thinking about?" The crown princess didn't know what to say, her mind in a mess. The crown prince furrowed his brows. "Was it that Xiao Lulang? You seemed to have lost your soul when you saw him. You thought of Ahung, didn't you? You haven't forgotten Ahung." The crown princess lowered her eyes, saying, "Please calm down, Your Highness. I wasn't thinking about him just now, but about the girl next to him." "That ugly girl with a birthmark on her face?" The crown prince was still skeptical. In order to wash away the suspicion that she was thinking about Ahung, the crown princess could only brace herself and shift the topic to Gu Jiao. "Does Your Highness know who that girl is?" "Who?" the crown prince casually asked. The crown princess said, "She is together with Xiao Xiuzhua." "Is the crown prince not curious about who she is?" The crown prince said without much concern, "It's either his wife or his concubine, or it's just a flower outside. This prince has seen this sort of thing many times, so there's nothing strange about it. What this prince is curious about is, this Xiao Lulang is the new top scholar. Why did he find a girl with such an unbearable appearance?" "She is the daughter of Ding and Marquis Manor," the crown princess said. The crown prince was startled. "The Gu family's young miss? This prince has seen the Gu family's young miss. She didn't look like this." The crown princess warmly said, "The Gu family's second young miss that Your Highness saw was a girl from the countryside that was mistakenly picked up. The one just now was the true daughter of the first wife of the Marquis Manor." "Oh." The crown prince suddenly realized, this prince remembers now. This prince has indeed heard of such a thing. It was not the crown prince's fault for not remembering it. There were many people in the capital. There were large families and large families. There were many more melodramatic things than this. He would just treat it as a topic of conversation after a meal. How could he really remember it? The crown prince knit his brows. Then the crown princess said, "She is Xiao Yulong's wife." The two met in the countryside and got married. It was only after they got married that they found out that they were the wrong daughters. The crown prince snorted. It seems that Xiao Yulong's luck is quite good. A poor boy from the countryside casually married a small village girl and actually married the Marquis Manor's daughter. Although she is a bit ugly, her status is not bad. The crown princess paused, then said, "But this concubine has heard that this young Miss Gu has never returned to the Gu family. Why has she not returned?" The crown prince asked in confusion. This concubine is not clear. The crown princess shook her head. The crown prince thought for a bit. Perhaps she is too unpresentable, and the Ding and Marquis manor cannot afford to lose this person. The crown princess slightly shook her head. Does the crown prince know about the bellows? Halfway through her words, a hearty laugh came from the entrance to the courtyard. Second brother, Old Fourth. The crown prince's eyes lit up and he quickly waved at him. Why have you also come? Quickly sit, quickly sit. Didn't I hear that their family opened a new store? I happened to pass by and did not think that second brother would also be here. The fourth prince came to the table and cupped his hands in greeting to the crown princess, second sister-in-law. The crown princess smiled and nodded. The two brothers naturally had things to say and did not continue the previous topic. The crown princess silently drank the osmanthus wine in her cup. On the other side, Xiao Lulang brought a certain person home. This time, the osmanthus wine was too strong. It was not something that the wine that Xiao Lulang brought back from the provincial capital or Gu Jiao's pear blossom wine could compare to. Gu Jiao could not take it the moment she arrived home. She threw herself face down on the soft bed and fell asleep. Gu Jiao slept too deeply. When she woke up, the men in the family had already gone to work or school. Yu Yup brought in a bowl of hangover soup. Eldest miss, you're awake? Before son-in-law left, he told me to let you drink a bowl of hangover soup first when you wake up. Gu Jiao was fine now, but since it was her husband's good intentions, she still obediently drank it. She went to see Yao Shi. Yao Shi was fine, but the fetal movement was very strange. It's not moving at all. I'm afraid that it's... Yao Shi did not say anything inauspicious. Gu Jiao took out a stethoscope and listened to the little fellow's heartbeat. It's normal. Don't worry. Yao Shi held back for a long time before saying in a wrong tone, she is so lazy. Other than when Marquis Gu came, the little fellow would move a lot and kick around with his little feet. The rest of the time, he would not move at all. If her daughter did not have a way to hear the little fellow's heartbeat, Yao Shi would have thought that something was wrong with the little fellow in her belly. Isn't the first child like this? Gu Jiao asked. You and Yen love to cause trouble in my belly. It caused Yao Shi to be unable to sleep all night. At that time, she felt that it was very tiring. This pregnancy was comfortable, but she felt uneasy. Gu Jiao nodded. Oh, then, it's possible that he really is a lazy baby. Yao Shi's belly swelled up. It was like a silent protest. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. To her surprise, she saw Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong had been building a manor with Marquis Gu and had not returned to the capital for a long time. Eldest Mississippi, Huang Zhong respectfully saluted. Is something the matter? Gu Jiao asked. It's like this. The Marquis wanted me to send some banknotes to young Miss. As Huang Zhong spoke, he pulled out a brocade box. This is 1,000 taels. Eldest Miss, please accept it. Oh, Gu Jiao accepted it. Huang Zhong was dumbfounded. That's not it. Eldest Miss, isn't your reaction a bit off? Are you not going to ask why the Marquis suddenly sending you banknotes? The truth was that the old Marquis had somehow found out that the Marquis had cut off the young master's monthly allowance. He was furious and taught the Marquis a lesson. After that, he forced the Marquis to open his little treasury and took out a sum of money to send to the eldest Miss. Forget it. The eldest Miss' way of doing things was strange. She would even beat her own father. How could she be expected to act like a normal person? Huang Zhong gave up on the treatment. He only needed to clearly explain what needed to be explained. He continued, This 1,000 taels is for the eldest Miss to thank the eldest Miss for taking care of the young master. Also, there is 10 taels of monthly allowance for the young master. In the future, the manor will send 10 taels of silver to the young master every month. Gu Jiao nodded. Got it. I will pass it to Yen. In the evening, Gu Jiao returned home. Gu Yen, who was shoveling chicken poop, received the 10 taels of silver from the Marquis. He put his hands on his waist and laughed 3 times. Little monk. He found little Jing Kong in the vegetable garden in the front yard. He proudly stuffed the shovel and small dustpan into the little Jing Kong's little hands. Well, from now on, you can shovel chicken poop yourself. Little Jing Kong frowned and looked at him. Are you slacking off again? Gu Yin raised his eyebrows and smiled. He bent down and took the 2 silver ingots in front of him, saying proudly, "See? What is this?" Little Jing Kong cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you stupid? You have to ask me about this. Hiss. Gu Yin was so angry that he took a deep breath. He knelt down on one knee and looked at the little guy. I mean, I have money now. I can pay back the money I owe you. I don't have to work part-time to pay my debts anymore. Really? Little Jing Kong dragged his tone and looked at him suspiciously. Gu Yin chuckled and said, Of course it is. This is real money. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiao Jiao. Generally, a 4-year-old child would not recognize the specific size of silver, but little landlord had been collecting rent for more than half a year. He paid 30 taels of silver a month, so he was very familiar with silver. This is 10 taels of silver. Little Jing Kong said. Yes, it is 10 taels of silver. Gu Yin nodded. Little Jing Kong said, Oh, do you know how much you owe me? This question made Gu Yin speechless. Yes, how much did he owe the little guy? Little Jing Kong put down the small spatula and small dustpan, and took out a small account book from his arms. He flipped through it and said to Gu Yin seriously, You borrowed a total of 50 taels of silver from me. The interest is 3 cents. That is to say, the monthly interest is 1.5 taels. You have been in debt for 9 months, so the total interest is 13.5 taels. Gu Yin was stunned. But I have been working for so long. How can this be calculated? Little Jing Kong shook his head helplessly and broke the account book into pieces for him to calculate. He did not use an abacus and directly calculated in his mind. You have 4 main sources of income: feeding the chickens once a day, 5 copper coins; walking the chickens once a day, 5 copper coins; cleaning the chicken poop once a day, 5 copper coins; praising me once a day, 10 copper coins. Gu Yin was confused. Why do I praise you so much? He did not think much of it before, but after listening carefully today, he felt that it was a scam. Little Jing Kong said seriously, Isn't it because I have too many good points? It is easier for you to earn money. I am thinking for you. Gu Yan's face was full of doubt. Do I look easy to fool? Little Jing Kong, you are indeed easy to fool in terms of knowledge. Little Jing Kong cleared his throat and flipped to a page. He looked at the data in the account book and continued. But you have not praised me for 8 months. You have only praised me for 1 month, so the total is 300 copper coins. Cleaning the chicken poop 100 times, 500 copper coins. Walking the chickens 20 times, 100 copper coins. Feeding the chickens 35 times, 175 copper coins. The total is 1 tael of silver and 75 copper coins. Adding the 10 taels of silver you have, it is 11 taels of silver and 75 copper coins. He closed the account book and sighed like a little adult. All your assets are not even enough to pay me the interest. Gu Yin was stunned. This, Little Jing Kong flipped to another page. I haven't counted the chickens that you have spoiled, so I will deduct 100 copper coins. For saying that I am not cute, I will deduct 500 copper coins. Gu Yin was furious. Why are you deducting so much? Little Jing Kong said, Little Ba stole chicken food 3 times, so I will deduct 200 copper coins. Gu Yin looked at the stupid little dog. Little Ba lay on the ground and covered its eyes with its paws. I can't see it, I can't see it, I can't see it. Gu Yin was so angry. How dare you steal chicken food? Do you still remember that you are a dog? Gu Yin clenched his fists. How would I know that you did not just casually record it? Little Jing Kong said frankly and confidently, Every time I record the accounts, I ask Jiao Jiao to sign it. Jiao Jiao is the guarantor. If you have any questions, you can ask Jiao Jiao directly. Baby Gu felt wronged. Baby Gu did not say anything. Little Jing Kong kept the account book and bent down to pick up the small spatula and dustpan on the ground. He put them back into Gu Yan's hands and patted Gu Yan's. He wanted to pat Gu Yan's shoulders, but he was too small to do so. He could only pat Gu Yan's thigh. Okay, now you can go scoop chicken poop. Brother Yin, good luck. Gu Yin, woo. Chapter 340. In the middle of June, there was a rainstorm in the capital that lasted for 5 days. Many fields and houses were flooded. The Ministry of Works was busy dredging the sewers in the capital. Even Empress Dowager Zhuang's residence was temporarily suspended. Marquis Gu was called back to take on the task at hand. The Ministry of Revenue was busy helping the people resume farming. Some of the Hanlin officials who knew agriculture were also transferred to the countryside. Xiao Lulang was among the conscripted. The day before departure, he went to Renshou Palace to say goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. In the study, Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the accounts and snorted. It's not that far away. It's only a day's drive. Why do you have to say goodbye? As soon as she finished speaking, Eunuch Qin came in with a bag. Xiao Xiuzhu, the things for you have been put away. They were all personally selected by the Empress Dowager. This servant was just about to send them to Bishui Alley when you came by yourself. Xiao Lulang looked at the 2 bags full of things, and then looked at his grandaunt. Oh, what happened to not saying goodbye? Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin touched his nose resentfully. Oh, this servant remembered that there are still some accounts that I haven't finished reading. This servant will go first. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. When do you leave? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Tomorrow morning, Xiao Lulang said. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, who else is there besides you? Xiao Lulang said, Wang Xiuzhu, Li Xiuzhu, Yang Shishir. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, come in. Eunuch Qin stepped in. Empress Dowager, what are your orders? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, Ijia has a few scriptures to copy. Go to Hanlin Academy and let Yang Shishir copy these scriptures. No need, Grandaunt, Xiao Lulang said. How can you use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? I can handle it. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought that she really couldn't overprotect him. This kind of small fish and shrimps for this boy to practice. Is dinner ready? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin hurriedly smiled and said, I'm just waiting for Empress Dowager to summon the meal. Xiao Lulang accompanied Empress Dowager Zhuang to have dinner at Renshou Palace and then planned to leave. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, I've been sitting here all day. I'm going out for a walk. Eunuch Qin thought to himself, just say that you want to give it to Lord Xiao. Xiao Yulong's lips curled slightly. All right. The 2 of them left Renshou Palace. The torrential rain not only flooded a small part of the capital, it also flooded quite a bit of the imperial palace. Fortunately, Renshou Palace was the palace with the most real power. All the water had been dredged out, and the roads had been filled up. All the way to the main entrance of the imperial palace was unobstructed. The Pure Flowers Palace was also unobstructed. The setting sun was beautiful today, and the weather was cool and refreshing. Grand Concubine Jing sat on a palanquin with an imperial canopy. She wore a nun's robes and a nun's hat, which didn't fit in with the luxurious palanquin. Grand Concubine Jing had been recuperating in Pure Flowers Palace ever since she was injured. After several days of torrential rain, the imperial physician said that she couldn't always stay in her chambers and should go out for some fresh air. Thus, the emperor had people carry her out in a palanquin. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't sit in her own carriage because she wanted to accompany Xiao Lulang. Now that the 2 parties met unexpectedly, it was Grand Concubine Jing who was high and mighty. Eunuch Qin was about to scold her for not getting off the palanquin when she saw the Empress Dowager. However, Xiao Lulang was 1 step ahead of him. He performed the greeting of a monk and said, Shirtai Jing'an. The expressions of the servants beside Grand Concubine Jing changed. What nun Jing'an? This was Grand Concubine Jing. Even His Majesty addressed her as mother. Grand Concubine Jing's expression didn't change. Xiao Lulang introduced, Grand Concubine Jing has been away from the palace for too long and has become a monk. I'm sure you've forgotten your past. This is the Empress Dowager. At this point, no one could refuse to bow to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Get off the palanquin. Grand Concubine Jing raised her hand and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang also looked at her. Both of their gazes were incomparably calm. No one could guess what they were thinking. Granny Kai reached out and helped Grand Concubine Jing up. Grand Concubine Jing's body was still in pain, but the injury wasn't in any place. It was awkward and slow to heal. Grand Concubine Jing held Granny Kai's hand and slowly walked to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She made a Buddhist bow. This humble nun. Without waiting for her to finish, Empress Dowager Zhuang left without looking back. Grand Concubine Jing's body froze in the middle of her bow. Everyone in the palace saw her awkward and embarrassed state. Empress Dowager Zhuang's aura was undoubtedly powerful and shocking. She didn't need to look down on anyone on purpose. She naturally had the aura of being number one in the world. Grand Imperial Concubine. A young palace maid came forward to support her. Grand Concubine Jing's eyelashes trembled. I'm fine. Empress Dowager Zhuang accompanied Xiao Lulang all the way to the Imperial Garden. Xiao Lulang stopped and said to her, Great Aunt, please go back. It's getting late. Amen, Empress Dowager Zhuang faintly responded. She looked into his eyes and warned, Be careful. I understand. Xiao Lulang nodded. He glanced in the direction of Pure Flower's palace and said, I'll leave Jiao Jiao in your care, Great Aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. I will naturally take care of my Jiao Jiao. Do I need you to remind me? Xiao Lulang chuckled. Then I'll take my leave first. Amen. Empress Dowager Zhuang watched Xiao Lulang disappear at the end of the path before turning around to return to Renshou Palace. She noticed that eunuch Qin was lost in thought. She glared at him and said, What are you spacing out for? Let's go. Eunuch Qin sighed ruefully. When Xiao Xiuzhuang smiles, he looks very good, Empress Dowager Zhuang thought. Of course he looks good. How could the young marquis who was crowned at the age of 13 not have some good looks? It's just that this child doesn't like to smile. This didn't seem right either. He used to love to smile. When he was young, the entire Imperial Garden was filled with his chuckles. It was that fire at the Imperial College that burned away his laughter. Was that fire really an accident? If Xiao Heng survived, then who was the charred corpse that died in the fire? When Xiao Lulang woke up the next day, Gu Jiao had already packed his luggage. This wasn't the first time he was going on a long journey. In the past, he was rushing to take the imperial exams. Now, he was going on a business trip. The mosquito repellent incense is in this bundle. The mosquito repellent, diarrhea medicine, and motion sickness medicine are in this sachet. There are also some fruits and dry rations to eat on the road. Gu Jiao knew that he didn't have much money on him. If he didn't earn money to pay the rent, then it would be used for her household expenses. Gu Jiao put 100 taels of silver in the innermost part of the bundle, as well as a bag of silver and copper coins. Xiao Lulang took the bundle. I'll be back in half a month at the earliest. At the latest, I won't be back later than next month. Take care. Gu Jiao sent him to the carriage. Lu Quan first sent him to the Hanlin Academy. All the Hanlin officials took the carriage to the countryside. Little Jing Kong went to school, so he didn't make it in time to see him off. After Xiao Lulang left, Gu Jiao went to the medical center and stayed there for the whole morning. Then, she changed into men's clothes and put on a mask before going to the Thai and martial arts club. She had been very busy these days and hadn't come for a long time. She had to recover her strength as soon as possible. She didn't want that kamikaze soldier to run away the next time she saw him. She wanted to put him in a sack. Gu Jiao didn't meet any difficult opponents today. After fighting a few rounds, she came out uninterested. She rubbed her wrist and walked back. Because some of the streets in the city were still flooded, she didn't take the same route as before. Instead, she took a big detour. On the way back, she met the beggar who had set up the chessboard last time. The beggar still covered his face with a book, as if he was asleep. In front of him was a different chessboard from last time. Gu Jiao looked at it curiously. This time, the chessboard was obviously more difficult. She didn't solve it as quickly as last time. She began to deduce in her mind. There were more than 10 moves in this chessboard, and each move would produce dozens of chessboards. Ordinary people couldn't deduce with such a huge amount of data in their minds. After about half an hour, Gu Jiao opened her eyes. She picked up a chess piece and put it on the chessboard. Just as she was about to leave, a skinny old hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. It was the old beggar. She was so focused on deducing the chessboard that she didn't notice that he had woken up. The old beggar grabbed her wrist and said, "Hey, you want to leave after playing my game? Don't you see what's written on this sign?" It was a broken wooden sign that Gu Jiao had seen before. It said 10 taels per game. Oh, Gu Jiao stretched out her hand. The old beggar looked at his empty hand and was surprised. "What? Didn't you want to give me money?" Gu Jiao pointed at the wooden sign. 10 taels. The old beggar gasped. "You're the one who gave me 10 taels." No, listening to the voice. This little girl was a girl? Oh, so he wasn't asking for help to solve the chessboard. Gu Jiao misunderstood. She thought about it and said strangely, "But this kind of broken chessboard is worth 10 taels?" The old beggar almost choked to death. He pointed at the chessboard on the ground. You, what did you say? Solve the chessboard? You call this a broken chessboard?" Gu Jiao said innocently, 10 taels of silver is the living expenses of a family of 10 in the countryside for 2 years. You're charging so much, so you should at least play something difficult, right? Chapter 341. The old beggar almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Were all kids nowadays so arrogant? The old beggar rolled up his sleeves. "If you have the ability, play a game with me. I'll let you have 9 stones. If you can beat me, forget it. You don't have to beat me. If you tie with me, you win. I'll give you 10 taels of silver." Okay. Gu Jiao agreed without hesitation. The old beggar looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. "You agreed so quickly? Aren't you afraid that I'll renege?" Regardless of whether she was confident or not, this child dared to say such arrogant words because she was conceited and proud. But he was an old beggar. Wasn't she afraid that he would renege? "I'm not afraid." Gu Jiao shook her head and said. The old beggar looked at her deeply and nodded secretly. Although this child was a little arrogant, her heart was pure and she was willing to believe others. "Gu Jiao, you think too much. If you dare to renege, I'll beat you." The old beggar cleaned up the stone chess pieces on the chessboard and put them into 2 broken bowls according to their color. He put a bowl of black stones with ink on it in Gu Jiao's hand. "You play black?" She played black first. He said that he would let her have 9 stones. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. He wanted to let her have the stones. She didn't force him. That's right. The old beggar looked at Gu Jiao's first chess piece. It was quite normal, with 3 or 4 small pieces. If he chose 3 or 3, he would be able to win immediately. However, he had promised to give her 9 pieces. Next, he would see how she would play. Gu Jiao's first 9 stones were all ordinary. The old beggar thought that she had wasted the 9 stones he gave her. Did she know how to play chess? Was she just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse when she broke his game? "Okay, it's your turn," Gu Jiao said to the old beggar. The old beggar took a white chess piece, which was actually a small stone, and put it on the chessboard. An old man and a young man were squatting by the roadside playing chess. One of them had an open book on his head, while the other was wearing a coquettish mask. The moves on the chessboard were messy and strange. From time to time, people would pass by and stop for a moment out of curiosity, but they couldn't understand what they were doing. "Is this how you play chess?" a young scholar asked. He knew how to play chess, but he had never seen such a way of playing chess. It was simply too preposterous. They didn't attack where they should attack, and didn't defend where they should defend. He's just an old beggar and a lunatic. Do you really expect him to know how to play chess? That brat's brain must not be damaged to actually play with him. I think these 2 people are either crazy or idiots. What the hell are they playing? Let's go. What's so interesting about two idiots playing chess? It was better to go to the Qinghuan Chess Club. It was said that there were several masters there, and there would be 3 games of masters today. Have you heard of Maoshan Hermit? Why haven't I heard of Maoshan Hermit? He's a master of our Zhao country. Is he also in the Qinghuan Chess Club? Yes. Then let's go and have a look. The onlookers all dispersed when they heard the name of Maoshan Hermit. There was only a 3-year-old boy who was eating candied haws. He didn't know how to play chess, and he was just looking for a place to eat candied haws. The old beggar and Gu Jiao were not people who cared about the opinions of others. Whether there were people watching, cheering, or ridiculing, it didn't affect them. The two of them concentrated on playing chess. If Maoshan Hermit came here, he would be able to see what kind of murderous intent and stormy waves were hidden in the seemingly messy chess game. The old beggar didn't pay much attention at first, but after a few steps, he noticed that something was wrong. What a tricky move. Her 9 sons seemed to be scattered in the east and 1 in the west, without any order, but in reality, it was a huge net that covered the sky, tightly blocking every single one of his escape routes. He played the second half of the game seriously, and finally tied with Gu Jiao. The old beggar laughed in surprise. Little girl, you're the first one who tied with me at such a young age. Where did you learn from? No teacher. In her previous life, she watched people play chess in the park, and then she learned it by herself. Occasionally, she would play chess with her godfather. Her godfather was a very busy man, but as a reward for every task she completed, he would spare some time to play with her. The old beggar looked at Gu Jiao seriously to make sure that she wasn't lying. Then he was really surprised. The tie today was mainly because he was careless and underestimated the enemy. He thought that the little girl didn't know how to play chess, so he played carelessly. If he played seriously from the beginning, he could still beat the little girl even if he lost 9 pieces. But the little girl didn't specially find someone to learn chess. In other words, she learned it by herself. Her talent was very scary. The old beggar said again, "Have you played chess with a master?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Have you played chess? Her godfather should be considered a master. Anyway, she didn't win against him. The old beggar was secretly relieved. That was more like it. Otherwise, it would be too scary if only she and he could play at such a high level. However, even with the experience of playing chess with a master, it wasn't easy to figure it out. She was a talented child. The old beggar looked at Gu Jiao with admiration. Just as he was about to ask her name and where she lived, Gu Jiao spoke first. You said it before. If it's a tie, it's your loss. Silver. The old beggar's mouth twitched. Can you not ruin the atmosphere at such a critical moment? The old beggar took out a few pieces of silver from his wrinkled money bag with a dark face. It added up to about 10 taels, which was all he had. He handed it to Gu Jiao. For you, for you, for you. Gu Jiao counted and weighed it. She picked out the smallest one and gave it back to him. I said that I only need 10 taels. She was honest. Gu Jiao got up and left after taking the silver. The old beggar stopped her. Hey, wait. You haven't told me your name yet. Are you still coming tomorrow? Gu Jiao walked away. 10 taels for a game. Gu Jiao came back again. The old beggar was speechless. Gu Jiao went back to the clinic to change her clothes. Little Jing Kong ran into her small courtyard. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. He ran too fast and fell down again. Fortunately, the wrestling monk's reputation was not in vain. He held his head and rolled half of the courtyard to the stairs like a small winter melon. Then he got up as if nothing had happened and went up the stairs valiantly. He was not delicate at all. Jiao Jiao. He entered Gu Jiao's room with a letter in his hand. Gu Jiao just put away the mask and turned to look at him. You're out of school so early today? Who sent you here? Brother Yen. Little Jing Kong said. He didn't send him for free. He paid for the trip. That's right. In order to expand his business of paying off his debts, Gu Yen developed a program to send the little guy to the clinic after school. It cost 20 copper coins per trip. Where is he? Gu Jiao held the little guy's hand and led him to the wash basin. She fetched some water for him to wipe his sweat. Little Jing Kong obediently handed over his little head and let Jiao Jiao wipe it for him. He met his classmate outside the clinic and is talking to him. Did you fall again? Gu Jiao finished wiping his little head and found a lot of grass on his body. Yes. Little Jing Kong suddenly felt wronged. He pulled up his pants and said with tears in his eyes, "It hurts." Gu Jiao looked at his non-existent wound and washed his face and hands. "Okay, I'll rub it for you." Little Jing Kong squinted his eyes in enjoyment. After rubbing his calf, Gu Jiao looked at the letter in his hand. "What's that in your hand?" "A letter." Little Jing Kong said, "I received a letter from Brother Ming-er." Ming-er, the son of Prince Yu and his wife, was the little envoy of the Liang Kingdom. Before leaving, the two little guys agreed to exchange letters. She didn't expect Ming-er's letter to come so soon. "I want to read it with Jiao Jiao," Little Jing Kong said seriously. Gu Jiao smiled and said, "Okay." Little Jing Kong climbed onto Gu Jiao's lap and found a comfortable position to sit down. He leaned his little head on Gu Jiao's arm and handed the letter to her. "Jiao Jiao, read it." Gu Jiao opened the letter. To Jing Kong, "Jing Kong, I see that Xian is well. I am Brother Ming. Do you remember me? I had a fruitful trip to the Zhao Kingdom. I was so happy that I didn't think of home. After returning, you missed you and brother you very much. Are you both well?" Little Jing Kong's letter wasn't written entirely in vernacular, but Gu Jiao understood the general meaning. Ming-er and Prince Yu had returned to the Liang Kingdom 3 days ago. After that, Ming-er began to fulfill his promise to Little Jing Kong. Ming-er used Prince Yu's hunting eagle to send the letter to the Zhao Kingdom's royal courier station. This was also why Little Jing Kong could receive Ming-er's letter so quickly. The Liang Kingdom was very hot. Ming-er said in the letter that he was about to become a steamed bun because he was going to be 10 years old and was no longer a child. It was time for him to learn the etiquette of a prince, so he would be very busy. In the process of reporting to the king of the Liang Kingdom, a major event happened. The king of the Liang Kingdom was dissatisfied with Prince Yu's decision to exchange the glaze technology to the Zhao Kingdom. He almost punished Prince Yu. From this, Gu Jiao could see how much Prince Yu had compromised for Ming-er. However, the letter also said that the king of the Liang Kingdom didn't punish Prince Yu because Ming-er offered the long-lost original music score of Master Yu-in, Reflected Shadow. Master Yu-in was the best musician in the 6 kingdoms. He not only made the best imitation of the Fuxi zither, but also created the peerless divine songs, Graceful Grace and Reflected Shadow, that were suitable for both the Fuxi zither and the jade flute. Graceful Grace was the first half of the song, and the music score was in the Liang Kingdom's palace. However, the music score of Reflected Shadow was lost. Master Yu-in himself disappeared from the Liang Kingdom 5 years ago. The king of the Liang Kingdom was very fond of music and was proficient in it. He recognized at a glance that it was Master Yu-yin's original music score. He was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. Because of the music score of Reflected Shadow, the king of the Liang Kingdom pardoned Prince Yu's mistake. In the letter, Ming-er said that he didn't expect Little Jing Kong to give him such a precious thing. Well, actually Ming-er chose it randomly. Little Jing Kong gave Ming-er a farewell gift made of gold. Ming-er felt that it was too expensive and couldn't accept it. Thus, he chose a piece of scrap paper that he didn't think was expensive at all. He didn't know if this counted as a child who wasn't greedy. Sometimes, he even had more candy to eat. In the letter, Ming-er expressed his gratitude and told Little Jing Kong that he also prepared a gift for him and was on the way. In addition, Ming-er asked Little Jing Kong how he got the music score. Did Little Jing Kong know Master Yu-in? Little Jing Kong spread his hands. "I don't know him. Those are things that Master didn't want." The corner of Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Things that he didn't want? Was a white-bearded old monk so rich? In a certain inn in a certain city in a certain country, a young and handsome monk with a tear mole under his right eye was drinking wine and eating meat. He sneezed mercilessly. Achoo! The moonlight was like a hook. In the small study of the Eastern Palace, The crown princess was sitting on a cushion and concentrating on playing chess. She was playing chess by herself. The little palace maid beside her was gently fanning her. "Yes, I'm done." She placed the last chess piece and heaved a sigh of relief. She ordered, "You don't have to fan me anymore." The weather wasn't so hot after the rainstorm.
Yes.
The little palace maid closed her fan. The maid came forward and asked, "Crown Princess, do you still want to play? Why don't you rest for a while and walk around? You've been playing for a long time." "Ah, okay." The Crown Princess also felt that her body was a little stiff and sore. She reached out her hand. The maid hurried forward to help her up. She said to the little palace maid beside her, "Go get some snacks and make a pot of flower tea." "Yes." The little palace maid accepted the order and left. The Crown Princess strolled to the bed. A cool night breeze blew over, bringing along the fragrance of the courtyard. It made one feel relaxed and happy. The Crown Princess stood in front of the bed and stared blankly at the flowers in the garden that had already closed. She didn't take the tea and snacks that the little palace maid offered. The little palace maid looked at the maid awkwardly. The maid took the tray from her and said in a low voice, "I'll do it. You can leave." "Yes." The little palace maid left. The maid put the tray on the table beside her and poured a cup of flower tea for the Crown Princess. "Crown Princess, have some tea." The Crown Princess sighed. She took the teacup and took a sip. The maid asked, "Crown Princess, do you have something on your mind?" The Crown Princess looked at the tea in the cup. "I wonder if they received His Majesty's letters to the 5 nations?" The maid said, "Crown Princess, are you talking about His Majesty telling you to solve the Kuan situation? The Qin nation is the closest to us, so they should have received it. Next are the Jin nation and the Liang nation." "What about the Yin nation?" the Crown Princess asked. The maid thought for a moment. "The Yin nation isn't the farthest. It's just that there are too many checkpoints. Many places don't allow us to pass through." The Yin nation was the hegemon of the 6 nations and firmly held the position of being the leader. It would not allow anyone to pass through wherever it said. The maid continued, however, "It should be soon." The Crown Princess's eyes flickered. "I wonder if I can gain old Mr. Ming's favor?" The maid said with a smile, "Definitely. The Crown Princess is the first person to solve the Kuan situation in the 6 nations. How can old Mr. Ming not be amazed by your talent?" The Crown Princess muttered, "If only I can become old Mr. Ming's disciple." This way, she would have the backing and background of the Yin nation. Only when a person was deeply hurt would they remember it unforgettable. Even now, when she recalled the experience of going to the Liang nation, she felt as if there was a needle in her heart. She was clearly the most knowledgeable and talented, but she did not have the opportunity to speak. No one paid attention to her, and no one cared about her. She, who shone like a bright pearl in the Zhao nation, was just a grain of rice that fell into the ocean in the Liang nation. They did not care about her extraordinary strength or her gorgeous appearance. They praised those unattractive ladies, saying that they were as beautiful as fairies and had dignified manners. However, they could not even walk as well as her. In order to shine in the Liang nation, she walked 10,000 steps in a day. Her legs were numb from training, and she was the most elegant one when bowing. But who cared? She watched those so-called daughters of the upper nations answer the simplest questions and recite the most meaningless poems. She just sat alone in the corner. Finally, no one could answer. She thought that her chance had come. Unexpectedly, she heard the Liang nation's princess say, "Since that's the case, today will end here. Congratulations to Miss Murong, Miss Lin, and Miss Shuga for becoming the top 3 in this banquet. I will reward you handsomely." Top 3 places? What a joke. With this kind of standard, they could become the top 3. She, who had real strength, sat on the bench for an entire night. Miss Shuga was from the Zhao nation. The Zhao nation was also a lower nation. However, because she had a great scholar as a teacher, she was also praised by the Liang nation's princess. Old Master Ming was also from the lower nation. After he became the chess saint of the 6 nations, he was personally invited to the capital by the Yin nation's king. He was given the title of Yin nation's senior doctor and a mansion. If she could become old Master Ming's disciple, then she would no longer be looked down upon. She would have the opportunity to compete fairly with others. She would be able to use her true ability to shake the 6 nations. However, after he made a 10-tael bet with Gu Jiao, the old beggar fell into a deep melancholy. There was no other reason. He was a beggar. Where would he get the money? He had saved up 10 taels with great difficulty. But if he did not have it, then the little girl would not play chess with him. The old beggar was at his wits' end. When he passed by a chess club, he heard the people inside sighing. I didn't expect Mao Shan layperson to lose. That new player is so good. If I had known, I would have bet on him. The old beggar had an idea and pulled him back. Little brother, do you want to earn back the money? Chapter 342. At night, little Jing Kong replied to Brother Ming, with an emotional letter. Then he hung the letter around little Jing Kong's neck and carried little Jing Kong to the east room. Jiao Jiao, I have an eagle too. Using little Jing Kong to send a letter to Brother Ming. Gu Jiao was amused. She patted his little head and said, Little Jing Kong has never been to Liang State, so he doesn't know the way. Besides, even if he knew the way, wouldn't the letter fly away if he hung it around his neck? Why was this kid so funny? Little Jing Kong was no longer a little eagle chick. He was a real gerfalcon. He didn't understand what his little master wanted him to do, so he opened his eyes wide in confusion. Oh, that's good. Little Jing Kong was a little disappointed. If he used an eagle, it could fly very fast. Brother Ming would receive his letter in 2 days. Can I use the 800-mile express? He really hoped that Brother Ming would receive his letter soon. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, The public's letter can't be used for the 800-mile express. Little Jing Kong tilted his head. But I used it last time. I sent the letter to Master together with brother-in-law. Brother-in-law sent it to me with an express delivery of 800 miles. This little guy was probably fooled by Xiao Lulang. Well, since he was her husband, she wouldn't expose him. Gu Jiao said, Because Brother Ming isn't in Zhao State. The 800-mile express can't reach Liang State. Little Jing Kong lowered his little head. I see. Gu Jiao looked at the little fellow's depressed look and couldn't bear it. She thought for a moment and said, How about this? Let's go to the palace tomorrow to see my grandaunt and ask her if she has sent any official letters to the Liang Kingdom recently. Official letters are much faster than ordinary letters. If there are, we can bring your letter. Okay. Little Jing Kong was happy again. The next day, after little Jing Kong finished school at the Imperial College, Gu Jiao took him to the Imperial Palace. Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yin had to learn their skills, so they didn't bring them along. Little Jing Kong's Ming gave him a letter with a red candle stamp on it. She begged Brother Shaoshun to make one for him. Gu Shaoshun carved his own seal, and then dripped the burning red candle on the seal of the letter. While it was still hot, he stamped the seal on it, and it was done. Not only that, but Gu Shaoshun also made him a beautiful and practical wooden box to hold the letter. Little Jing Kong took the wooden box and the gerfalcon little 9. His little Jew had not entered the palace before, so he decided to bring little Jew to see the world. In addition, Zhao Jiao said that little Jew had not been to the Liang Kingdom and did not know the way. He wondered if he could send little Jew to the Liang Kingdom so that little Jew would know the way. He wasn't afraid that little Jew would not be able to fly back. Little Jew was a spirited gerfalcon. It had beautiful and shiny feathers. When it spread its wings, it was full of power to soar in the sky. The palace servants of Ranshou Palace were afraid at first, but after observing for a while, they found that it really didn't hurt people. They became bolder and began to feed it and stroke it gently. However, they didn't know if it was an illusion. But why did this eagle look a little like a chicken? Don't all birds hop around on the ground? Why was it swaggering around like that? Recently, the imperial court had sent some official letters to the Liang Kingdom. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked people to put little Jing Kong's wooden box in the accompanying letters, indicating that it was to be sent to Prince Yu's mansion. Little Ju played in Renshou Palace for a while, then flapped its wings and flew out. Little Jing Kong ran out to find it. Eunuch Qin hurriedly sent 2 palace masters to follow it. Little Jing Kong ran all the way to the imperial garden. Little Ju landed on the shoulder of a little fatty. The little fatty was none other than little Jing Kong's classmate, Qin Shuyu. Qin Shuyu hadn't gone to school for a few days. He had caught a cold and had been resting in Empress Xiao's cunning palace. He often went to the medical center, and little Jing Kong had taken little Ju there several times. Except for the first time when they almost ate each other, he and little Ju got along quite well. Brother Chuyu, little Jiu came to find you. Little Jing Kong ran over. Qin Shuyu didn't run to him excitedly like before. Qin Shuyu hesitated for a moment and turned around. Little Jing Kong came behind him and looked at him in surprise. Brother Chuyu, what's wrong with you? Qin Shuyu lowered his head and tried to control himself not to turn around. He already knew who little Jing Kong was. Although little Jing Kong wasn't a member of the Zhuang family, he called Empress Dowager Zhuang his grandaunt and had a close relationship with Renshou Palace. Although he was only 8 years old, he vaguely understood that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't like him, his parents, and even his brother and sister-in-law. He didn't have any relationship with Renshou Palace. Brothers were important, but so were his parents. He had his parents first, and then his brothers. He couldn't abandon his parents for someone else. He felt sorry for little Jing Kong, but it was so sad. They were such good brothers. They fought together, skipped class together, collected protection fees together, and ran away together. Brother Chuyu. Little Jing Kong walked in front of him. Are you crying? I'm not. Qin Shuyu quickly raised his hand to wipe his tears. Little Jing Kong didn't understand why his friend was so sad. He thought for a moment and said seriously, I heard that you were sick. Are you crying because you haven't recovered? Jiao Jiao is a very good doctor. She's in the palace. I can take you there and ask her to take a look at you. I'm not crying because of this. Qin Chuyu roared in his heart. Brother Chuyu? Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. The cute little guy was as innocent as a cub. Qin Chuyu immediately lost his resistance. He lowered his voice and said in a choked voice, No, I can't go to Renshou Palace. I can't see you either. We are destined to be brothers with a bitter life. In this life, we can only live in each other's memories. Little Jing Kong patted him on the shoulder. Okay, don't worry. Jiao Jiao's medical skills are really, really good. She can definitely cure you. As he spoke, he held Qin Chuyu's chubby hand. Qin Chuyu wanted to shake his hand off, but for some reason, he felt dizzy and was pulled to Renshou Palace. Qin Chuyu had always been deeply afraid of Renshou Palace. He had never taken the initiative to come here. Except for the necessary greetings during festivals, he would always come here with his father and mother. When he reached the gate of Renshou Palace, he suddenly realized something and turned around to run away. Coincidentally, Gu Jiaojiao was adjusting the swing in the courtyard in the front hall. She saw the 2 little guys and greeted them. Chuyu, you're here. Come in and play with Jing Kong. I don't. Before he could finish his words, he saw the swing that was taller than a tree. His attention was immediately attracted. It was a child's nature to have fun. Moreover, Gu Jiaojiao was here. It gave him the illusion that he was still in the small courtyard of the medical center. In fact, the courtyard here had been remodeled. It was similar to the small courtyard in Clearwater Alley and the small courtyard in the medical center. He walked in a daze. Not only was there a huge swing in the courtyard, but there was also a novel and unique wooden horse and a slide that reached into the rockery. They were all designed by Gu Jiaojiao. Qin Chuyu was stunned. Jiaojiao, Chuyu is sick. Can you take a look at him? Little Jing Kong came to Gu Jiaojiao and asked cutely. Okay. Gu Jiaojiao waved at Qin Chuyu. Come here. Qin Chuyu walked over in a daze. Gu Jiaojiao touched his forehead and then checked his pulse. There's no problem. You're fine. Little Jing Kong looked at Qin Chuyu and said happily, Did you hear that? Jiaojiao said you're fine. You can rest assured. Don't cry anymore. Go and play. Gu Jiaojiao smiled. It was a child's nature to love to play. No matter how much Qin Shuyu was afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang in his mind, at this moment, he was just a happy little fat boy accompanied by Gu Jiaojiao and little Jing Kong. The two of them played in the yard until they were covered in sweat. At first, Qin Shuyu was a little restrained, but after playing for a while, he became more excited than little Jing Kong. His laughter and screams filled the yard. Even the trumpet girl couldn't beat him in shouting. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was reading the memorials in the study, became angry. Little fatty, you're so noisy. Qin Shuyu was having so much fun in Renshou Palace that he forgot about his home and had dinner there. He was so engrossed in playing that when Gu Jiaojiao asked him and little Jing Kong to come in for dinner, he agreed without hesitation. But when he saw Empress Dowager Zhuang sitting at the table with a dignified expression, he was so scared that his legs went soft and he almost fell on the ground. Yes, although he became bolder after going to the Imperial College, he was still a little coward in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was a big evil god. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't look at little fatty. She sat in her chair calmly. Gu Jiaojiao and little Jing Kong were used to her behavior, so they didn't find it scary. But Qin Shuyu was different. His legs trembled. It was even scarier than being kidnapped by human traffickers. Gu Jiaojiao took Qin Shuyu and little Jing Kong to wash their hands. Then, she took the two little guys to the table and sat down. Little Jing Kong still had his own little chair. Qin Shuyu was 8 years old and could reach the table. He sat between Empress Dowager Zhuang and little Jing Kong and didn't even dare to move his chopsticks. Every time people from Qingshui Alley came, the small kitchen would cook according to their tastes. When little Jing Kong was there, the dishes would be cute and childish. Looking at the white and tender buns in front of him, Qin Shuyu's saliva flowed down his mouth. The buns were stuffed with red bean paste. The red bean paste was very crushed and had a dense texture. It seemed that it would melt in the mouth. There was a little bit of cheese in it. It didn't taste like milk, but it smelled like milk. Gu Jiaojiao taught the chef from Renshou Palace to make it. Other palaces couldn't eat it. Qin Shuyu only took one bite and fell in love with it. The buns were just appetizers. There were little koi fish made with oranges, little swallows made with quail eggs, milk soup made with strange pumpkins, and Peppa Pig, which Gu Jiaojiao conquered all the young people in her previous life. Crispy meat patties with plum sauce. Wow! Qin Shuyu was shocked. He loved it. He had never eaten anything so cute. Sob. It was so delicious. He was going to cry. Qin Shuyu didn't remember that the Empress Dowager was sitting next to him. He was too busy. Qin Shuyu couldn't stop eating. It had to be said that this little fatty was a little noisy, but the way he ate was very appetizing. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him and didn't say anything. The two kids were full. Qin Shuyu could have 2 more bites, but Gu Jiao was worried that he would eat too much and said that she would cook for him next time. Can I come again next time? He blinked and asked. Of course, he was asking Empress Dowager Zhuang. Little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao couldn't answer for her. They were most afraid of silence. The palace servants all lowered their heads and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Empress Dowager had a clear boundary with Pure Flowers Palace. Would she allow the 7th prince to visit her again and again? The last time the people from Pure Flowers Palace came here, they accidentally got into trouble. Everyone looked calm on the surface, but they were all listening carefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang replied indifferently. Little Jing Kong patted his friend's shoulder. That's great. Great Aunt agreed. You can come and play with me often in the future. And Qin Shuyu was so excited that he waved his arm and knocked over a bowl of soup on the table. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in trouble. The soup splashed all over her body and dripped down. The palace servants' expressions changed. Eunuch Qin quickly stepped forward. Empress Dowager. After eating for so long, the soup had already turned cold. It was just that being splashed all over made her feel very dirty and uncomfortable. Eunuch Qin quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe Empress Dowager Zhuang, but he found that it was impossible to finish. This servant will help you change your clothes. Qin Chuyu was so scared that his face turned pale. Empress, Empress, Imperial Grandmother. He heard that Imperial Grandmother ate people. Not only did she eat people, but she also killed people. Enough, don't make a fuss. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed eunuch Qin's hand away. She didn't let the palace servants help her and calmly stood up. Ijia is going to change my clothes. Qin Chuyu was dumbfounded. That's it? Imperial Grandmother didn't get angry? She didn't punish him? As the night deepened, Qin Chuyu finally came out of Renshou Palace with his personal eunuch. Eunuch Su, who had been waiting nearby for a while, exclaimed in surprise. He walked forward and held Qin Chuyu's small shoulder. My little ancestor, are you all right? Why did you go to Renshou Palace? Eunuch Su was Empress Xiao's trusted eunuch. Qin Chuyu didn't go to Renshou Palace secretly. Empress Xiao naturally got the news. However, she got it a little late. Empress Xiao thought he went to the East Palace. Eunuch Su grabbed Qin Chuyu's wrist. The Empress is so worried about you. Come with me to tell the Empress that you are safe. Qin Chuyu was pulled forward by him. He asked confusedly, Mother, why are you worried about me? Eunuch Su sighed. Why else? Seventh Prince, you can go to any palace. Why do you have to go to Renshou Palace? Don't you know that you can't go to Renshou Palace? It was no wonder that Empress Xiao had warned Qin Chuyu to stay away from Renshou Palace. It was because Empress Xiao didn't keep an eye on little Xiao Hong more than 10 years ago, and she accidentally went to the vicinity of Renshou Palace. As a result, he was poisoned and almost lost his life. Eunuch Su stared at the eunuch behind Qin Chuyu and said, You didn't stop your master from going to Renshou Palace. I'll punish you later. Qin Chuyu frowned. Don't punish Detzi. I'm the one who wants to go. How dare he stop me? Eunuch Su said, but he should at least send a message to the Empress. Qin Chuyu said seriously, I won't let him do that. If he did, you would take me away and wouldn't let me play at Imperial Grandmother's place. Imperial Grandmother isn't as scary as you make her out to be. What's scary about her? The Emperor's smiling voice came from nearby. The Emperor would be in a good mood every time he saw this little fatty. Your Majesty. Eunuch Su turned and bowed to the Emperor on the sedan chair. He then bowed to Grand Concubine Jing on the other sedan chair behind the Emperor. Grand Concubine. Detzi bowed as well. Qin Chuyu called, Father. The Emperor waved his hand. Get down. Eunuch Wei waved his horsetail whisk and said. The two palanquins slowly descended. Qin Chuyu threw himself at his father. The Emperor was almost knocked over by the little fatty. He smiled and turned his head to indicate to him, Have you paid your respects to Grandmother Jing? Oh. Qin Chuyu left the Emperor's arms and walked to the sedan chair. He bowed to the sedan chair behind it. Greetings, Grandmother Jing. Good boy. Grand Concubine Jing smiled gently and looked at his rosy cheeks with doting eyes. Where did you go today? You seem to be very happy. Qin Chuyu said straightforwardly, I went to Renshou Palace. I saw Imperial Grandmother. Grand Concubine Jing was stunned. The Emperor's face darkened. What did you say? Where did you go? Qin Chuyu shrunk his neck. Renshou Palace. His father's eyes suddenly became very scary. Who told you to go to Renshou Palace? The Emperor asked coldly. I went there myself. Qin Chuyu took 2 steps back. Come to Grandmother Jing. Grand Concubine Jing reached out her hand to Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu was scared half to death by his father. He jumped into Grand Concubine Jing's arms, as if he had seen his savior. Grand Concubine Jing hugged him gently and said to the Emperor, Your Majesty, don't scare him. He didn't do it on purpose. Qin Chuyu murmured in Grand Concubine Jing's arms. The Emperor frowned. What did you say? Qin Chuyu was finally emboldened in front of his father, perhaps because he had someone to back him up. He mustered up his courage and said, I said that Imperial Grandmother isn't bad at all. Why won't father let me see her? Chapter 343. The Emperor was furious. He hated that vicious woman to the core, but everyone around him had been bribed by her. There was no need to mention the little divine doctor and Xiao Lulang since they knew her first. But why didn't she let his son off as well? Children were easy to fool, especially this gluttonous little fatty. Just give him a sweet date, and he'll run away. The Emperor didn't think it was difficult to bribe him, nor did he think that he had truly discovered Empress Dowager Zhuang's good points. It was just the Empress Dowager trying to steal people away from him. Qin Shuyu trembled in Concubine Jing's arms. Concubine Jing gently caressed his face. Don't be afraid. Let's go to Grandmother Jing. Amen. Qin Shuyu hid in Concubine Jing's arms and refused to come out. The Emperor couldn't really pull Qin Shuyu out of Concubine Jing's arms and teach him a lesson. He suppressed his anger and said, "Let's go back to the palace." The group returned to Pure Flower's palace. Qin Shuyu was worried that his father would spank him, so he ran into Concubine Jing's room. The Emperor's mouth twitched as he watched his son run away faster than a rabbit. Concubine Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Qi is still young. Don't be too harsh on him. You'll make him sad. The Emperor snorted. It's better to make him sad than to lose his life. Concubine Jing shook her head with a sigh. Your Majesty, don't you think you've misunderstood the Empress Dowager too much? Renshou Palace isn't a place of tigers and wolves. The Empress Dowager is Little Qi's grandmother. How could she harm Little Qi? The Emperor stood in the corridor and looked at the quiet courtyard with a cold gaze. Imperial Mother has probably forgotten what happened to Xiaohong. How innocent was the 4-year-old Xiaohong? Didn't he still suffer at her hands? Concubine Jing said, "Maybe it's just a misunderstanding." The Emperor looked at Concubine Jing and said, "How could there be so many misunderstandings? Imperial Concubine Mother's heart is too kind. She always repays evil with good, but some people will not be grateful because of this. Instead, they will become even worse." Then you shouldn't blame Little Qi, Grand Concubine Jing said. He's so young and doesn't know anything. The Emperor frowned and said, he is a prince. He was born in such a whirlpool. How can he survive if he doesn't understand? Old Concubine Jing said earnestly, you have to take it slow. You can't be impatient. Weren't you as innocent as Little Qi when you were Little Qi's age? Thinking of the past, a trace of guilt appeared in the Emperor's eyes. It was because I became sensible too late that I couldn't properly protect Mother and Ning'an. That was why you suffered so much in the palace. Old Concubine Jing shook her head. Don't say that. We didn't suffer much. The Empress Dowager still gave us a lot of protection. The Emperor felt a wave of disgust and anger at the mention of Empress Dowager Zhuang. She didn't give us protection. At most, it was a deliberate scheme. Old Concubine Jing waved her hand. All right. Let's not argue about this. Go and do your work. Little Qi can be taught slowly. There's no rush. At this point, the Emperor couldn't continue to hold on to Qin Shuyu. I'll leave Little Qi to you, Mother. Old Concubine Jing smiled gently. I know. I'll have someone send him back to the Empress later. There were a lot of memorials piled up in the Imperial study. The Emperor went to read them, while Old Concubine Jing returned to her room. Qin Shuyu hid behind the pavilion of many treasures and poked his round head out to look carefully. Amused, Old Concubine Jing walked over and sat down on a chair. Come here. Your Imperial father has left. Don't be afraid. Qin Shuyu asked suspiciously, has Imperial father really left? Old Concubine Jing smiled. He has left. Grandmother Jing is a monk. I won't lie to you. Oh. Qin Shuyu remembered that little Jing Kong once said that monks didn't lie. That meant that monks didn't lie. Relieved, Qin Shuyu walked to the chair next to Old Concubine Jing and sat down. He sighed in relief. Ah, I was scared to death. Old Concubine Jing took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Your Imperial father won't eat you. Qin Shuyu curled his lips. But he'll beat me. Old Concubine Jing paused in the middle of wiping his sweat. Does your Imperial father beat you often? Qin Shuyu thought about it carefully. A few times, but not often. Old concubine Jing finished wiping his forehead and then his cheeks. Your imperial father is strict with you because he values you. You're his legitimate son. You're different from the other princes. I know. Qin Shuyu knew from a young age that he and his brother, the crown prince, were the legitimate sons of the empress. They were nobler than the other princes. Otherwise, how could he be so domineering in the palace? As the saying went, 7, 8, 9, 9, dogs are disliked. Qin Shuyu was at the age where even dogs were disliked. He was rebellious and unreasonable. Recently, even the crown prince didn't want to see him anymore. Old concubine Jing said gently, "Your imperial father is doing this for your own good." Qin Shuyu snorted. "Humph, if he's doing this for my own good, he won't lie to me." Old concubine Jing seemed to be amused by his little appearance. "What lies did your imperial father make up?" Qin Shuyu said angrily. "He said grandmother isn't a good person." In all honesty, the emperor had never said such a thing to him. He just didn't allow Qin Shuyu to go to Renshou Palace. Qin Shuyu was the one who came to the conclusion that Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't a good person. Although children were innocent, they were very sensitive about certain things. For example, he could feel that the emperor looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang as if she was a bad person. The fact that the emperor didn't allow him to get close to the Empress Dowager proved this point. In addition, Empress Xiao and the people around her were all secretive about Empress Dowager Zhuang. It wasn't strange that he would come to such a conclusion. Old concubine Jing touched his head. "What does little Qi think? Is grandmother a good person?" "Well," Qin Shuyu thought about it seriously for a moment and said seriously, "She's not a bad person. I was eating in grandmother's palace today, and I spilled a big bowl of soup on her. She didn't punish me or scold me." Old concubine Jing looked at him gently and kindly. "Little Qi is a prince. No one would scold little Qi." Qin Shuyu snorted. "She even scolded imperial father. I heard it." "Really?" Old concubine Jing smiled and put down her handkerchief with her eyes down. The emperor went to the imperial study to read the memorials. Halfway through, he put the memorials on the table. Eunuch Wei asked with concern, "What's wrong, Your Majesty? Is it too stuffy in the room?" "No." The emperor pinched his sore eyebrows. Eunuch Wei said, "You're tired. You can read these memorials tomorrow. There's no morning court session tomorrow anyway." The Zhao Kingdom didn't have morning court sessions every day. There were a few days off every month. The emperor took a sip of tea and said lightly, "I'm not tired." "Then what's troubling you, Your Majesty?" Eunuch Wei asked. The emperor didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Where's Eunuch He? Go and ask him to come here." "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei brought Eunuch He to the imperial study under the cover of night. Eunuch He bowed to the emperor. "Greetings, Your Majesty. How's the investigation going?" the emperor asked in a deep voice. He was talking about the attack on old concubine Jing in the imperial garden. Eunuch He said, "I don't have a clue yet. I only found out that the assassin probably snuck into the imperial palace from the cold palace, where the defense is weaker. Also, I think that the assassin probably had an accomplice working with him. The accomplice lured the dragon shadow guards away so that he could sneak up on old concubine Jing. Unfortunately, the dragon shadow guards were men of sacrifice. They only obeyed orders and never communicated with others. It was impossible to get any information from the dragon shadow guards. As such, Eunuch He didn't bother to interrogate the dragon shadow guards. The emperor knew that the dragon shadow guards were special, so he didn't blame Eunuch He for not doing his job well. However, he was curious as to how the dragon shadow guards were lured away. The dragon shadow guards were different from ordinary secret guards. They wouldn't chase after their masters just because of the slightest disturbance. Unless it was old concubine Jing who ordered them to chase after the assassin, but she didn't. The emperor couldn't figure out who had the ability to lure the dragon shadow guards away. Eunuch He searched the entire imperial palace and didn't find anyone's body or a trace of blood. In other words, After the dragon shadow guards were lured away, they either didn't see that person, or they saw him but didn't fight him. It was impossible that they didn't see him. The dragon shadow guards should be able to catch up with whoever they wanted. But why didn't they fight? The dragon shadow guards wouldn't attack weak people. It was probably an order from the late emperor to prevent them from killing civilians by accident. Did that person not know martial arts? But if he didn't know martial arts, how could he have lured the dragon shadow guards away? The emperor had a headache thinking about it. Just as the emperor was thinking about this matter, a little eunuch from the palace of earthly tranquility suddenly came to report, "Your Majesty, not good. Something happened to the seventh prince." The emperor hurriedly left his official business and went to Empress Xiao's palace of earthly tranquility. Empress Xiao sent someone to deliver the news to the emperor. Shi sent someone to call the imperial physician. The imperial physician and the emperor were both in the palace of earthly tranquility. The imperial physician didn't have time to salute the emperor and quickly went to Qin Chuyu's bedchamber with his medicine box. On the wide and soft bed, Qin Chuyu held his little fat belly and rolled around in pain. "Mother, I'm in pain. I'm in so much pain." Empress Xiao's heart ached. She sat by the bed and tried to hold her son in her arms. However, Qin Chuyu was in so much pain that he couldn't stay in Empress Xiao's arms. The imperial physician quickly walked over and put down his medicine box. He knelt by the bed and began to take Qin Chuyu's pulse. Eunuch Su and another strong nanny held him down to prevent him from moving. Empress Xiao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. "Imperial physician, what happened to the seventh prince?" The imperial physician bowed and said, "I can only tell your majesty after the examination." "Then quickly check," Empress Xiao said. Although the imperial physician was already checking, he still respectfully replied, "Yes, yes." The emperor walked in with a serious expression. "What happened to little Qi?" "Your Majesty." Empress Xiao threw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes. Her hot tears fell onto the back of his hand. Empress Xiao, who had always been the empress and never acted rudely in front of the emperor, was crying. It was also at this moment that the emperor felt that his empress was also an ordinary woman and an ordinary mother. The emperor's heart softened. He patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't cry. Tell me what happened." Empress Xiao choked and said, "I don't know what happened. Little Qi was fine when he came back." Suddenly, he held his stomach and said that it hurt. The emperor asked, "What did he eat for dinner today?" He ate at Runshou Palace." Empress Xiao wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said seriously, Little Da dragged his injured body into the room. Obviously, Eunuch Su had punished him just now. He knelt down and kowtowed to the emperor and Empress Xiao. "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Empress Xiao said coldly, "Let me ask you, did the seventh prince eat anything strange in Rinshou Palace?" "Strange things?" Little Da scratched his head. "They all seem strange. I have never seen those flatbread and steamed buns. They look like pigs and fish." The emperor understood. Those were the special snacks that little Jing Kong usually ate in Clearwater Alley. "Is there anything else?" "Then there are some dishes." Xiao Detzi reported the dishes on the table to him. There was no problem. They were all dishes that the emperor and Empress Xiao usually ate. Empress Xiao asked, then, did they give the seventh prince anything to eat alone? It was no wonder that Empress Xiao was so suspicious. It was because the tragedy of Xiao Hong was still vivid in her mind. She didn't want her son to be the second person to be killed by the Empress Dowager. No. Little Da shook his head. Empress Xiao frowned and said, "Could it be that they fed him alone but you didn't see it? Have you been guarding the seventh prince all the time? You didn't leave his side at all?" "Well," Little Da lowered his head guiltily and said in fear, I went to the toilet." "You." Empress Xiao was so angry that she almost slapped him. On the other side, the imperial doctor finished his diagnosis. He said to the emperor and Empress Xiao, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the seventh prince ate too much and got a stomachache. I will give him some pills to help with digestion. He can't eat like this anymore. It's harmful to his body." Empress Xiao said angrily, "Your Majesty, listen. Renshou Palace is really up to no good. The emperor already knew that Qin Shuyu was taken to Renshou Palace by little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao was there as well. The emperor didn't think that Gu Jiao would let Qin Shuyu eat uncontrollably. The imperial doctor gave Qin Shuyu some pills to help with digestion. Qin Shuyu finally felt less painful after farting a few times. He heard the argument just now. His father and mother thought that it was his grandmother who fed him like this. Actually, it wasn't. But if he told the truth, he had to be punished. He was in a dilemma. In the past, Qin Shuyu definitely wouldn't tell the truth. He was most afraid of being punished by his father. In order to avoid punishment, he could go against his conscience and lie. But this time, he chose to tell the truth. He gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and said, I didn't eat too much in Renshou Palace. I ate again after leaving Renshou Palace. Gu Jiao told me not to eat anymore in Renshou Palace. I couldn't resist. What did you eat? The emperor asked. Qin Shuyu didn't dare to look into his father's eyes. He lowered his head and said, I ate a few pieces of osmanthus cake and drank a bowl of iced sour plum juice. Empress Xiao's eyes turned sharp. Who gave this food to the seventh prince? This empress already warned you not to secretly give the seventh prince food. This empress wants to see who dares to disobey this empress order. Eunuch Su said in a small voice, Your Majesty, Cunning Palace didn't make iced sour plum juice today. Eunuch Wei cleared his throat and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, Pure Flowers Palace made it. Chapter 344. The servants of Pure Flowers Palace didn't have the guts to give Qin Shuyu random food. Empress Xiao looked at the emperor, who was even more clueless about the situation than she was. It didn't seem like he was the one who gave it to Qin Shuyu. Then there was only one person left. Empress Xiao bit her lip and didn't say anything. She walked over to the bedside and silently hugged her son, who was suffering from abdominal pain. The emperor pinched his sore brows and sighed helplessly. It was already very late by the time the emperor returned to Pure Flowers Palace. Qin Shuyu made a ruckus for half the night before he finally fell asleep in Empress Xiao's arms. He was still twitching even after he fell asleep, muttering, Imperial Father, don't punish this son. This son knows his mistake. Empress Xiao's heart ached so much that she shed tears. Your Majesty, be careful, Eunuch Wei said with a lantern in hand. The emperor paused and walked up the steps with a cloth in his hand. There was a thin figure standing at the end of the corridor. He only recognized it as concubine Jing when he got closer. It's so late. Imperial Mother, why aren't you resting yet? Concubine Jing held a string of prayer beads in her hand and couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. I heard little Qi is sick. The emperor nodded. Ah, he ate too much at night and got a stomachache. He's fine now. It's a sin. Concubine Jing held the prayer beads and closed her eyes. If I knew he ate so much at night, I wouldn't have given him any desserts or sour plum juice. The emperor sighed. It's not your fault, Imperial Mother. I don't know what he ate at night. This child is greedy and always wants to eat more. That's why he's so fat. Concubine Jing looked at him and said, Then I'll be more careful in the future. Her eyes were filled with guilt. The emperor was a bit annoyed at first, but now he only felt heartache. He didn't bring her back to let her be bullied. She was his imperial mother, and Qin Shuyu was her imperial grandson. What was wrong with her feeding her grandson? She couldn't be doing this on purpose. She just doted on him too much. The emperor said, Imperial Mother's injuries. You should go back and rest. When little Qi recovers, I'll have him come pay his respects. Grand Concubine Jing nodded. The emperor went to the imperial study to read the memorials for a while before going to rest. Perhaps it was because there were too many things on his mind, but the emperor did not sleep well that night. In a daze, he seemed to feel someone push open the door to his room. He couldn't open his eyes. He tried to summon the palace servants, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. He tried to sit up, but he couldn't exert any strength. It was as if his entire body was frozen. Using all his strength, he could only open his eyes a tiny slit. He saw that person slowly walking towards him. Because he couldn't move, he had the illusion that he was a fish on a chopping board. That person's approach made him uneasy and made him feel danger. When the man got closer, he realized that the man was holding a dagger in his hand. The cold gleam of the dagger stung his eyes. "Who are you?" He desperately wanted to ask, but his throat seemed to be completely numb. His heart was filled with fear. Finally, that person sat down beside his bed and raised the dagger, stabbing it down toward his heart. At that moment, he saw the man's face clearly. "Mother!" The emperor screamed and woke up from his sleep. He was drenched in cold sweat, with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His heartbeat was violent, and his breathing was irregular. His eyes were still filled with the terror from the nightmare. Eunuch Qin got up from the small bed and walked over to the emperor's side. He lifted the bright yellow curtains and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" The emperor's expression frightened him. He hurriedly hung the curtains on a hook and lit up the candlesticks on the candlesticks. He then returned to the bedside and asked, "Are you feeling unwell, Your Majesty?" The emperor sat up and gasped for breath. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. "I'm fine. I just had a nightmare." He actually dreamed that concubine Jing had come to kill him. That was too absurd. It was said that one would dream of what they thought of during the day. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with concubine Jing because of the recent events? Or was it because he was suspicious? Then he was too much of a bastard. Everyone in the world could harm him, but concubine Jing wouldn't. Eunuch Qin said earnestly, "Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs recently, and there are so many things going on in the imperial harem. There's no end to state affairs. Your Majesty needs to take care of your body. This servant doesn't know how many more years I can accompany Your Majesty, so you must take care of yourself." The emperor said unhappily, "How old are you? Why can't you accompany me for a few more years?" That Qin fellow didn't even say that he couldn't accompany the Empress Dowager for a few more years. The emperor was a sentimental person. Eunuch Wei had followed him when he was at his lowest point, so he would always remember his good deeds. Eunuch Wei smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty." However, he thought to himself, "Your Majesty really can't stop talking about the Empress Dowager." The emperor was no longer sleepy after the nightmare. He couldn't be bothered to go to the imperial study, so he had Eunuch Wei bring the memorials to his bedchamber to read. Eunuch Wei brought 2 clever eunuchs with him. They placed the memorials on the desk and lit the lamp for the emperor. The emperor took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat behind the desk and began to read the memorials. "You go to sleep," the emperor said to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei wasn't as old as Eunuch Qin, but he was still a few years older than the emperor. The emperor had listened to his words and was worried that if he continued to waste time, his body would collapse. How could Eunuch Wei not understand the emperor's intentions? He smiled and said, "This servant was just saying that. Your Majesty, don't take it to heart. This servant's body is fine, and I'm not sleepy right now." The emperor knew that if he forced him to sleep, he wouldn't be able to sleep well, so he didn't insist. After the emperor read a few memorials, the fear brought about by the nightmare finally dissipated. However, he still didn't feel sleepy, so he continued to read the memorials. After the storm, the number of patients increased, and the clinic became busy again. Gu Jiao received 2 patients, both on the same street. Gu Jiao came out of the home of the first patient. On her way to the home of the second patient, she passed by a Go Club. Usually, a Go Club was a relatively quiet place, but this Go Club was especially busy today. It was filled with people inside and outside, and the sound of sharp inhales could occasionally be heard. Gu Jiao looked strangely. Because the patient was still waiting, she didn't go in. There was a grand game going on in the Go Club. The reason it was grand was because one of the players was the recently famous Mao Shanjusher. Mao Shanjusher was in his early 40s. He wasn't a native of Jing and had only traveled to Jing last year. Because he was good at Go, he had been invited by many Go clubs, and some wealthy families had even invited him to play. He was very valuable, and all the Go players in Jing were proud to play against him. If they were lucky enough to beat him once or twice, they would be praised for many years. Unfortunately, no one had beaten him yet. The Crown Princess was very skilled at Go, but the two had never played against each other. Mao Shanjusher only played against one person a day. That person had to spend a lot of money to buy a game or defeat all the Go players in the Go club that day to qualify to play against him. The Go player sitting across from him was the latter. It wasn't appropriate to call him a Go player, but an old beggar. Yet this old beggar in ragged clothes was sitting in front of Mao Shanjusher. It was an unparalleled spectacle. It was unknown whether the spectators were here to watch the game or to watch the spectacle. In short, the Go players' hall was packed to the brim, and there was almost no space to stand. In a side room, a female official dressed as a commoner said to the Crown Prince consort, "A powerful old beggar has come and is playing chess with Mao Shanlei practitioner." After Mao Shanlei practitioner defeats him, he can come and visit the Crown Prince consort. No hurry. The Crown Princess didn't let anyone interrupt their game. Wait until he's finished before calling him over. She had come to find someone to play Go with. She had heard that this Mao Shanjusher was very skilled at Go. She needed to maintain her standard, so she needed to play against a skilled Go player. But to her surprise, the old beggar won in the end. The female official exclaimed, "It can't be? Mao Shanjusher lost." Victory and defeat are common in war. The Crown Princess had strict requirements for herself, but she didn't have such high requirements for others. The female official asked, "Then, does the Crown Princess still want to play Go with him?" And the Crown Princess wouldn't dismiss the other party's ability just because he lost once, and she wouldn't immediately think highly of the old beggar just because he won once. There were always people in this world with extraordinary luck. She still believed in fame accumulated over time. Let him come in and play a few games with this consort. Yes, the Crown Princess played a few games with Mao Shanjusher. Mao Shanjusher's Go skills were quite good, and the Crown Princess did learn something from the game. However, there was still a gap between him and the level of an expert in her mind. Unfortunately, there weren't many people in Zhao country who were more skilled than him. "Thank you for your teachings, sir. I will come again another day." The Crown Princess politely bid farewell to Mao Shanjusher and left the Go club. After sitting in the carriage, the female official lifted the curtain and suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Crown Princess, look!" The Crown Princess looked over and saw an old beggar and a young girl in green with a small basket on her back squatting at the corner of the street. "It's her?" The Crown Princess expression stilled. "It's him." The female official thought that the Crown Princess was speaking of the old beggar and responded, "He was the one who won against Mao Shanjusher at the Go Club just now." The Crown Princess didn't speak. She didn't even look at the old beggar. Her gaze was completely attracted by Gu Jiao. The scene she had seen that night in the alley had given her too much of a shock. Now, whenever she saw Gu Jiao, she couldn't help but recall how she had been pressed against the wall by Xiao Lulang. She felt irritated. Gu Jiao was playing Go with the old beggar. She wasn't wearing a mask today, but the old beggar recognized her when she spoke. Today, the old beggar wasn't messing around. He seriously played around with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was beaten very miserably. The old beggar roared with laughter. "How is it, little doll? Now you know how good I am." Gu Jiao's face was completely black. She stood up to leave. The old beggar called out, "Hey, you're leaving already? Play another round." Gu Jiao's expression was cold. "10 taels, just one round." The old beggar. She had to patronize the Go Club's business tomorrow? Gu Jiao took the silver and walked back. When she passed by the Crown Princess carriage, the Crown Princess lifted the curtain and called out to her, "Dr. Gu, please wait." Gu Jiao looked indifferently at her. Her calm face seemed as though nothing in the world could surprise her. "Is something the matter?" she asked. The Crown Princess was not too surprised by Gu Jiao's attitude, but she couldn't accept it. After all, she was the Crown Princess. and she was just a female doctor that didn't even have a title. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and calmly said, "If Dr. Gu likes to play Go, you can go to the Go Club. There's no need to associate with beggars on the road. Dr. Gu is the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. You are also the wife of top scholar Xiao. You are also Imperial Grandmother's favorite. It's best if you don't lose your status." Gu Jiao asked, "What does it have to do with you?" The female official angrily said, "What are you saying? Our crown princess thinks highly of you." Gu Jiao said, "Do I need her to think highly of me?" The female official choked. "You, Pinger." The crown princess slightly frowned at the female official. The female official called Ping, coldly glared at Gu Jiao, and unwillingly closed her mouth. The crown princess then pretended to say to Gu Jiao, "If Miss Gu doesn't mind, I can introduce Miss Gu to the Go Club. There are many good Go Clubs in the capital. The nearby Qinghuan Go Club is pretty good. Of course, if Miss Gu wants to be closer to the medical center, you can go to Haotian Go Club." "No need," Gu Jiao indifferently said and left without any pretense. Ping angrily said, "Crown Princess, she's too much. Even if she's relying on the Empress Dowager's favor, she can't disregard you like this." The Crown Princess did not get angry. She had seen too many arrogant people relying on favor. Being in the limelight for a while was not important. Being in the limelight for a lifetime was skill. Hadn't Gu Jinyu previously been in the limelight? In the end, she had fallen into the dust in less than half a year. Now, when the people of the capital talked about her, how could they still have any of the admiration they had in the past? At most, she had relied on her marriage with royal prince and to barely regain her honor. In any case, Gu Jinyu was gentle, humble, and well-educated. This Miss Gu's temperament was far worse than Gu Jinyu's. So how long could she be arrogant? Chapter 345. The novel was updated at a faster rate. All the novels that could not be found online were available here. Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. Little Jing Kong had finished school early and was looking around at the entrance. When he saw Gu Jiao, he ran over. "Jiao Jiao." "Yes." Gu Jiao held his chubby little hand and led him inside. However, he turned around and looked behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao paused and asked, "Are you waiting for brother-in-law?" Xiao Lulang had gone to the countryside. He said that if he was quick, he would be back by the end of the month. If he was slow, it would be next month. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said seriously, I'm not." Gu Jiao smiled. "Soon. Brother-in-law will be back soon." Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. "I'm worried that he won't do well. This is his first business trip. I didn't have time to tell him." Gu Jiao laughed. "Were all children so interesting?" Gu Jiao asked in amusement. "What do you want to tell your brother-in-law?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "I want to tell him to unite with his colleagues and not make his boss angry. Don't think that you're better than others just because you're the top scholar. You have to suffer. It can't be like at home." What he said made sense. Who did he learn that from? Gu Jiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. She pinched his little face. Children were so fun. The two of them went into the house. Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun went to learn their skills. Yao Shi was in the yard making Gu Jinyu's wedding dress. Gu Jinyu's wedding was set at the end of the year. The timing was a little rushed. When a normal family got married, half a year would have passed. After that, they would have to prepare for the wedding and inform all the relatives. But Gu Jinyu's situation was special. The emperor had set the wedding date at the end of the year. Such beautiful clothes. Little Jing Kong touched the cloth on Yao Shi's leg and said, "Who did you make this for?" "I made it for older sister Jinyu," Yao Shi said. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and asked, "Why did you make such beautiful clothes for her?" Not even Jiao Jiao. The child didn't have any ill intentions. She was just curious. Why was it that elder sister Jinyu had one, but Jiao Jiao didn't? Jiao Jiao was the older sister. Shouldn't he cook for the older sister first? These words caused Yao Shi to freeze. That's right. Her Jiao Jiao got married in the countryside. She didn't even have a proper wedding dress, nor did she have any dragon, phoenix, incense, or parents who doted on her. She got married alone. To be exact, she was chased out of the house as a little jinx. Both of them had been forced, so they were only husband and wife in name, and had yet to consummate their marriage. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed through Yao Shi's heart. She could not even continue with the wedding dress. Come and eat grapes. Next to the ancient well, Gu Jiao washed a bunch of shiny purple grapes. Little Jing Kong's attention was quickly attracted, and he ran over. He squatted down, picked the biggest and brightest grape, and fed it to Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, eat. Okay. Gu Jiao ate the grape he fed her. After that, little Jing Kong picked another grape and gave it to Yao Shi. He didn't forget senior servant Fong, Yu Yang and the young master next door. Overall, he was a child who could make people go crazy when he made a fuss, but when he was sensible, he could soften people's hearts. However, the old chancellor was not in the mood to eat the grapes little Jing Kong gave him. Recently, he was worried about his storybook. At the beginning of the month, he taught the script for the third book. The plot of the third book was about the hostage Yun Ting overthrowing the imperial power of the enemy dynasty. In order to save her dynasty, the sixth princess did not hesitate to give herself to Yun Ting and become Yun Ting's concubine. When General Fu returned from suppressing the bandits, he found that his sweetheart was taken away by Yun Ting. In a fit of anger, he asked to go north. He made a military pledge in front of the imperial court that he would not return to the court until he rescued the sixth princess. He led 100,000 troops to the Tsangshui River and fought with Yun Ting to the death. When Yun Ting was a hostage in the state of Great Xia, he had received General Fu's favor. General Fu also received help from Yun Ting when he went on an expedition. The two of them should have become good brothers, but they turned against each other for the sake of national enmity and a woman. The third book stopped here. The fourth book was the last book. In this book, General Fu died under Yun Ting's sword, and the 100,000 troops were all annihilated. However, the death of General Fu and the soldiers of the state of Great Xia aroused the hatred in the sixth princess' heart. Although she loved Yun Ting deeply, she finally killed Yun Ting with a knife. She used the dagger that Yun Ting gave her on their wedding night. At the end of the book, there was a heavy downpour. The sixth princess held the blood-stained dagger and walked out of the palace barefoot. She laughed crazily. The rain wet her clothes and tightly clung to her body, outlining her 2-month pregnant belly that Yun Ting did not notice. She raised her head and looked at the heavy rain. Her stomach suddenly hurt. The story came to an abrupt end here. Because there was not much content in this book, the old chancellor handed in the manuscript early. The first 3 books sold so well that as soon as the manuscript was handed in, the study room copied it overnight. This book was elegant and popular, and the audience was very wide. Any one of the 8-legged essays and poems in it was not inferior to the literary talent of the top 3. There were once people speculated whether The Record of Cloud Court was an 8-legged essay written by the new top scholar, because the two people's literary talent and style were similar, but it was not as sharp as the 8-legged essay written by the top scholar Xiao. Of course, there were also people who suspected that The Record of Cloud Court was written by the top scholar Xiao. They went to the Hanlin Academy to inquire about the news, but the result was not. In short, because the audience was too wide and there were too many people who read it, as soon as the ending came out, it immediately caused a bombardment of a wave of book chasers. What about The Record of Cloud Court? Why did Yun Ting die? General Fu, who was brave and good at fighting, also died. General Fu fought for the sixth princess all his life and died without even letting her know his feelings. This was too tragic. And the sixth princess, she was actually pregnant with Yun Ting's flesh and blood? Her stomach hurt a little. Did she manage to keep the baby or not? The public anger was too terrible, and the study room was bombarded one after another. In the end, a young man came out of nowhere and wrote the epilogue of Cloud Court. There were not many words, but only a few pages, But this tragedy was perfectly reversed. It wrote that all this was a dream of Yunting. After waking up, Yunting understood that the sixth princess was just an ungrateful and vicious woman who stabbed him at the critical moment. He decisively gave up the opportunity to save the sixth princess when they first met, kicked the sixth princess down, and then went to find General Fu to enjoy the Jianghu with him. Fuck the life of a hostage. Fuck the black-hearted White Lotus. I want to travel the world with Xiao Fu. Then this epilogue became popular. At first, it was only circulated in a small circle at some poetry and tea parties. Later, the study room that sold The Record of Cloud Court printed it and sold it to a large number of talents and beauties in the capital. Old Chancellor was stupefied. What kind of nonsense was this? The writing was immature, the sentences were illogical, the words were obscure, and the words were incoherent. Was it for people to read? The old chancellor felt that this epilogue was a complete insult to his work, so he decided to go to the study room and ask them to take down this epilogue. He couldn't let others take advantage of him for nothing. Unexpectedly, the boss of the study room told him, "Well, now you are taking advantage of others." The epilogue sold so well that many people who didn't read the foreword ran to buy The Record of Cloud Court one after another, wanting to know how dramatic the three people used to be. The sixth princess was originally a pitiful character, but now she was being scolded to the sky by those scholars and beauties in the capital who had read the afterword and the foreword. Even the author was being scolded to the sky. The old chancellor's mouth kept twitching. Who wrote the epilogue? It was too wicked. In the end, the old chancellor didn't force the study room to take down the epilogue because the banknotes were really fragrant. The old chancellor, who made a lot of money, immediately bought a new carriage. The new carriage would be used by Jiao Jiao and the others in the future. Gu Yin had hidden guards, so he didn't have to worry about a coachman. He could use the old carriage himself. He wasn't picky anyway. The money he earned in the beginning was to buy it for his children. At the end of June, there was a small rainstorm, which washed away an official road. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the Hanlin Academy, who were planning to return to the capital, were also stranded in the village. Marquis Gu had just finished repairing the capital's sewers and was transferred by the Ministry of Works to repair the roads. Recently, old concubine Jing didn't make any moves. It was unknown if she guessed that she was about to be exposed, so she simply stopped. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. How could she not do it? She must be allowed to do it. Jiao Jiao, the old chancellor, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, called Gu Jiao over. Today, senior servant Fong went back to his son's house, so he would be making dinner. Gu Jiao put down the half-chopped firewood in his hand and walked into the kitchen. "Great uncle, you called for me?" Although their relationship had been clarified, the family and neighbors still didn't change their words. The old chancellor didn't have any objections. It didn't matter whether he was Zhuang Jin's old companion or not. The important thing was that he couldn't let down his children's filial piety. The old chancellor whispered, "Come with me to the palace later. I'll go see His Majesty, and you go see the Empress Dowager. Let's talk like this." Chapter 346. The sky darkened earlier in July than in June. When the emperor came out of the imperial study, there was only a hint of grayish-blue left on the horizon. By the time he returned to Pure Flower's palace, even the last hint of light had disappeared. Night fell, and stars flashed in the firmament. When the emperor entered Pure Flower's palace, the palace servants all bowed to him. He asked, "Has Imperial Concubine Dowager gone to bed?" A young eunuch replied, "In reply to your majesty, there is no such thing." The emperor said to eunuch Wei, "Jean will go and see Imperial Concubine Dowager. You go back by yourself." "This old servant is not tired." Sigh. Eunuch Wei helplessly replied, "Yes." The emperor went to concubine Jing's bedchamber. She was kneeling in front of a Buddhist shrine with prayer beads in one hand and a wooden fish in the other. Her eyes were closed as she devoutly chanted Buddhist scriptures. The emperor did not disturb her and quietly waited for her to finish knocking on the wooden fish. After Granny Kai helped her up, she seemed to see the shadow on the ground. She turned her head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "When did His Majesty come? How long have you been here?" The emperor said, "I've just arrived." After listening to Mother recite Buddhist scriptures for a while, my heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Grand Concubine Jing looked at him and asked, "Is there something bothering you, Your Majesty?" Of course there were. Storms, natural disasters, bandits, and man-made disasters. Rumor had it that the Chen Kingdom's borders were on the verge of making trouble again. There was also no clue as to who was behind the assassination attempt on Grand Concubine Jing. The first few were dealt with by the civil and military officials of Zhao country. Only the last murderer left the emperor at a loss. "It's nothing. I'm just tired from working so hard on state affairs." The emperor decided not to let Concubine Jing worry. "Granny Kai, go to my room and bring me the calming incense," Grand Concubine Jing ordered.
"Yes."
Granny Kai answered and left. The emperor helped Grand Concubine Jing to the Autumn Splendor Pavilion. The two of them sat down on the chairs. A little palace maid served up desserts and scented tea, which was old Concubine Jing's favorite. The emperor liked Longjing tea, but strong tea couldn't be drunk at night. "Go get some fruits," Grand Concubine Jing said.
"Yes."
The little palace maid turned around and brought over a plate of fresh grapes and a few delicious pears. Grand Concubine Jing was about to peel a pear for the emperor, but just as she picked up the dagger on the table, the teacup in the emperor's hand fell to the ground with a bang. Grand Concubine Jing was taken aback. "What's wrong, Your Majesty? Did you burn yourself?" "No, I didn't hold it firmly." The emperor wiped off his cold sweat and said, "What was wrong with him?" Mother Jing was merely peeling a pear for him, but the nightmare of her stabbing him with a knife flashed through his mind. "I've been so tired recently that my brain isn't working properly." Old Concubine Jing put down the dagger and pear and took out a handkerchief to wipe the tea off the emperor's clothes. The emperor, however, unconsciously leaned back. Old Concubine Jing's hand froze in midair as she stared at him blankly. The emperor realized that he had lost his composure and secretly scolded himself for being unfilial. His mother was so concerned about him. How could he disappoint his mother? He took the handkerchief from Concubine Jing and said, "Don't get mother's clothes wet. Jin will do it myself." Old Concubine Jing smiled. "Okay." Fortunately, the emperor didn't lose his composure again. The mother and son chatted happily until Eunuch Wei came to report that the old chancellor was seeking an audience. Only then did the emperor get up and bid farewell to old Concubine Jing. Old Concubine Jing said, "I'll have the calming incense delivered to your bedchamber." The emperor smiled. "Thank you, mother." The emperor then went to the imperial study. The old chancellor bowed respectfully. "This subject greets your majesty." The emperor went around to the desk and sat down. "All right, enough with the empty formalities. What business do you have in the palace at this hour?" "Your majesty, Jiao Jiao was attacked by an assassin." "What?" The emperor stood up abruptly. "How did she get attacked? Where is she? Is she injured?" The old chancellor sighed inwardly. "At least you have a conscience and know how to care about Jiao Jiao." "Don't worry, your majesty. This happened a few days ago. Her injuries are fine now." The emperor heaved a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. "This? How many times was she attacked?" The old chancellor said, "3 times. Actually, it was 2 times. The first time was when she went to the nunnery with concubine Rue Wang and was saved by King Ning. The second time was when she encountered the Dragon Shadow Guards and met Gu Chongqing not long ago." The old chancellor didn't intend to tell the emperor that the other party was the Dragon Shadow Guards. Before Xiao Luling left, he told him one thing. It turned out that the Dragon Shadow Guards weren't only left to the emperor by the late emperor. Princess Xinyang also had one. As for whether there were others, Xiao Luling wasn't sure. The old chancellor didn't dare to say that there was absolutely no one. The emperor didn't seem to know that there were other dragon shadow guards in Zhao country, but it was hard to say whether old concubine Jing, this old fox, knew. If she knew and insisted that it wasn't her dragon shadow guards, wouldn't it implicate the innocent? The emperor's expression turned cold. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the little divine doctor had suffered so many assassination attempts? The old chancellor had an expression of being wronged. It's this girl who didn't tell me. If I didn't find a new scar on her hand today, I wouldn't have known that she had encountered so much. Commandant Gu is also muddle-headed, helping her hide this kind of thing from me. It was like what the siblings would do. Both of them were taciturn. The emperor frowned. The old chancellor continued, Your Majesty must have heard about that time when she was saved by King Ning. The emperor knew about this, but he didn't think of Gu Jiao. He thought that the other party was targeting Rui Wang's residence. The old chancellor said, The second time was a few days ago. A servant lied that someone in his family was sick and asked Jiao Jiao to treat them. They were ambushed on the way. Fortunately, Commandant Gu arrived in time. In addition, the Jiao Jiao had powerful hidden weapons in his hands. Only then did he manage to scare the other party. The emperor was slightly surprised. Even Gu Chongqing wasn't a match for the assassins? That's right. There was a very powerful assassin among them. I don't know where he came from. The old chancellor said calmly. As for the third time, it was just now. We met another assassin on the way to the palace. Fortunately, there wasn't that powerful assassin this time. Otherwise, both of our lives would have been over. This was made up purely for the effect of superposition. Why did you enter the palace so late at night? The emperor asked. The old chancellor sighed. I originally dragged her here to report to your majesty about the assassination. Who knew that she would be assassinated again? Fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. Then where is she? The emperor asked anxiously. She. The old chancellor looked embarrassed and said with a dry smile, She said that your majesty hates her now and definitely won't stand up for her. She might as well go to the Empress Dowager. This provocation properly angered the emperor. The emperor slapped the table. Who said that I won't stand up for her? Am I so untrustworthy in her heart? Isn't that because you're blind? Cough, cough. Too much, too much. He was a subject. He shouldn't criticize the emperor like this. Ever since he became the emperor's father, he couldn't control his guts anymore. This wasn't good. This wasn't good. The old chancellor straightened his expression and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this subject boldly guesses that the person who murdered the imperial concubine and the person who murdered Jiao Jiao are the same group. The emperor asked suspiciously, How do you know? The old chancellor boldly looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, if something happened to the imperial concubine, who would be the first person you suspect? Empress Dowager Zhuang. The answer was almost obvious. Last time, the murderer disguised herself as Gu Jiao to assassinate imperial concubine Jing and wanted to frame Empress Dowager Zhuang. Unfortunately, the emperor saw through it. The emperor still had a lingering fear when he recalled it. He clenched his fists. But what does this have to do with Jiao Jiao? If something happened to her, I wouldn't suspect the Empress Dowager. Would the Empress Dowager suspect me? The old chancellor shook his head. That's not it. However, because of Jiao Jiao, the relationship between your majesty and the Empress Dowager has eased up. This is an indisputable fact. The emperor ridiculed. Who has eased up with her? The old chancellor automatically ignored the emperor's insincere bravado and said seriously, Your Majesty knows what it is, so I won't say more. Jiao Jiao is the only person who has both your Majesty's favor and the Empress Dowager's love. If she dies, there will be no possibility for your Majesty and the Empress Dowager to reconcile. All of this is aimed at driving a wedge between your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. The emperor didn't say anything. After thinking carefully, it did make some sense. The old chancellor struck while the iron was hot. Lu Lang told me that the imperial concubine was thrown into the supreme liquid pool by the assassin. Your Majesty must be looking for the assassin's movement. I wonder if your Majesty has any clue. No. The emperor had a big headache when it came to this. The old chancellor looked up at the roof and sighed again. It seems that the assassin realized that he had acted rashly and alerted the enemy. In order to avoid the limelight, he completely hid himself. The other party is very cunning and didn't leave any trace. But your majesty, are you really going to wait for death? The imperial concubine and Jiao Jiao's lives will be hanging on the tip of a knife as long as the murderer is not eliminated. These words completely poked the emperor's weak spot. Apart from his own son, weren't the people he cared about the most now imperial concubine Jing and Gu Jiao? He couldn't let anything happen to them. The emperor stared at the old chancellor and asked, "Then tell me, what should I do?" The old chancellor raised his eyebrows. "Lure the snake out of its hole. As long as your majesty is willing to cooperate with me, I will definitely have a way to make her reveal her true form." Chapter 347. No, I won't listen. No, over my dead body. In the bedchamber of Renshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang rejected Gu Jiao's suggestion without hesitation. There was no room for negotiation. Gu Jiao made a strange sound. She had known her great-aunt for a long time, but this was the first time she had been rejected so thoroughly. In fact, she didn't do anything. She just conveyed her son-in-law's words and asked her to temporarily put aside her prejudice and cooperate with the emperor to lure out the mastermind. But it seemed that her great-aunt was not satisfied with her son-in-law's suggestion. Eat 3 more candied plums a day? Gu Jiao threw a sugar-coated bullet. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang was unmoved. 4? 5. Gu Jiao measured her 5 fingers. Empress Dowager Zhuang defended her position. She didn't want to give Gu Jiao a chance to break her defense line with a sugar-coated bullet. She went to the study without looking back. Alas, Gu Jiao sighed. Gu Jiao walked out slowly. She came to the courtyard of the front hall and sat on the lonely swing. When little Jing Kong was here, this place was as quiet as when he was gone. The night in July was not very cool. It was still hot, but because of the continuous rain, it was not as stuffy as before. Gu Jiao sat on the swing and swung it in boredom. She sighed again and again. Eunuch Qin walked over with a horsetail whisk. "Miss Gu." Gu Jiao tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and stopped the swing that was swinging around. "Eunuch Qin," she greeted. Eunuch Qin stood by the swing and looked at Gu Jiao, then looked at the boundless night sky. In his mind, he recalled the first time he met Gu Jiao. He thought of her as a little girl who didn't know the rules and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After interacting with her for a while, he realized how wrong he was. How was this girl not understanding the rules and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth? She was clearly trampling on the rules and poking a hole in the sky. She had a calmness that didn't belong to girls her age, and she also had the innocence of a child that girls her age had long abandoned. She didn't have so many tricks up her sleeve, nor did she have so many worldly burdens. If she wanted to treat someone well, she would do it from the bottom of her heart, regardless of the cost, without any reservations or doubts. No matter if that person is good or evil. She had her own beliefs, and they were incomparably firm. No one could easily shake her. For some reason, her thin and small body seemed to contain endless power. It was a power that made people feel at ease, and also a power that made people want to get close to her. Eunuch Qin would occasionally think that if His Majesty had been as firm and convinced as Miss Gu, he would not have ended up like this with the Empress Dowager today. His Majesty was very clingy when he was young. He was very clingy to the Empress Dowager, even more so than Princess Ning, and as Eunuch Qin spoke, he seemed to recall something interesting and laughed. This old servant remembers one time. The Empress Dowager brought a young master from the Zhuang family here. That young master didn't know the way and was frightened by noble consort Lu's dog. The Empress Dowager didn't want to hold him, so she casually held his hand. Who knew that His Majesty would get jealous because of this? He wouldn't eat properly at night and wouldn't sleep well at night. He would lie in bed and throw a tantrum, but he wouldn't say what was wrong with him. Old concubine Jing asked him if he was feeling unwell. He didn't say anything. Princess Ning and also asked him, but he just sulked and didn't say anything. Gu Jiao's expression was indescribable. Even little Jing Kong wasn't so childish. Then, what happened next? Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin recalled with a smile. Later, old concubine Jing sent him to the Empress Dowager's palace, which is the Qinkuan palace where Empress Xiao lives now. His Majesty climbed into the Empress Dowager's bed and slept with her for a night. The next day, he was alive and kicking. Gu Jiao curled her lips. So childish. Gu Jiao asked, how old was His Majesty then? Eunuch Qin thought for a moment. About 7 or 8 years old. This old servant doesn't remember the details. He was a little younger than the 7th prince now, and not as fat as the 7th prince. Although His Majesty is tall now, he was as thin as a monkey when he was 7 years old. He looked only 5 years old when he was 7 years old. The Empress Dowager once thought that His Majesty wouldn't be tall in the future. He was about the same as little Jing Kong. It seemed that she didn't have to worry too much about the height of little Jing Kong. Some people did grow up against the wind when they grew up. And then, Gu Jiao felt that this story was quite interesting. Eunuch Qin sighed. Later, His Majesty and the Empress Dowager slowly drifted apart for some reason. This old servant doesn't know when it started. In short, their relationship became more and more strained. Princess Ning was caught in a dilemma. After His Majesty ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager held court behind the curtain and sent old concubine Jing to the nunnery. The relationship between the two was completely broken. It sounded quite sad. Gu Jiao couldn't understand complicated emotions, but she put herself in the shoes of little Jing Kong. If one day, little Jing Kong abandoned her for another person, she would be very sad, very sad. Emotions were the most wonderful thing in the world. It had nothing to do with blood. It was just that once you became a family, you couldn't lose this person. Was it the same for Grandaunt and old concubine Jing? Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin nodded. The Empress Dowager used to treat old concubine Jing as a friend, but who didn't make a mistake in their youth. The enemy's attack wasn't scary, but the betrayal from the person you trusted the most was the real pain. Gu Jiao paused and asked, even someone as smart as Grandaunt couldn't take His Majesty back from that person? Eunuch Qin shook his head helplessly. It's not that she couldn't. She just didn't want to think of a way. Once her heart was cold, nothing mattered. There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart? Gu Jiao looked at Eunuch Qin and asked. Eunuch Qin nodded. That's right. Gu Jiao had probably experienced this feeling before, but she couldn't remember it. Her childhood memories of being abandoned by her parents had long been reduced to a few voices and images. She could calmly look at them without feeling any pain. This was called numbness. She became numb when she was very young. That was why she could become an agent of the organization and the most cold-blooded killer. Empress Dowager Zhuang only experienced this when she was middle-aged. She couldn't be completely numb. She could only try to let her heart die. She was Zhuang Jin's, the most powerful Empress Dowager in the Zhao Kingdom. She had her own pride. When she was the Empress, she didn't even bother to compete with the harem for favor. How could she compete with concubine Jing for a man now, even if that man was her adopted son? Gu Jiao understood. She held the rope of the swing and looked at Eunuch Qin. I understand. Thank you, Eunuch Qin. She wouldn't force her grandaunt to do something she didn't want to do. Since her grandaunt's method didn't work, she would think of something else. Eunuch Qin was secretly pleased. She was such a sensible child. Not only did the Empress Dowager love her, but even he couldn't help but want to love her. Unfortunately, he was a eunuch and didn't have much ability to love her. Gu Jiao got up from the swing and went to Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang was furious when she read the memorials. One of her subordinates was caught cheating again. She wasn't a monarch who used people based on their ability. After so many years in the harem and the imperial court, she deeply understood that there were no fish in the clear water. She had always valued a person's ability. She used people's strengths and tolerated their shortcomings. This didn't mean that her subordinates could do whatever they wanted. There was a limit to everything. They couldn't really kill people or set fires, and they couldn't unscrupulously take advantage of people to satisfy their desires. There was a limit to everything. She wouldn't condone or cover up for anyone who crossed the line. $1,000,000 taels of relief money. You embezzled 950,000 taels of relief money and were caught. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted and threw the memorials into the pile on her left. These were memorials that could be presented to the emperor. With the emperor's temper, he would definitely deal with this matter strictly. Grandaunt, a round head poked in. She didn't need to look to know who it was. Empress Dowager Zhuang responded indifferently. What do you want? Gu Jiao said, It's getting late. I'll go back first. You should rest early. Then, she gently closed the door for her grandaunt. Wait. Empress Dowager Zhuang called her indifferently. Gu Jiao pushed the door open again. She rolled her eyes and stepped over the threshold. Her phoenix eyes stared at Empress Dowager Zhuang without blinking. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a memorial and said casually, Does what I said just now still count? Which sentence? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang cleared her throat. It's the sentence of 5. Gu Jiao reached out her hand and looked at her 5 fingers. Then, she looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with bright eyes. It counts. But, you don't want to, do you? Empress Dowager Zhuang angrily threw the memorial in her heart. A successful Empress Dowager couldn't go against Candied Plum. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, It counts from today. Okay. Gu Jiao did not hesitate. Coincidentally, her purse was filled with new candied fruits. She took out the candied fruit box, counted 5 of them, and put them in the candied fruit box. The rest were all stuffed into her mouth. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath and suppressed her tumbling heart. Isn't it 8? How come there are only 5? Originally, there were 3 a day. If she said there were 5 more, wouldn't it be 8? She just resisted today and didn't eat a single one. Gu Jiao's mouth was full of candied plums. She said vaguely, It's 5. If you don't believe me, think again. Empress Dowager Zhuang recalled her original words in her mind. Eat 3 candied plums every day? She didn't agree at that time. Then, this girl said, 4? 5? She didn't add the words eat more in the last 2 sentences. Empress Dowager Zhuang punched the memorial. She was too careless. Gu Jiao was very gentle to her grandaunt. She respected her grandaunt's opinion and told her the truth. She didn't hide anything from her grandaunt. The emperor didn't have this kind of treatment. The old chancellor dug one pit after another, making the emperor fall into the pit and unable to get out. However, the emperor obviously had strong resistance to the cooperation with Empress Dowager Zhuang. I can do other things, but not this. I don't want to be in cahoots with that vicious woman. The old chancellor said earnestly, Your Majesty, now is not the time to throw tantrums. It's more important to find out the real culprit behind the scenes. Is your face more important, or the life of the old imperial concubine more important? And Jiao Jiao's life. Let's not talk about Jiao Jiao's life. Anyway, she's not related to you. Listen. What kind of nonsense is this? How is the little magic doctor not related to me? So in the whole world, only Zhuang Jin's, that vicious woman, would love her and I would ignore her? I misspoke. The old chancellor apologized embarrassedly. What I mean is that Jiao Jiao can at least protect herself. The old imperial concubine was persecuted by noble consort Lu in her early years and has old injuries. If the assassin tries to kill the old imperial concubine again, it will be hard to guard against. This was what the old imperial concubine Jing and her servant said. The old imperial concubine Jing had old injuries and was very weak. The emperor was finally convinced. So in the morning court the next day, there was a scene that made the civil and military officials drop their jaws. The emperor went to the throne room with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Didn't they dislike each other even when they appeared in the same courtyard? Why did they come to court 2 hours earlier today? In the past, either Empress Dowager Zhuang or the emperor arrived first. In short, they didn't see each other face to face. When the two came to the door of the throne room, the emperor stopped and smiled at Empress Dowager Zhuang. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "Mother, please." Empress Dowager Zhuang was so shocked that she almost picked up the sole of her shoe and hit him in the head. Empress Dowager Zhuang tried her best to restrain herself. She nodded and stepped over the threshold calmly. The civil and military officials knelt on both sides of the room with ceremonial tablets in their hands. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked over first. When she was about to go up the steps, eunuch Qin cleared his throat. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. She stopped and reached out her hand. This time, it was the emperor who wanted to pick up the sole of his shoe and hit himself. Was there such a thing? He didn't say anything about Hua. The emperor held back the twitching in his heart and held Empress Dowager Zhuang's wrist. The mother and son went up the steps and sat in their respective seats. They wiped their hands on their clothes without a trace. Emperor, disgusted. Empress Dowager Zhuang, oh, who isn't? Today's morning court was very harmonious. The emperor punished a minister in Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't stop him. Instead, she praised the emperor for doing a good job. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with concern that the emperor's body seemed to be thinner than before. She said that he should take care of his body and not let state affairs affect his health. Mother, you are right. I will remember it, the emperor said respectfully in the direction of the bead curtain. The civil and military officials wondered if they were blind or deaf. They could actually see the emperor and the Empress Dowager reconcile in their lifetime. Were they crazy, or were they crazy? The news was so shocking that the officials of the two factions who were supposed to be fighting to the death became silent. It wasn't enough to let the civil and military officials see it. They had to let everyone in the harem know. Therefore, after the court, the mother and son went to the imperial garden together. They talked and laughed along the way. Your Majesty, it's time to laugh, Eunuch Wei reminded. The emperor clenched his fists and laughed soullessly. Ha ha ha. Empress Dowager, it's your turn, Eunuch Qin reminded. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes and put on a fake smile. Ha ha ha. In less than a day, everyone in the 6 palaces heard that the two had buried the hatchet. Empress Xiao was the first to go to Pure Hua Palace to inquire. Your Majesty, I heard that you and the Empress Dowager. Halfway through her words, she saw the person sitting next to the emperor and bowed. Imperial Concubine Dowager. Imperial Concubine Jing smiled slightly. Empress, come and sit. Yes. In fact, with Empress Xiao's status, there was no need for her to bow to an imperial concubine. However, the emperor regarded her as his mother, so Empress Xiao could only be a filial daughter-in-law. Empress Xiao sat down on the other side of Imperial Concubine Jing. Imperial Concubine Jing smiled and asked, "What did you want to ask your Majesty?" Empress Xiao looked at the two, hesitated, and said, "I heard something about your Majesty and the Empress Dowager. I don't know if it's true, so I asked." The emperor said in a magnanimous tone, "Since you both know, I don't need to say anything more." Empress Xiao couldn't hide her surprise. So it's true? Why? It was indeed strange for two people who had been fighting for decades to bury the hatchet. In order not to arouse suspicion, the old chancellor found a flawless excuse for the two's reconciliation. The emperor had a good memory and didn't forget the words. He said, "Empress, do you still remember when Xiao Heng was poisoned near Rinshou Palace?" Empress Xiao's eyes turned cold. "Of course I remember. Xiao Heng was her brother's son of the first wife and was her most beloved nephew. He was nearly poisoned to death. She would never forget this grudge for the rest of her life." The emperor said, "The culprit has been found. It wasn't ordered by the Empress Dowager. There's someone else behind the scenes. We have misunderstood the Empress Dowager all these years and caused the Empress Dowager to suffer an unjust injustice. We are truly ashamed." He really found it hard to say the last few words, but the old chancellor said that these were the lines of the soul. If he didn't say it, it wouldn't be enough to convince people. He seriously suspected that the old chancellor was using his position for personal gain. What? There's someone else? Who? Empress Xiao's soul asked 3 times in a row. Imperial concubine Jing lowered her eyes, picked up her teacup, and quietly took a sip. The emperor said, "The person who poisoned Ahang is called Zhang Xiao. He once worked in the Shang Palace Bureau and can be considered one of our people." Empress Xiao, Your Majesty, the emperor sighed with self-blame. We also didn't expect her to do such a thing. It was our oversight. A few days ago, she suddenly committed suicide by hanging herself. An old friend of hers took away the things she left behind. Only a few days ago did that old friend discover the secret from the things she left behind. Empress Xiao directly stood up. Your Majesty, this concubine doesn't believe it. The old chancellor did not tell the emperor that Zhang Xiao really was the culprit. He used it as an excuse for the emperor to hear. The emperor thought that what he said was false. Empress Xiao also thought that the emperor had been deceived by someone. None of this was important. What was important was that the person who ordered Zhang Xiao would understand that this matter was true. As long as she believed it, that was enough. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.